Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Got All Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shouta was a patient man. He needed to be, considering his career path. Patience was a good quality for a pro hero to have, and one he hoped all pro heroes had. One excessively eager step ahead could spell the difference between life and death. Patience was also something he was finding that parents needed. Not that Izuku was unruly in any sort of way, always managing to be polite if somewhat blunt in most situations. And bluntness wasn't a bad thing, it was refreshing actually to have someone speak so frankly. It meant that there was no dancing around subjects, less potential confusion overall, and the general knowledge that Izuku approved of how fatherly they acted towards him. Because if he did disapprove, he would have voiced it out, right? Probably. However, despite all of this, he still needed every single bit of patience he could muster. Because while Izuku tended to be very straightforward in his speech, he also had a tendency to wait before asking for help. He would wait until he was very thirsty before asking for a glass of water, stare at a page in his book for minutes on end trying to decipher what was written before asking for any clarification, and also wait for him to initiate afternoon snack time even if he was hungry. He did his best to stay on top of this behavior, keeping an eye on him while he worked at home. There were times he couldn't though, needing to give his complete attention to files he had to look through and memorize for future missions. The first time this had happened, Izuku had ended up napping on the couch, his book open to the same page he had seen him at nearly an hour ago. The second time had him looking up from case files to a stomach faintly growling next to him, even as the owner of said hungry stomach continued to work on a picture of present Mike in his notebook. It was then he decided that this couldn't continue happening. Every half hour, he told himself. After every 30 minutes that passed as he worked, he would take a small 5-minute break and check in on Izuku, and help him with whatever he might need at the moment. Patience. This was something he had to take steadily, one day at a time. Showing Izuku that he and Hisashi could be approached for absolutely anything, it was going to be a gradual, but necessary process. He and Hisashi were observant, but they weren't omniscient. So when Izuku approached him on his own one early afternoon, a resolute look on his face, he didn't rush him, didn't intercept him with a question. He allowed Izuku to come up to him, allowed him to tentatively tap his arm to gain his attention, before turning to address him. "Is there something you need, Izuku?" Izuku gave him a small nod. "Can we?" He sounded slightly nervous asking, "Can we go outside?" Shouta blinked. This request wasn't something he had expected, especially not so soon. Izuku generally disliked leaving the apartment during light hours, though there were a few exceptions. Izuku did enjoy going out with Hisashi for snack runs after all, and recently even accompanied them out to buy a new pair of shoes at a nearby store, much to Hisashi's delight. He had never been the one to suggest going out though. "Of course we can," Shouta stretched as he stood, making sure to work out all the KNKs in his back. Sitting for an extended amount of time really wasn't a good habit. "Is there someplace in particular you want to go?" Somewhere with lots of stores. Izuku followed him into the master bedroom, leaning against their bedspread as he grabbed his wallet from the nightstand. "Lots and lots. You don't even like shopping that much," he pointed out as he poked through the closet. "What are you looking to find?" "You gotta keep it a secret from Yamada-san though." Izuku clambered onto their bed, seating himself on the edge, his feet swinging, each thump only reminding him that he still hasn't found a new place to put that box of knives that was still under their bed. "Yamada-san can't know until his birthday." "So a birthday present? Cute. Very cute." Shouta could already imagine how Hisashi finding out would go. It would involve lots of tears and hugs, no doubt. Hisashi was always happy to know that Izuku thought of him even when he wasn't there with them. "All right," he nodded, beckoning to Izuku as he left the room, closing it behind him after they both had exited. "I'll keep quiet about it." As they walked down the short hallway, he wondered what sort of birthday Hisashi would want this year. With Izuku now part of their lives, things were more limited in that regard, though he was sure that they would be able to have a nice time despite those limits. He could make fried chicken for dinner, something that Hisashi loved and an activity that he was sure Izuku would enjoy. Plus, if he cut them small enough, then they could eat them with toothpicks. Finger food with none of the greasy mess. It was the logical way to do things. He stopped by the kitchen to fill their bottles with water, making sure to tighten the cap so none of it leaked out. Taking them with him to the entranceway, he placed them down on top of the nearby cabinet, moving to put his boots on. "Do you like fried chicken?" "If Aizawa-san makes it," Izuku hummed as he put on his sandals, "then I'm sure it's tasty." "But do you like it?" "I think so. I know I had it before, but but I don't really remember what it tasted like. Right. He had nearly forgotten about that tidbit of information. Izuku wasn't very picky with food, with the exception of his protein bars, sadly, happily eating whatever he cooked, rarely ever making requests on what he'd like for a meal. The one time he did ask for something, it had been tamagoyaki, something so synonymous with traditional breakfast that he didn't count it as an actual request, not really. It was hard to judge what could be his favorite meal because of this. Though it was a bit sad because Izuku had to start all over again to find what he liked, but at the same time, Shouta felt a bit relieved. He couldn't imagine what raw rat or pigeon meat tasted like, and he was glad Izuku didn't have to know either. It's one of Hisashi's favorite foods, so I was planning on making some on his birthday, he said as settled his capture weapon over his shoulders. Do you want to help out? Yes. His offer was immediately accepted, the sheer excitement from Izuku palpable. He couldn't help but to smile at the eagerness shown. All right, I'll let you know when. He stood, taking the tote bag from the hook on the wall, placing their bottles into it. Come on, let's go. And they were off, holding hands once they reached the streets. Shouta already had an idea of where to go. There was a mall within walking distance and it seemed perfect for what Izuku wanted. It wasn't a place he visited often, but he remembered that it hosted a wide variety of shops. Surely there would be something that Izuku would take a liking to for Hisashi. And while they were there, he would be able to get some reconnaissance done as well. Izuku would have the chance to find something for Hisashi, and he'd have the chance to see what Izuku would linger his eyes on, to figure out what to get for Izuku's own birthday. However, malls were notorious for being busy and full of people, both of which he knew Izuku didn't enjoy. When he had brought that up to Izuku, he had been very politely told that it didn't matter. That Hisashi's birthday present was more important and that he wanted to get something for him even if there were many people around. It warmed his heart to know that Izuku was willing to face something he didn't like for Hisashi, but it also made him worry. Izuku clearly seemed to think that his potential discomfort was of less importance than some material item that could be purchased any day of the year or even online. He would need to keep an eye out for self-esteem issues in the future. For now, he let Izuku know that his feelings and opinions were equally, if not more, important as well, and if he felt too uncomfortable, then they would leave and go somewhere less busy for shopping. Izuku had stared at him with wide eyes as he spoke, but had agreed in the end, thankfully. By the time they had arrived at the mall, Izuku was clinging to his hand, though his eyes were taking in everything around him. We're here, he said. Do you have someplace you'd like to start? Izuku tapped his hand. No. Well, it seemed that they'd be here a while. The mall was big. There were so many stores that he could see even from where they were standing. Aizawa-san had walked them in and they were suddenly surrounded by sounds. It was a lot louder inside than outside. Aizawa-san kneeled down next to him, pulling out one end of his capture scarf and looped it around his wrist once, twice, and then a third time before tying a neat knot. He glanced at the cloth around his wrist, confused, but he also knew Aizawa-san didn't do anything without a reason, so he waited for him to speak. The mall is a busy place with a lot of people. Aizawa-san started speaking right on cue. I don't want either of us getting lost in here, so this will help us stay together, all right? That made sense, so he nodded. It honestly made him feel safer, the soft material of the scarf snug around his wrist giving him a reminder that Aizawa-san would always be nearby. Can I still hold your hand? He reached out to hold the now standing Aizawa-san's hand, looking up at him as he asked. Sure, kid. With their hands now held, they finally started to explore the mall. There were lots of stores, many selling different things. Stores selling clothes, though, were the ones he saw the most of. Everything was so colorful in them and he liked seeing all the different designs they offered. However, there was nothing that he saw so far that immediately took his attention in a, this would be perfect for Yamada-san sort of way. Aizawa-san didn't seem too interested in shopping, though he did turn to look at things he pointed out as they walked past that he thought were fun or interesting. So far, they had seen a coffee mug in the shape of All Might's head. It was like drinking his brains, a whole bunch of shirts that had the name of other types of clothing on them. Aizawa-san had read them to him one by one. They were funny, and even a life-sized figurine of a pro hero he didn't recognize. Aizawa-san had called him the killer whale hero, Gang Orca. Izuku thought he could probably eat owls like him for breakfast, if he ate owls at least. Then they stopped at a store that sold party supplies. And there were so many party-related things inside despite it looking very small from the outside. Party hats of all kinds, there was even a whole shelf of party hats in the patterns of All Might's different costumes, lots of banners and streamers, and best of all, so many balloons. He wasn't interested in the ones that just said, congratulations, or happy birthday, though they did look nice. The ones he was interested in were the ones right behind the counter the cashier was, taking up the entire wall with bright colors. Balloons of pro heroes. Well, not the entire pro hero. It was just their heads. But they were still really cool looking and he couldn't help but to stop and stare at all of them, only looking away when he felt a small tug on his hand as Aizawa-san kept walking deeper into the store. Aizawa-san must have felt the same tug on his side because he paused to turn back to look at him. Izuku? I was looking at the balloons, he admitted sheepishly, sorry. Let's go get what we need first, Aizawa-san pointed back in the direction he was headed to, and then we can both look at the balloons while we wait to pay, alright? Nodding, he returned back to Aizawa-san's side, content in knowing that he would get to see the balloons again soon. And with Aizawa-san looking at them with him, he could help him identify the ones that he didn't recognize at first glance. Aizawa-san stopped at a shelf of candles. There were so many candles and in every single color he could think of. There were even ones that had the colors of All Might's costume, though he was less surprised by those. Everything in stores had an All Might colored variant. If they didn't, then they probably would soon. Seeing those still familiar bright colors of the number one hero reminded him of the days where he would go shopping with his mama, always keeping his eyes out for all things All Might. Nowadays, when he went shopping, there was much less of that. Yamada-san was usually chatting with him, telling him funny stories about work, and those were much more interesting than counting each and every All Might related thing he saw. He watched as Aizawa-san picked out 3 candles, the dark orange and white stripes making him think of present mixed glasses. Izuku, Aizawa-san called out his name even as he tugged him closer to the shelf. Which ones do you like? You can choose any 8 you want to have on your cake. I'm getting a cake? Izuku couldn't stop the words from leaving his mouth, backpedaling to revise what he said. He didn't want to appear ungrateful, thank you. For getting me a cake. Aizawa-san looked down at him. Izuku could see a flash of something sad in his eyes, though it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. He hoped he didn't make him sad with what he said. It'll be your birthday. Aizawa-san let go of his hand, only to place it gently on his head, ruffling his hair. Do you want a cake for your birthday? He nodded vigorously. Cake was a must for a birthday. Every single birthday he remembered had cakes. Kacchan's birthday cake had been made in the shape of All Might's head even, and decorated the same way. Then you'll have cake. Aizawa-san confirmed, giving him those kind eyes that he always did. Izuku felt warm and gooey on the inside seeing that. Now let's get your candles picked out, Izuku. Aizawa-san's hand left his head, dropping to his shoulder, and then we can go look at the balloons. Izuku looked up at the shelf of candles, already knowing which ones he wanted. He picked out an equal amount of both the yellow and black candles. 4 yellow and 4 black. Interesting choices. Aizawa-san held a small paper bag out to him, the striped candles he picked out already inside. Do you like bees? I've never eaten a bee before, Aizawa-san, he replied as he placed his candles into the bag, another question coming to mind as he did so. Why does Yamada-san only get 3 candles? It didn't make any sense. He's not turning 3. Because if I tried to put all the candles for how old he's turning this year, Aizawa-san said as reached for his hand again, leading him back to the front of the store, his cake would be full of holes. He paused with a frown before continuing, also, please don't eat bees. He wasn't sure bees tasted good anyways, so he nodded his agreement. How old is Yamada-san turning? It must be a really big number if it would pull lots of holes in a cake. He's turning 23 this year. Izuku could feel his eyes widen. 23? That was more fingers and toes that he had altogether. That's a big number, he murmured, eyes already wandering to the balloons on display. It's bigger than 20. 3 more than 20, yes, Aizawa-san confirmed with a nod. Actually, why don't you tell Hisashi all this later? He dipped his chin into his scarf, voice getting a bit muffled. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to know your thoughts on his age. He gave Aizawa-san an absent-minded nod, his full attention now taken by all the balloons he could see. Ignoring all the All Might balloons at the top, he immediately pointed out the one that held his interest. It's Present Mike. Aizawa-san looked up at where his finger was pointing. And so it is. There was a bit of amusement in Aizawa-san's tone. Can you identify any others? Izuku nodded, pointing out the others that he could name. Endeavor. His fire mustache was very recognizable. Best Jeanist. Yamada-san thought he was cool, and therefore, he was worth remembering. Ectoplasm. It was Ecto-san from UA. Gang Orca. The memory of the large and tall figurine was still fresh in his memory, along with Aizawa-san's insistence that the pro hero didn't eat owls for breakfast, nor did he for any other meal. And Ingenium. That was Ida-san when he was all dressed up for work. Good job, Izuku, Aizawa-san praised, and Izuku could feel his face warming at his words. You got those all correct. Your son's so smart, an unfamiliar voice chimed in. A big hero fan, huh? Izuku swung his head to look up to a stranger beaming at him. He shrunk into Aizawa-san's side, uncomfortable with how close they were. Yes, he's a fan. Aizawa-san turned to speak to the stranger, though Izuku could pick up on the hint of irritation lacing his voice. That tone was gone from his next word, replaced with something much warmer. I'm very proud of him. It was happening again. Aizawa-san was always one to be straightforward with his words, so why was this happening? Izuku knew how things worked in this world. Even if there were things someone wanted, they couldn't always get them. His quirk, even his quirk, which he had wanted for such a long time, he had gone through terrible things to get it. Aizawa-san had said that to him. That he had gone through trauma, that he had been hurt so very badly, and that he wanted him, above all else, to experience a happy childhood with them. Living with Aizawa-san and Yamada-san, it was so much more than he ever expected, but he didn't think he could take it if they kept implying that he was their son. Because to be their son, that meant that they had to be his dad's. Didn't they know that? He didn't even know if that was something they wanted. It was something he wanted, but that wasn't the point here. Izuku shuffled his feet forward as Aizawa-san made his way closer to the cash register, not wanting to get separated from him. He could hear voices still talking above him, but he paid no attention to them. What he was trying to figure out was much more important. Because if Aizawa-san also saw him like this, saw him as his son, did that mean he was saying that he wanted to be his dad? That they both wanted to be his dads? Aizawa-san and Yamada-san were both very smart people, so they had to know what they were doing here. But they were also both kind people. Him being their son, it wouldn't be something they would joke about. They loved him. They both did. Izuku knew they did. Izuku, Aizawa-san interrupted his thoughts, murmuring his name as he led him out of the store, the candles probably already put away in his bag, though there was a ribbon held in one of his hands. Let me have your free wrist for a bit? He held his other arm out to him, curious what he planned on doing. Aizawa-san lowered himself down into a crouch, gently tying the ribbon around his wrist. He gave it a small tug and then a nod when it didn't unravel, and then stood up again, letting his hold of the ribbon go. What do you think? Izuku looked up at the balloon that the ribbon was attached to. You got me a present mic balloon? Well, I didn't get it for Hisashi, Aizawa-san chuckled. Do you like it? I love it, and he did. Balloon present Mick's smile looked a bit funny from where he was looking at it, but he loved it all the same. Thank you, Aizawa-san. I'm glad. A hand was offered to him. Let's keep going, shall we? Izuku took it, knowing the lingering warmness he was feeling was not from the hoodie he was wearing, nor from the hot summer sun. They continued to walk, hand in hand, with his new balloon bobbing along next to them. It was nice. Izuku enjoyed clothing stores. But it felt as if there was a never-ending amount of clothing stores that they could visit. Seeing all the different types of clothes they had on display, some of the mannequins modeling out scenarios that would require specialized clothing, like for extra limbs or different body types, was interesting. Nedzu-san probably went to stores like these for his clothes. He didn't think most pants had holes allowing for tails. Though he probably could just cut a hole in with scissors if he really wanted to, probably. The toy stores were also really fun to walk through. He didn't think Yamada-san would want something from a toy store, but he was glad that Aizawa-san had insisted they enter them anyway. Best to keep all options open, was what he said. As they turned to walk down the next aisle, he gasped. Pro heroes. The entire aisle was full of all of the hero merchandise he could ever think of. Figurines, plushies, and bobbleheads were only a few he could identify right away. There were even bouncy ball in a large wire basket, each one decorated with the details of a pro hero's head. Aizawa-san started leading him down the aisle slowly, taking his time, even looking at the merchandise himself sometimes. That was fine by him. It gave him more time to marvel at all the different sorts of merchandise that had come out since his last visit to a toy store. There was an enormous amount of new All Might merchandise, but that wasn't what he was really interested in. He wanted to see if there was any for present Mike. Aizawa-san had told him early on that Eraserhead wasn't the sort of hero that got any merch, but present Mike wasn't an underground hero. His existence didn't need to be kept a secret. He had his small collection of Put Your Hands Up radio shirts at home and now this new balloon to prove that. He just really wanted to see a present Mike figurine. Step by step, they made their way down the aisle, pausing every so often whenever he stopped to ask questions about a pro hero he hadn't seen before. Then it occurred to him that this would be a good opportunity to ask that question. Just thinking about it made him feel colder, faced with the possibility that he was wrong, that while Aizawa-san and Yamada-san loved him, it just wasn't in the way he was thinking of. It made him aware of how sweaty his hand must be by now, made him aware of his smaller steps, and how annoyed Aizawa-san could be, having to adjust to how slow his short legs walked. Izuku? Aizawa-san's voice washed over him, concerned. You've been staring at that life-sized All Might doll for a while now. He blinked to see, indeed, he was staring in the direction of one of the many All Might's dolls stacked vertically together in a wire cage. Weird. They looked like they were being jailed for some reason. But just who would want that big of an All Might? Where would they even put it? As he and Aizawa-san passed the All Mights in the cage, someone else strode past them. Izuku watched as the vaguely familiar tall man with glasses picked up one of the life-sized All Might dolls, tucked it under his arm and then continued walking, disappearing around the corner as fast as he had appeared. They must like All Might, a lot, Izuku figured. And have a big room. Wow. Aizawa-san had an odd expression on his face even as he blankly stared at the corner where that man had gone. Do you know him? He asked. You look like you recognized him. I know of him, Aizawa-san shrugged, returning his focus to the toys around them. We haven't met in an official capacity though. He then redirected his gaze down to him again. And what about you? Do you want one too? No. He blurted out and then repeated just to make it very clear, no. The sharp edge of Aizawa-san's grin was visible from even behind his scarf. But if it were Present Mike, he raised an eyebrow, it'd be a different story, wouldn't it? Izuku knew he was pouting as he tried to drag Aizawa-san forward away from all the All Mights in a huff, feeling their blue-dotted stares even as he turned his back towards them. Aizawa-san was teasing him, that meant he was in a good mood. It really was now or never. Izuku didn't know if he'd ever stumble on such a good opportunity to ask. Aizawa-san? He could hear Aizawa-san acknowledge him with a hum, the light amusement still clearly visible in his eyes. Can I ask you something? Anything. You can't get mad at me though, okay? He needed to make sure of this, knowing he'd never be able to take this question back. He would never be able to forgive himself if he ruined a relationship that he cared about so much, promise. Izuku, Aizawa-san said softly, I will never be mad at you for asking questions. You're sure? Yes. Izuku took a deep breath, pushing down his nerves the best he could. He had to know. This was the only way to know for sure. Are you and Yamada-san? No, that wasn't the right way to ask this, he tried again. When you and Yamada-san? He could feel his hands tremble, even as the rest of the question left his mouth. When you and Yamada-san say I'm your son, like to other people, do you really mean it? Shouta's breath hitched. His brain was racing to figure out the implications of Izuku's question. Did Izuku hate it? Did he want them to stop? Something tugged painfully in his heart at the thought of that. If Izuku did feel uncomfortable with them referring to him as their son, they'd stop, no doubt about it. It didn't mean that it wouldn't hurt though. To him and Hisashi, Izuku really was their son in all but name. And that last bit was subject to change in the future as well. He had no doubt that when the opportunity arose for them to adopt Izuku, Hisashi would steamroll him to ask Izuku to take their name, and become a family even in the eyes of the law. He crouched, making sure his bag didn't hit the floor as he did so, the line of Izuku's gaze following him all the while. This wasn't a conversation he really wanted to have in the middle of a toy store, but it made no difference in the end. Calm. Patience. Shouta knew he couldn't allow himself to jump to conclusions. All he could do was answer the question given to him and do his best to make Izuku comfortable. Yes, Izuku's eyes went wide, we mean every single word of it. He forced his tone to stay even as he continued to speak. I understand if it makes you feel uncomfortable. We can stop, if you'd like us to. No, Aizawa-san, Shouta couldn't stop himself from blinking at the soft reply, relief pouring into his chest knowing his initial assumption had been wrong. I like it, I just... Izuku trailed off, his voice getting lower as each word passed his lips, until they were barely audible. Shouta didn't push him, knowing that it would only serve to put unneeded stress onto those shoulders. You know, right? There was a tremble in Izuku's voice when he spoke up again, that if I'm your son, and if I'm Yamada-san's son too, then you both have to be my dads. And there it was. The crux of Izuku's issue. Do you not want us to be your dads? I want it. Izuku cried out, voice alarmed, I do, but only if. His eyes were starting to shine with tears, and Shouta couldn't pull out the emergency stash of tissues he now kept in his pocket fast enough, only if you want to be my dads too. He pressed the tissues into Izuku's hands, clasping them within his own for a quick squeeze before allowing them to drop again. The eventual adoption was something he had planned to keep quiet about, wanting it to be a surprise, but it wasn't worth Izuku's ongoing worry about his status in their family. Do you know what adoption is? A small shake of the head. It's when a person legally takes someone into care for them as their own. Izuku's eyebrows scrunched up. Hisashi and I have been wanting to adopt you ever since you started living with us. What's the difference between adoption and fostering? Small hands grasped his sleeve. They're not the same. Well, fostering is usually a temporary thing. A confused expression flitted across Izuku's face. It's not a forever home. He clarified before continuing, the aim of adoption is the opposite of that. Shouta could practically see the gears in Izuku's head working, trying to understand what he was saying. Seconds passed in silence until green eyes suddenly widened in what he hoped to be realization. You want to keep me forever? Izuku then warbled out, voice now thick with tears, forever is a long time, Aizawa-san. That's what adoption is, he confirmed with a small nod, a promise from the adoptive parents to take care of and love a child forever. But won't you get bored of me? It would be illogical to, shaking his head, he admitted something he had kept close to his heart, Hisashi and I already can't imagine our future together without you also there with us. If you adopt me, then you'll be my dad's forever. Both of us, yes. What changes after that? That was right. Izuku was wary of sudden change. Not much will change on the surface, he quickly reassured him, but, you'll get the opportunity to take our family name if you'd like. Your name? Izuku said with an incredulous tone in his voice, I can change my name? Aizawa Izuku, he couldn't help the smile that broke out on his lips, how does that sound to you? Aizawa Izuku. The name was slowly repeated, though a small confused frown took over Izuku's face as he sniffled out, not Yamada Izuku. Well, Hisashi took my name when we got married, he gave a loose shrug as he explained, legally, he's Aizawa Hisashi. Should I have been calling him Aizawa-san too? Izuku looked alarmed, even as he wiped at his tears with a tissue, is he mad at me? He was the one who introduced himself to you using Yamada, Shouta pointed out, and he still uses his former surname for most public appearances. He lifted a finger to his lip, making a small shushing sound, Hisashi's real name is a secret though, for safety concerns, okay? Izuku quickly nodded, bright eyes shining with determination. And Shouta felt soft in this private moment between himself and Izuku, despite the fact that they were surrounded by an innumerable amount of hero merchandise with beady little eyes. He couldn't help the small fond smile that he directed at his son. His son. Their son. Izuku actually wanted to be their son. How amazing was that? It was true that he had already had an inkling of this distinct possibility, but to have it blossom into fruition right in front of him, it truly was something special. Hisashi's upcoming birthday only made it feel all the more real. Nezu had certainly seemed confident enough that he would be able to get things done. And while he usually hated having to bow to the whims of his old teacher, he was definitely capable of swallowing his pride for this, especially if it was for Izuku. Good, he hummed, making a mental note that he'd need to remember to use his quirk liberally when Hisashi found out about all of this. He didn't want to go window pane shopping or get a noise complaint. Thanks. Now, do you have any other questions? Just 2 more, if that's okay? Go ahead, Izuku. When are you gonna do it? He tilted his head, the tears in his eyes finally all gone and dried, though they were now rimmed with red, I mean the adoption. As soon as Hisashi and I get approved to adopt, or however fast Nezu could move their paperwork forward, which he didn't know anything about, nothing at all, obviously, it shouldn't take too long. So you'll be my real dad soon? In the eyes of the law, yes, he didn't even want to know how sappy he looked right now. It was good that Izuku didn't seem to have a clue about his general reputation, or else he could say goodbye to his carefully crafted image as an unsocial man with no attachments, but Hisashi and I have seen you as our son for a good while now. This is just putting it all on paper so everyone else can know, and the name change itself is just a bonus. Aizawa Izuku. Shouta watched as Izuku mouthed the syllables of the new name that he had offered up just a few minutes ago, eyes luminous with both surprise and delight. It did sound nice, didn't it? Less fun to write, but he had all the confidence in Izuku to learn. And, it would be nice to teach Izuku how to write his new family name. If Hisashi didn't get there first, at least. Your other question? Not that he wanted to rush him, but the location of this heart-to-heart really wasn't one he enjoyed. It was just that he still didn't know what to purchase for Izuku's birthday yet, and Izuku hadn't chosen anything for Hisashi's birthday either. He would prefer if they could get all the shopping done today if possible, though it was seeming more and more unlikely. Do you? Izuku now looked slightly hesitant as he spoke up, only continuing when he gave him an encouraging nod, do you want me to call you Dad now? Dad. Hearing it again from Izuku made him feel all warm inside, like when Hisashi brought home Chinese takeout for those nights where they were both too busy to cook, always making sure to get a double order of his favorite spring rolls along with his sesame chicken dinner set. Only if you want to. Because as much as he would love being called Dad, it would be an undoubtable big change for Izuku. The same Izuku who had switched back to calling him Aizawa-san once he had seen him, despite calling him his dad mere minutes before that. It was alright though. He didn't need to be called Dad to know he was Izuku's dad. I want to, Izuku averted his eyes, cheeks flushed, but I don't know if I can right away. Take your time, okay? It was enough to know that he wanted to call him that. You don't need to rush yourself. His heart felt full right now, and it was just as well that Izuku couldn't call him dad to his face right now. He wasn't sure if he'd have a Hisashi-like reaction to it or not. We can wait. Izuku gave him a nod, an uncertain one, but an acknowledgement, regardless. And do you feel comfortable if we refer to you as our son in the meantime? A much quicker nod, this one full of vigorous eagerness. All right, so is that all the questions you have for me? Then let's get some more shopping done then, yeah? He reached out to give a quick ruffle to Izuku's hair before standing up, a grunt leaving his lips as he straightened up. Reorienting himself and tugging his tote bag up so it wouldn't slip off his shoulders, he barely noticed Izuku get closer until he felt small arms around his waist. Thank you for wanting to be my dad. It was mumbled, and well, they were in a toy store with cheery all-mic commercial music blaring from speakers. Shouta was an underground hero though, adept at picking up the most minute of voices, even if it was overlaid with some advertisement for some pro-hero branded cereal. He heard him just fine. As quick as the hug was given, Izuku let go, then speedwalked further down the aisle, balloon mic bobbing alongside his small figure, leaving him speechless and staring. He wanted to feel angry. Angry that Izuku felt that he had to thank him for wanting to be his father, no doubt due to Midoriya Hisashi ruining his sense of self-worth. But he couldn't. That man was no longer a part of Izuku's life, and he wasn't about to invite more strife into it, not when they had finally just established that Izuku wanted to be their son. Tsukachi had mentioned the last time they spoke that the man had likely gone underground, taking his assets with him once he liquidated them down. That there had been no reports of unsolved arson near Shizuoka Prefecture, with most of the fires caused being accidental in nature in the last year. There had even been an entire fire safety education motion implemented in schools around the time Izuku had first started living as an owl, spearheaded by the current number 2 hero, Endeavor. Irony at its best. Shouta followed the length of his capture weapon, collecting it up in his hand as he walked, knowing that the end of it would lead him to where he needed to be. He was glad he had thought to leave the other end of it with Izuku. Not that he had expected Izuku to leave his side in the first place, but it was a precaution for a possibility that might, and did eventually happen. By the time he had caught up with Izuku and settled the collected length of his weapon back around his shoulders, he had managed to calm his heart rate and wipe away the soppy smile on his face. Izuku was standing by a large tub of toys, his present mic balloon floating by his side, hands holding a boxed figurine. It sort of looked like Hisashi, if he squinted. Aizawa-san? He looked up at his arrival, holding the box up to him. This doesn't say present Mike. It doesn't, Shouta agreed, it says his name is Real Mick. It looks like present Mike though. Izuku turned the box around, confused and looking up at his balloon. Is it a fake present Mike toy? Probably. He'd have to tell Hisashi that his hero persona was getting well known enough for some company to produce a knockoff figurine of him. Hisashi would definitely be delighted at the news. Can we get Real Mick? For Hisashi? For me. Shouta could only stare at the plastic smile that Real Mick wore, shifting his gaze to an expectant Izuku. If you want something here, why not an authentic present Mike figurine? Silly Aizawa-san, Izuku spoke in a frank tone even as he raised an eyebrow, we have an authentic present Mike at home. He wasn't wrong. Arguably, they had the most authentic of present Mikes at home. So can we? Sure. Izuku beamed at him and Shouta found himself thinking he'd purchase 100 Real Micks if Izuku could live out a carefree childhood smiling like this every day. Illogical. What would they even do with 100 Real Micks? By the way, he quickly changed the subject, not wanting to even think about that many Real Micks in the same space as he was. Have you seen anything you want to get for Hisashi yet? That had been the whole point of this expedition after all. Not that it hadn't been an earth-shattering experience so far even without any birthday gift purchases. Nothing seems right for him so far, Izuku grumbled even as he switched Real Mick to his other hand to take the hand he offered him. I want to find him the perfect present. Let's go look in some other shops after we pay, alright? He led Izuku to the front of the store, infinitely glad the man they had seen earlier was not there. There are still many shops we haven't visited yet. We've gone into so many already though. And didn't he know it? Or maybe I could catch a rat and you could cook it for him? Izuku suggested, you could fry it with the chicken. He looked excited. It was too bad Shouta knew he would have to deny this particular request. Does that count as a birthday present? Sorry, Izuku, he injected an apologetic tone into his voice. May Hisashi never find out about the fried rat that Izuku wanted to give him for his birthday. Hisashi doesn't eat rats. He doesn't? Shouta wanted to laugh at the shocked expression on Izuku's face, but managed to keep his amusement to himself. But why not? Most people don't. He quickly paid for the real mic, ignoring the horrified face of the cashier who was obviously listening to their conversation. There are much better sources of protein out there that could be gotten with less effort. Refusing the offer for a plastic bag, he took the box and placed it into his tote bag, leading Izuku out of the store. He never wanted to go back there again. Plus, humans can get diseases from consuming rats, especially the ones that live and feed in the city. Are DCSES bad? Yes, they are. Oh. Izuku's eyebrows were scrunched up as he started to mumble under his breath. Shouta just hoped this would be the possible end of Izuku trying to get either of them to have rats for a meal. He really did appreciate that Izuku wanted to share his experiences with them, but he wasn't going to put a rat in any of his pots or pans. Ever. I don't think I have any diseases though. Izuku voiced, confused. I ate rats almost every day. Owls have adapted a stronger stomach acid for these types of things, or at least that's what the internet had told him when he had done some quick research a while back. Please don't try eating them as a human, okay? The conversation he would need to have with Izuku about not eating any city rats at all would have to come at a later date. Izuku had gotten extremely lucky that none of the rats he had hunted down for meals had ingested rat poison, but they couldn't count on that luck forever. Just thinking about the consequences of that made him feel queasy. No rats as a human, Izuku nodded, I promise. Thank you. It was one less thing to have to worry about now. They walked in silence together past a clothing store, a shoe store, and also a jewelry store before Izuku spoke up again. Aizawa-san? Do you think? A note of uncertainty entered Izuku's voice. Do you think Yamada-san will even like what I choose for his present? You could probably give him a rock you picked up from a playground and he'd be over the moon you thought of him. I don't want to get him a rock though. Izuku grumbled, knocking his shoulder into him. Yamada-san is super nice, so he deserves a super nice present. Why don't you draw him something? Like a picture? Like a birthday card? Izuku looked like he was thinking about it, eyes losing focus even as he hummed. I want to do that. He looked up at him. Is that okay? Of course it is. Can we go home now then? Nothing else you want to get? Actually. Izuku tapped his chin, the balloon moving as he did so. Can we get nice paper for the card? Sure. We have markers at home already. Izuku continued to mumble under his breath about what supplies they already had at home, raising his voice when he thought of something they didn't have yet. Shouta listened to him as he directed them to the nearest stationery shop. This trip wouldn't be a bust after all. Though they hadn't found an actual gift for Hisashi, Izuku now knew what he wanted to do for his birthday. And just the knowledge that Izuku was alright with them acknowledging him as their son, that was a gift in and of itself. He'd classify this entire outing as a success. Izuku offered him a smile as he propped open the door for him, allowing him to enter with his balloon first. A wild success. Today was Yamada-san's birthday. Izuku could barely sleep the previous night, so nervous he was about giving Yamada-san the card he had drawn for him. Because what if he didn't like it? What if he thought it was a waste of paper? It would be okay, he had told himself before laying himself down again in bed. He had a backup plan if Yamada-san didn't like his card. And he was sure Yamada-san would like his backup present. Despite all his nerves though, he woke up bright and early, so full of energy that Aizawa-san had given him an odd look while he was making breakfast. They were having blueberry pancakes with a side of scrambled eggs for breakfast for Yamada-san's special day. His pancakes had a drizzle of honey zigzagged on top while Yamada-san went with maple syrup for his. Aizawa-san only put an extra square of butter on his own, allowing it to melt down before cutting into them. All the pancakes were delicious though. Izuku knew this because he had a small piece from both Aizawa-san and Yamada-san's plates, trading a forkful of his for theirs. They both said he didn't have to, but it felt wrong to just take from them. What if they got hungry later because they didn't have enough breakfast? Then he'd feel awful. Yamada-san being hungry on his own birthday was a sad thing to think about, especially if it was because of him and his desire to try the pancakes soaked in maple syrup. When they had all finished eating, he had followed Yamada-san to the living room while Aizawa-san stayed behind in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Usually he would try to help with bringing the plates and utensils to the sink, but Aizawa-san had shooed him out of the kitchen today and told him to keep Yamada-san distracted instead. Hisashi has the whole day off today, you know? Aizawa-san had said. I'm sure he'd enjoy spending some of that time with you going over that list you created just for today. It was true that Yamada-san always seemed to enjoy the time they spent together, his eyes going as soft as his voice like when he sang to him about smiles, sunshine, and happiness. He really enjoyed spending time with Yamada-san too. It made him feel warm inside. As the days had passed after his and Aizawa-san's shopping trip to the mall, he found himself thinking more and more about his new parents. Because that was what they were, his parents. He had told Aizawa-san he wasn't ready to call them dad, and that was true, in a way. The words weren't the problem. He knew he wanted to call Aizawa-san his dad and Yamada-san his papa. If his room's mirror could talk, it would be able to tell others that he had practiced saying dad and papa in front of it very very quietly so no one else would be able to overhear him. Once he left his room though, once he was looking at the actual Aizawa-san and Yamada-san, it became much more difficult to say. It was worrying. What if he could never say it to their face? What if because he had gotten so used to never using those types of words in conversation, he would never be able to use them comfortably without hazy memories of disapproving orange eyes? He had thought it would be fine at first. Dad and papa weren't father. And Aizawa-san had said he'd like to be called dad, later even promising to him that Yamada-san would love hearing it from him as well. People actually wanting to be his dad was just so new to him, and though he trusted Aizawa-san and Yamada-san to be his parents now, it didn't make it easier for the words to leave his lips. So, Zuku, Yamada-san called out to him from where he was already sitting. On the couch, got any plans for today? He nodded. Aizawa-san says I need to be your distraction so he can set up for your party in peace. Oh, did he now? Aha, Izuku nodded again. He says it's your special day, so you shouldn't have to do any work. That's sweet of him. Yamada-san looked amused, eyes twinkling. And what were your plans for distracting me? I made a list. He pointed at Yamada-san. Stay there. I'll be right back. Rushing to his room, he picked up the list that was laying on his new desk. He had worked with Aizawa-san yesterday to create this list while Yamada-san was at the radio station. Most of the ideas there were his, though he did let Aizawa-san put an idea or two down. He had helped him with the actual words after all, making sure that what he wrote down was able to be read easily. Before he left to go back to the living room, he paused at the doorknob. The present mic balloon that Aizawa-san had bought for him was tied to it. It had been a few days since it had come home with him, though now it didn't look as great or as full of air. He had known that balloons would eventually lose air, but it was still a bit sad to see. He wondered if Aizawa-san would be able to blow more air into it for him while he and Yamada-san tried to complete his list? He would have to ask him. Izuku left his room with his list in hand, gently closing the door behind him. Yamada-san was where he had left him, greeting him with a smile when he returned. Is that your list? Yamada-san asked as he scooted the couch pillows away to make room for him. How many things are on it? Izuku silently passed him the list as he claimed his seat on the couch, climbing onto it and leaning his body against Yamada-san's next to him. Yamada-san started to read out loud. Izuku's list for Yamada-san's birthday. Find the biggest lemon in the world. Climb a tree. Find some cool rocks. Chase the pigeons at the park. Buy a yummy lunch and eat it together at the park too. Find a cloud shaped like present Mike. Buy fresh cucumbers, lemons, cabbage, mayonnaise bring home. I dunno about finding the biggest lemon in the world, Zuku. Yamada-san chuckled. Let's try to stick to our neighborhood, yeah? He supposed that made more sense. It would be really hard to travel to another country to see what types of lemons they had there. If they went too far, they might even miss celebrating Yamada-san's birthday with everyone else. Yeah, okay. He got off the couch to grab one of the pens that was laying on the coffee table. I'll change it so it can be our neighborhood instead. Yamada-san handed his list back to him and Izuku crossed out the world, quickly realizing he didn't know how to write neighborhood yet. There was only one solution here. Aizawa-san was still busy with the dishes and Yamada-san was not. Plus, he was supposed to be a distraction today, so this worked out fine. He pulled out one of the pieces of scrap paper that they kept on the bottom level of the coffee table, offering it and his pen to Yamada-san. Can you write neighborhood for me please? Of course, Zuku. Watching as Yamada-san wrote neatly, he did his best to memorize the order of the strokes used and then follow that exact order while copying it onto his list. He was pretty sure he didn't do it correctly, but it looked okay and when showing the results to Yamada-san, he gave him an approving smile. Your writing's gotten so neat. He praised, giving his hair a quick ruffle. All that practice you do is paying off. I practiced a lot. Izuku could feel his cheeks warm at the kind words directed at him. I want to write pretty like you. You're such a sweetheart, Zuku, Yamada-san cooed, hands reaching out to squish his cheeks. It was Yamada-san's birthday, so just for today, he would allow the squishing. He pushed away the warm feelings that told him that he definitely enjoyed all the attention. Let's get ready to go out, yeah? We can get an early start. He had already gotten dressed right after he woke up in preparation for their trip outside, so while Yamada-san went to his and Aizawa-san's bedroom to do just that, he went to go see Aizawa-san. Aizawa-san? Stopping by the sink, he made sure not to stand next to Aizawa-san's elbow. It was very pointy and he didn't want to get accidentally poked. If you have time, can you help me blow more air into my present mic balloon? I can try. Aizawa-san glanced over at him, an odd expression on his face. I don't think he'd float anymore if I did that though. As long as he's round and not wrinkly, then it's okay. It was a bit sad getting to watch his balloon deflate over the last few days, but it's also okay if you can't, if you're too busy or some tea. No, Izuku, Aizawa-san waved a soapy hand to stop him from continuing. I'll do my best to get him back to his usual self. I just can't promise he'll look exactly the same as before, alright? If he had to be honest, just about anything would look better than how the balloon looked right now. We're gonna go out now, Aizawa-san. He moved in closer to give Aizawa-san a hug, relishing in his warmth. Remember, you can't start frying the chicken without me, okay? Come on, Zuku. He could hear Yamada-san yell, lemon hunt time. I'll remember. Aizawa-san turned back to his dishes, his dish rag back in hand, a hint of strictness in his voice. You stay safe and don't wander away from Hisashi while you're outside, understand? Promise. He didn't exactly want to lose Yamada-san out there either. Have fun decorating. Izuku then ran to where he knew Yamada-san was waiting for him, a bag already slung over his shoulder. It probably carried water. Both Aizawa-san and Yamada-san always said that staying hydrated was important. We're off, show. Yamada-san called as he unlocked their front door, nudging him out once he had gotten his sneakers on. I'll see you two later, Aizawa-san called back, stay safe. The door locked behind him with a click, Yamada-san slipping the keys into his pocket. Well, let's go have an adventure, Zuku. Yeah. Hisashi hadn't expected his birthday to go this way. Of course he knew that this year was going to be different with Izuku now part of their lives. He knew this. There would be no more birthday nights hanging out at random bars with Tensei and Namiri while they recorded a drunk Shouta trying to order food from potted plants instead of actual people. No more stumbling home together in the dead of the morning, only to crash on top of one another. On the couch. And definitely no more hungover bleary-eyed mornings cleaning up after themselves and looking for his glasses. But that wasn't the problem here. He had woken up this morning with no expectations except with what he already had been told. That Tensei and Namiri would be coming over later for an early birthday dinner and that he was not allowed into Izuku's room until the day was over. He was curious about his temporary ban from Izuku's room, but he figured it had something to do with his birthday, knowing that they had gone out at least once to go shopping. That Izuku had wanted a balloon of him, well his hero persona at least, had him grinning days later whenever he thought about it. And there had also been that knockoff figurine of him that Shouta had purchased as well, Izuku having nearly shoved it into his chest in excitement when he had gotten home that night. It was almost disconcerting seeing himself popular enough to have a knockoff figurine, popularity not being something he had really put too much thought about even at the start of his career. Real Mick, as Izuku insisted he call the toy by its real name, was now situated in a place of honor on the bookshelf in Izuku's room. Going in there to read Izuku a bedtime story was now an experience. It was good that the light from the lamp on his desk didn't shine far enough for him to see real Mick staring him down. Because behind those shades, he was sure it was. Still, Hisashi was not expecting to be pulled outside to spend a majority of his morning and afternoon at a local park following Izuku around as he picked up just about every single rock they came upon and asked for his opinion on it. And it was fun at first. But there were only so many adjectives he had in his arsenal that he could use to describe rocks. He was many things, but an aficionado of rocks was definitely not one of them. However, it was still nice to spend some time together with Izuku. Even if that time spent included going through a truly ridiculous amount of lemons and having to fetch Izuku off a tree since he had gotten stuck hugging the wide trunk, unable to climb higher or get back down. He had taken it all in stride, more than thankful that his above-average height was enough to help out in that situation and that he wasn't the one required to climb a tree in the first place. His reward was a hug, one he was more than happy to receive. Izuku had gotten a lot more physically affectionate with him ever since that shopping trip, and naturally, Hisashi knew the reason behind this. How could he not when Izuku had dropped the figurative bomb on him over dinner, voice nonchalant as he spooned up a bite of the mild chicken curry that Shouta had made that night and shoved it into his mouth, his words mumbled. Aizawa-san says that I can be Aizawa Izuku soon. Hisashi wasn't embarrassed to admit that he had cried hearing that. He was an emotional person, one that succumbed to happy tears entirely too easily. His own plate of curry forgotten, he had leapt out of his chair to give Izuku a hug, kneeling so he was able to give him a proper one. Izuku had allowed him this, patting him on the top of his head, eyes big with emotion. It was only because he had been so close that he had been able to hear Izuku's next words, though he was sure they weren't meant to be heard by him or even Shouta. I have two dads now. Hisashi was a dad now. He was a dad. Izuku had acknowledged him as one of his dads. It thrilled him to know that he was seen that way. Just knowing that he hadn't been dismissed in the favor of Shouta, that was enough. Those thoughts were what followed him as he continued to trail after Izuku. Izuku had quickly taken point when they started, staying a few steps ahead of him as he picked up rocks. But now, after a good half hour, it felt like he had seen all the rocks this park had to offer. The newest rock he had been shown may as well be the long-lost clone sibling of the last 20 rocks that had already been shared with him. How about this one? Izuku held up yet another rock to him. Do you think this one is cool? I think this one might be the coolest one you've shown me yet, Zuku. It's even got legs. Hisashi blinked at Izuku's words, then squinted at the tiny rock he had in his palm. See? And oh, see he did. Legs. It was a pill bug. F-. He resisted the urge to scream at the sight of all those legs. It was just one bug, just one. And a small one at that. Losing his cool in front of his kid was not in his plans for today. It was his official outing with Izuku where he knew that Izuku thought of him as his dad. He couldn't let Izuku think he was uncool. Buddy, it was only with the utmost control he managed to keep his voice level and at his usual octave. Please put that one down. But why? You know how I don't like bee-bugs? That's a bug, Zuku. He gave him a smile, knowing it was crooked and not at all like his usual charming ones. Just, put it back where you found it, yeah? Izuku turned his gaze back at the pill bug, eyes wide as it wriggled and then curled up into a ball when he tried to roll it around in his palm. Hisashi could recognize that look in his eyes. It was one he had seen before. It was the exact look Izuku had right before going straight for the heads of their taiyaki. That could only mean one thing and one thing only. And don't eat it. He couldn't help the way his voice pitched into a higher register, the sheer horror of just the thought nearly overtaking him. Do not eat the FING bug, Izuku. Izuku did not react for a second and then, much to his relief, crouched down and tipped the pill bug out of his hand and back into the dirt. Do bugs not taste good, Yamada-san? What? Aizawa-san told me to not eat bees the other day and now you're saying I can't eat this one either, Izuku explained matter-of-factly. So is it, 'cause they don't taste good? I've never eaten one, and it was not something he could ever do. Just, Izuku, think about it. He semi-wished Shouta was here. He'd probably know how to handle this question and situation better than he was doing right now. These bugs play in the dirt all day. And dirt has all kinds of things in it that can make you sick. Like diseases? Like germs and bacteria that can lead to diseases, yeah. Izuku gave him a slow nod, though he could see his mind still whirring away. So, no bugs as a human? No bugs as a human, he confirmed. Now let's get your hands washed and we can move on to the next thing on the list, okay? Even. Chasing pigeons had to be better than whatever this had turned into. And he was right. It was much more exhilarating running after Izuku, who was running after the alarmed birds, occasionally waving his arms to make sure they didn't fly into his face. Izuku was making some sort of hybrid screeching and hooting sound from his throat as he ran after them, fingers bared and mouth held in a snarl. The distinct trill of all the wings flapping in warning to the other pigeons seemed to excite Izuku, the pupils of his eyes even dilating in size as he watched them relocate to yet another spot. Those eyes kind of reminded him of Mimizuku, in a way. Back when Izuku had been an owl full-time and they had been none the wiser of his human identity, Hisashi did waggle pens at him, though his pen caps always eventually got thrown to the floor. There was just a way his eyes looked when he was on a hunt. It wasn't something he could forget. Honestly, it was nice seeing him so animated and running about in the daytime. Even if the point of this entire outing was for Izuku to be a distraction for him and keep him out of the apartment for most of the day, he couldn't begrudge all the fun Izuku was having. He could understand Shouda's reasoning for this though. If he had stayed at home, it would have only been a matter of time before he got antsy, wanting to lend a hand or help out with something. And if Shouta hadn't wanted him inside, then enlisting Izuku's help really was a surefire way to get him out of the way of his prepping and decorating. It was funny, he thought as he half-heartedly chased after more pigeons, a small laugh leaving him. They had never made such a big deal out of a birthday before. As a matter of fact, they usually worked right through most of it. No cake, fun, or relaxation. Just the inevitability of yet another day tomorrow. He never had an issue with spending his birthdays that way before, but he was finding that Izuku had to be onto something with his little list. This had to be the most fun he's had with a birthday for a while. It certainly was the most eventful of his birthdays in the last few years, at least. Yamada-san. He looked down at the call of his name, faintly surprised that Izuku was by him again instead of somewhere ahead of him chasing more pigeons around. I've got something for you. Izuku's hands were clutching down at something, but he really couldn't see what it was. It's not a bug, is it, Zuku? He asked, a bit wary. I don't think my poor heart can take another bug today. It's a bird. Izuku shifted slightly, uncurling himself from around whatever he had trapped underneath his hands, a pigeon. Hisashi just stared as Izuku managed to maneuver his hands around its body, cleanly plucking the flapping bird off the ground and brandishing it to him very proudly. He couldn't help but to think, these things never happened when Shouta was watching over Izuku. How could it happen to him twice in an hour? On his birthday even. Well, at least it wasn't a bug. Aizawa-san told me you don't eat rats, so I shouldn't catch you one. Izuku's grip on the pigeon tightened a smidge, the pigeon flapping its wings even more ferociously now. Minor enhanced strength, right, sheet, but pigeons should be okay. He nodded, looking extremely satisfied. Instead of having a fried rat, you can have a fried pigeon. Ah. He would have to thank Shouta later for informing Izuku about the whole not eating rats thing, because if what was in Izuku's hands right now was a rat, he would be much less calm. It was still an entire pigeon though. An entire live pigeon who looked ready to peck someone's eyes out and then go sheet on someone's balcony as well. Their balcony. After all, pigeons could recognize faces, right? I really appreciate it, Zuku, he started, eyeing that sharp beak that kept trying to aim at Izuku's thumbs, but these pigeons. They're city pigeons. Like city rats? Yes, like those. So they can give you diseases too? Izuku sounded so forlorn, and though it made his heart twinge, he nodded. They eat a lot of trash on the ground, you know? Hisashi honestly didn't want to think too hard about this, and whatever else people throw out. But he just hoped he could get Izuku's sad expression off his face. It's just not a good idea to be catching and eating these guys. The pigeon grunted in Izuku's hold, the flapping becoming increasingly frantic. Hisashi honestly half expected it to just fly off with Izuku still holding onto it, despite that being utterly unrealistic. Come on, Izuku, he cajoled as he neared them, hands clasped together, if you're hungry, we can go find something for lunch. The pigeon only flapped more at his approach. You know, pigeons can recognize faces. We don't want to get pooped on every time we visit the park. You better not poop on us when we come here, Izuku told the pigeon, voice firm, I know where you guys live. And with those, horrifying, parting words and subsequent loosened fingers, the pigeon was able to fling itself out of the cage that had been Izuku's grip, flapping itself to a safer location. Hisashi resisted the urge to heave out a sigh of relief. Now that the whole Izuku caught a pigeon for him thing was over and done with, he could try to rush through the rest of the list. He just wanted to go back home where there were no bugs, no pigeons, and definitely no potential opportunity for Izuku to pick up some other critter in an attempt to put them into Shouda's fryer. Lunchtime. Izuku cheered as he glued himself to his side. What are we gonna have for lunch, Yamada-san? Do you have any suggestions on what we should have? He asked as he nudged them towards the direction of the closest exit of the park. There's lots of eateries around here. What do you want to have, Yamada-san? Izuku asked, blinking up at him with wide eyes. Nuh-uh, he was not having this today. What do you want to have, Izuku? But it's your birthday today. Well, if it's my birthday today, then I should get to decide what to do, yeah? Yeah, I guess. Then I want to have what Zuku wants for lunch today. Hisashi grinned, are you gonna refuse me? Izuku stared at him, really stared at him before replying. Are you doing one of Aizawa-san's logical ruses? Hisashi could feel his grin stiffen up a bit. No. Izuku continued to stare at him, finally averting his gaze seconds later, lips pulled in a pout. If that's what Yamada-san wants, then I guess it's okay. Victory. A small one, but one nonetheless. So. Hisashi hummed, happily noting the exit in their sights. What are you in the mood for today, Izuku? Donburi? Oh, we have lots of options then. He beckoned Izuku over to the water fountain by the exit, turning it on and had Izuku wash his hands again. Who knew what could be on them after holding that pigeon? I know a place that has the best oyakodon. He pulled out a pack of tissues from his back pocket to dry them. Let's go before it gets too busy, yeah? Izuku gave him a nod, grabbing his hand as they exited the park together. It didn't take much time for them to arrive at the small family restaurant that he frequently ordered from. His employees at the radio station never had a bad thing to say about the meal sets here, so he felt more than confident in bringing Izuku for lunch. Irashames. A waitress greeted them as they entered, her voice echoing with the cooks in the back, even as he cooked with 2 separate pans. How many people are in your party? Just 2. They were quickly seated, glasses of cold water also getting brought out to them. What do you want to order, Zuku? He waved a hand at the various photos that made up this restaurant's menu that took up the side of one of the walls. The chef's specialty is the oyakodon, but everything here is delicious. I want to try the oyakodon if that's okay. Izuku looked overwhelmed by all the bright colors on the wall, eyes pausing at each one before making his decision. The photo looks yummy. And with a small laugh, he placed their order with the waitress, excitement building up in him for their delicious lunch. He could feel the familiar sensation of gnawing growing in his stomach, a feeling that he got often when working late nights at the station, and a feeling only fixed by remembering that Shouta had usually packed onigiri for him just for this purpose. Is oyakudon one of your favorite foods? Izuku asked after he took a long sip of water, settling the glass back down onto the table. You seemed really happy to order it. Well, I wouldn't say it's up there in the league of fried chicken, but it's a good hearty meal that'll give you lots of energy. He grabbed a set of chopsticks from the container on the side of the table, handing it to Izuku before grabbing a set for himself. I'm just happy to get to eat with you. But we already eat together every morning? I'm always happy to spend time with you, Izuku. Izuku stayed silent at that, though Hisashi knew he wasn't upset at him. He could see the small smile on Izuki's face. And what about you, Izuku? He shifted their glasses of water as their food arrived, making room for the steaming rice bowls amply topped with simmered chicken, egg, and onions. Is oyakudon one of your favorites? Izuku made a non-committal sound as he carefully picked up a bite of rice covered with the egg, popping it into his mouth, chewing, and then swallowing. My favorite food was katsudon. Back then. We can have it next time, he offered as he started to dig into his own meal, if you'd like. Izuku gave him another smile. I'd like that a lot. Cooking was something Shouta tended to lose himself in. So by the time Hisashi and Izuku arrived back home, he had a majority of the cooking done already, leaving only the fried chicken unfinished. Namuri and Tensei were already over, having arrived early to help with decorations. It wasn't as if there were many though, just a few streamers and a single banner made up the entirety of what they had to put up. The present mic balloon was also there, its tied string keeping it secured to Izuku's chair. It didn't look too great, but he had tried. He knew how to blow balloons, but this one was differently shaped enough that all his previous experience may as well have been non-existent. Izuku had only given it a small poke with a finger as he passed by, seemingly satisfied with what he saw. Probably. Hisashi had quickly excused himself to the living room after a quick kiss to his cheek. Tensei and Namuri enthusiastically greeted him with happy birthdays and slaps to the back, eager to catch him up with the most recent happenings in their lives. Izuku stayed with him after going to his room for a quick change into clean clothes, body leaning against his side, eyes closed. Did you have fun outside with Hisashi? He asked as he carefully made sure no knives were within Izuku's reach. Thank you for distracting him so well. It was fun, yeah, Izuku murmured back. We had oyakudon for lunch. Was it good? It was tasty, but I think if Aizawa-san made it, green eyes blinked open before looking up at him, it would taste just as good, or even better. You have a lot of confidence in my cooking, don't you? Shouta gave him a fond look. It really was sweet how highly Izuku regarded anything he cooked. It's cause of the love you put into it. Izuku replied as he finally lifted his head, swallowing a yawn and rubbing at his eyes. Shouta could only stare. The love he put into it? This had to be some idea Hisashi had propagated. Couldn't he have just told Izuku that he was a practiced cook? The love I put into the food? He echoed, amusement lacing the tone of his voice. It reminds me of Mama's cooking, Izuku mumbled, averting his gaze and puffing out his cheeks, like it makes me feel all warm on the inside. Ah. So like a home-cooked meal then. It was during times like these that Izuku's innocence shone the brightest. Well, he could afford to keep this up for a while longer. And it was true that he spent a fair amount of time and effort creating and cooking meals for their little family. I'm always happy to hear that you like what I cook, Izuku beamed at his words. And how about you? He strode to the refrigerator, taking out the container of chicken thigh chunks he had started marinating earlier. Are you ready to make some fried chicken? Enthusiastically nodding, Izuku huddled by him closer, eyes on the chicken. Then let's get started. Pouring out the potato starch into a tray, he left Izuku with instructions to coat each piece of chicken, setting it aside into a separate tray afterwards. In the meantime, he poured out the oil into a pan to prepare it for shallow frying. It didn't take long until the kitchen was filled with the delicious smell of freshly fried chicken. Izuku was watching from a short distance, moving there after washing his hands and then seeing the sputtering oil. He had mentioned something vaguely upsetting, though he looked as unfazed at his own words, as per usual. Despite Izuku's insistence. That Midoriya Hisashi had never burned him, never used his quirk directly on him. Shouta couldn't help but to think, how else would he be so knowledgeable about burns and how they felt? Something to bring up at a later time, he decided, as he piled the already fried pieces of chicken on a wire rack, getting ready to fry up another batch. Today was Hisashi's special day, and potentially upsetting Izuku wasn't worth it, though upsetting Izuku in general wasn't something he enjoyed at all. But these were things that they had to know, regardless. Placing the next round of coated chicken into the oil, he watched it to make sure it was frying evenly, turning the pieces over with chopsticks when one side was done, fried to a crispy perfection. As the new batch of chicken fried, he cut into one of the pieces that had cooled, checking if it was fully cooked. He wasn't risking anything. As expected though, it was cooked through. He beckoned Izuku over, offering him half of the piece he had just cut. Izuku looked confused, but carefully stepped closer. The best part about being in charge of cooking, Shouta allowed Izuku to take the piece in his hand, then popped the other half into his own mouth, is that you get to taste test. The other piece soon disappeared into Izuku's mouth just as quickly. Is it good? He asked as he moved the newly fried batch of fried chicken to the wire rack. Juicy. Both. Izuku confirmed to him with bright eyes, now back at his original spot. And while Shouta was glad he liked it, his curiosity only heightened at seeing Izuku keep his distance again. He hoped that lit-up candles wouldn't be as big of an issue. There had been no distress at the previous mentions of candles and well, surely Izuku would have told him if he didn't want lit candles on the cake, right? It was pointless to think about this now, not when Izuku had even reminded him the other day to get matches for lighting the candles since he didn't have a fire-breathing quirk to use like Midoriya Hisashi did. And it was already Hisashi's birthday. Izuku was expecting lit candles on a cake. He would just have to blow them out quickly if Izuku showed any signs of anxiety at the sight. Or force Hisashi to, since it was his special day after all. It didn't take long for him to finish frying up the rest of the chicken. He had already set up a large plate, a bed of finely shredded cabbage already in place. One by one, he transported the fried chicken onto the plate, settling them into a nice pile. Some wedges of lemon on the side completed the dish. Izuku, he called as he shook out a few skewers from their holder, come help me with putting these in. As expected, Izuku was delighted by his request, zipping to his side and climbing onto the chair there so he could reach the dish properly. He stuck a small piece of colored tape at the end of each skewer which he then passed over to Izuku. Each skewer was then poked in a piece of fried chicken with precision, though he could see the telltale signs of Izuku wanting to ask a question. It'll be easier to keep track of which one belongs to who this way. He went ahead and answered the unspoken question as he picked up the platter and headed to the kitchen table. Can you call everyone to the table? It's time to eat. As Izuku scampered off to the living room, he busied himself with setting the rest of the table. The plates of sliced cucumber and butterhead lettuce leaves were quickly placed. Small dishes of assorted sukmono made for bright splashes of color on the table, the slices of pickled daikon on the table even being made by his own mother. His mother had been sending him more and more food lately, the written letters included with the packages always filled with fretting. Fretting about how haggard he looked in Hisashi's photos, how busy he must be to not visit them for so long, and how he must come visit them when his favorite persimmon trees bore fruit. The usual from her, really. He finished off the table with small saucers of condiments, placing them around the centerpiece of the table, the small mountain of fried chicken. The low murmur of voices that had been present in the living room the last half hour or so gradually rose, and just like that, he could tell that they were all finally coming over to the table. It was just as well that they took a few minutes. He did want this to look nice. For both Hisashi and for Izuku. Show! Hisashi's arm snaked across his waist and he could feel the slight tickle of his mustache as a small kiss was pressed against his cheek. This looks incredible. Shouta could feel himself warm at the attention. You've really outdone yourself this time. And that's where cooties come from, Izuku-chan. He could hear, just barely, Namiri whispering to Izuku even as Tensei snorted. They're contagious. Contagious? Very much so. He was going to murder Namiri. Later. For now, it was time to eat. Hisashi loved fried chicken. It wasn't something he allowed himself to have too often, heroics being a career where he had to be conscientious of his own health and all, but it was still a food he adored. But what he loved more was that one of his favorite people made this fried chicken for him. With Shouta's preference of jelly pouches and protein bars when out and about, most people didn't expect him to be the one more rigid about healthy eating out of the two of them. With his cooking experience though, everything he made was delicious and healthy, so he couldn't complain. Plus, Izuku adored Shouta's cooking, even looking conflicted when asked if he thought Shouta's cooking or Lunch Rush's cooking would taste better. It didn't take long for the table to get cleared of food. Izuku even insisted he get the last piece of fried chicken, cause it was his favorite, and gave Namiri a pointed glare when she tried to skewer it instead. He had such a thoughtful and sweet son. After the delicious meal, it was time for the cake. He could see Izuku bounce in his chair next to him, his excitement seemingly unable to be contained. Honestly, he was just as excited. It had been a while since he had cake specifically for his birthday. Cake was just a bit more special on that day. Shouta brought it out and he could hear Izuku audibly gasp, eyes big and shining at the sight of the cake. He could understand Izuku's amazement, his jaw had dropped at seeing the cake as well. Lemon curd Swiss roll cake for the birthday boy, the love of his FING life, announced flatly as he placed the cake in front of him and passed him a knife. Happy birthday, Hisashi. You made this, Shouta? Tensei sounded impressed. Do you take commissions? I'm a pro hero, not a pro baker. We're singing now, right? Izuku glanced over at him. Hisashi couldn't help but to notice the reflection of the candle's light in his eyes. He was glad to see that Izuku didn't seem anxious about the lit candles. I practiced the song in English just for you, Yamada-san. Really? Izuku really was too sweet. He could hear both Tensei and Namiri cooing in the background, but they weren't who he was focused on. Oh, Zuku, I'd love to hear it. And sing he did. Izuku's English was still a bit shaky and he was undoubtedly wary of singing around Namiri and Tensei. But that he tried this at all, even being the one to bring it up? He was so proud of him. Hisashi could feel his heart swell with emotions, only just able to stop himself from singing along. This was Izuku's time to shine. After a couple of lines from Izuku, everyone else joined in. Hisashi knew he was unabashedly grinning, unable to mask his emotions at this moment. He was also unable to stop himself from humming along, sue him. When the last word was finally sung, Namiri and Tensei cheered and applauded. Izuku looked confused, watching them for a second before switching his gaze to Shouta and then to the flickering candles on the cake. Hisashi blew the candles out in one swift breath, the smoking wicks the only evidence that they had even been lit in the first place. May he and his family and friends live long lives full of love, laughter, and happiness. Was it silly to still wish upon blown candles? Perhaps. But it didn't hurt to do so. It's cake time now, right? Izuku interrupted his thoughts, his eyes not having left the cake's direction for a single second. Is it as sour as real lemon? Well, Zuku, he hummed as plucked the candles out of the cake, placing them aside. He then brandished the knife, cutting off a good slice of it, placing the slice onto a plate that Shouta slid to him. Lemon curd is creamy and sweet. A bit sour still, but not as sour as an actual lemon. It does smell sweet. Why don't you have the first bite then? Izuku's eyes went big at his words and he wanted so badly to coo, however he really didn't need to give Namiri any more ammunition, not before he had gotten her back for that cootie thing. I know it's my birthday and all, but I can do anything I want on this day, yeah. Hisashi could see the pout form on Izuku's lips the moment he realized the argument he was using. Again, spending so much time around Shouta, it was only natural that he picked up his own tips and tricks about persuasion. It was nothing on the levels of Shouta's logical ruses, but it got the job done and that was all he needed. Just one bite, Izuku conceded after a short stare down, jabbing the fork Shouta handed him into the cake and separating off a piece. But you gotta go next. I will, he confirmed as he served up more slices of cake, making sure everyone had a portion before handing the knife back to Shouta. I'm pretty excited about this cake too, you know. Hisashi could see Shouta's eyes flicking in Izuku's direction even as he popped the entire forkful into his mouth, undoubtedly wanting to know what his opinion of the cake was. He was the one who had baked it, after all. It was a solemn few seconds as Izuku chewed, everyone at the table watching. Namiri had even paused mid-chew to watch. Tensei hadn't even started on his, so engrossed was he into the taste of lemon curd adventure Izuku was on. It's tasty. Izuku looked pleasantly surprised even as he forked up another bite, this one a lot bigger than the last. Your turn now. He held it out to him, and somehow, Hisashi knew that Izuku wouldn't compromise with this. It was pretty big though, could he even fit it into his mouth in one bite? Well, it wasn't as if he hadn't ever embarrassed himself on purpose in public before. This would be a cinch. It was not a cinch. He had powdered sugar on his nose and lemon curd on his upper lip now, the delicious casualties of taking such a big bite. Shouta only snorted at the sight, his hand moving to vaguely cover the lower half of his face, though his amusement was clear to anyone that happened to look in his direction. Even Tensei, usually the polite one, couldn't stop his muffled laughter as he offered him a napkin. Namiri, though, had no reservations, throwing her head back to cackle loudly. Oops. Izuku didn't look very apologetic despite what he just said. Aizawa-san, Yamada-san made a mess. Oh, he did, didn't he? Shouta agreed, eyes filled with mirth. Hisashi playfully glared at Shouta once he had heard this, but it was hard being intimidating when even his poor mustache even had a dusting of powdered sugar on it. Izuku took the napkin proffered by Tensei and offered it to him in turn, none of the amusement in everyone else's eyes in his own. Here you go, Yamada-san. He could only melt in return. Izuku was too precious for words. Accepting the napkin, he quickly patted his face clean, returning to his cake afterwards, the napkin carefully folded next to him. The cake really was delicious. Even as everyone continued eating, he couldn't help but to watch and listen to everyone else's conversations around him, taking sips of tea between bites of cake. It was just nice seeing everyone smile so freely, even as his own smile became strained hearing Izuku mention to Shouta that they had, in his words, seen a FING bug in the park and then followed it up with the shocking phrase of, Yamada-san said I couldn't eat the FING bug. Oh no. He hadn't realized that Izuku would repeat what he had said in that spur of the moment. It was something he should have expected. Izuku loved to tell the both of them about his day whenever they asked him about it, hands always in motion and with sound effects. That's not a word you should use around others. Shouta heaved out a sigh, red-tinged eyes looking over in his direction. It's not considered polite to swear. What's that? Izuku asked, nose wrinkled with confusion. FING bug is the name of the bug I found, Aizawa-san. The bewildered look on Shuta's face was priceless and Hisashi felt like he had died about 10 times in the last 10 seconds. Nice. This was absolutely going to bite him in the butt later, he just knew it. Present time. Namuri then interrupted, both Izuku and Shouta turning at her outburst, I got you something this year, Hisashi. It's present time? Izuku murmured, eyes darting over to him, then to Shouta who gave him a half-hearted shrug, and then back to him, shining, it's present time, Yamada-san. It honestly seemed as if Izuku was more enthusiastic about presents than he was. Not that he wasn't excited to see what Namuri had apparently gotten him, but man, oh man, he had to be careful opening whatever she gave him. Especially since Izuku seemed very interested in seeing what it would be. He didn't think he could escape questions from Izuku if an, adult toy was his birthday present. It sure is present time, Zuku, he flashed him a small grin, let's go to the living room for this, yeah? Yeah. Izuku hooped, getting out of his chair in record time. Hisashi thought he'd run to the living room as well, but he stopped by his chair, looking up at him, fingers fiddling with the hem of his hoodie. Let's go together? Of course. It was time for presents. They all slowly migrated to the living room, settling down on the couch and the stools that had been set out while he and Izuku were out on their errands. Izuku bounced around the entire short walk there. How was he not tired? They had spent the entire morning and a large chunk of the afternoon outside with practically no breaks or naps. He really did have a really disproportionate amount of energy compared to his small body. Shouta was onto something saying that he wanted to enroll Izuku into some sort of physical activity. It wasn't something he really noticed until today honestly, being a relatively high-energy person himself, but he was pretty tired still, tuckered out from chasing after Izuku in the park and all that. Namuri handed him a box, a grin still on her face. He felt one thing, and one thing only. Fear. He slowly unraveled the extravagant bow on top, passing it to Izuku who seemed utterly delighted with the velvety soft purple ribbon, immediately wrapping it around his hand, his fingers running along the length of the material. There was no wrapping paper, thankfully. He had enough memories of Izuku shredding paper as an owl and he wanted the cleanup for this small party to be easy. It was too easy to recall Izuku clutching the paper with his talons, ripping bits off with his beak, and throwing them away onto the rug with a toss of his head. They even bought a new vacuum cleaner just for this, though it was a multipurpose tool also used for cleaning up the tiny stray feathers that he'd sometimes leave behind. Was it weird he could see human kid Izuku do the same? Peeking into the box, he saw a book. He was glad he wouldn't have to figure out excuses to tell Izuku if it had been not suitable to be opened in the presence of a kid. A book couldn't be too bad and he did like reading in whatever free time he could scrounge up, the bookshelf in the living room being an attestation to that. He pulled it out, glancing at the title before turning it to show an eager Izuku as well. Parenting for Dummies. He read the title out loud, a small laugh then escaping him. No doubt about it, he'd need to read this one from cover to cover. Both Shouta and him needed all the help they could get. Thanking Namuri for her gift, he placed the book back into the box, very much ignoring whatever else was in there hiding underneath all the tissue paper the book was initially resting on. He wasn't going to push his luck. That was one gift he would open later in the safety of his and Shuta's bedroom, thank you very much. The next gift passed over to him was Tensei's, it was a pair of new Hage-branded headphones. He thanked him even as Izuku argued with Namuri that Yamada-san was not a dummy and he was one of the smartest people he knew and that getting that book for Yamada-san was being mean to him. Oh man. He might actually cry. On his birthday too. How embarrassing. What about your present, Izuku? Shouta hummed as he held out his hand to him, beckoning for the box with Namuri's presents inside. Hisashi handed it to him. Do you want to go fetch it? It's my turn already? Izuku gasped, turning to look at both Namuri and Tensei, their presents, and then back at Shouta. I gotta go get it. He slid off the couch and raced to his room, his footsteps a quick pitter-patter against the wooden floors. Ah, the sound of Izuku running indoors. It was a stark difference from mere weeks ago, where Izuku would only allow himself to cautiously walk down the hallway. Not that he didn't try running at first, it was just that running when he had been so unsteady on his feet, still getting used to having human legs again, it wasn't too good of an idea. His poor face had met the floor multiple times, frustrated tears coming to his eyes every time it had happened. But now, he was confident enough to run again, both inside and outside. It made him happy to see Izuku flourishing under their care, even if it was something as simple as this. "Namiri," Shouta groaned, shoving whatever it was in the box back under the tissue paper, "I'm killing you tomorrow." Such a short notice. Namiri pouted, though it was easy to see that she took no offense to his words, deriving glee from it instead. "Rude. They have a kid now." Tensei tooted, poking her side with a finger, "Do you want to explain to a 7-year-old about this sort of thing?" "I'm back," Izuku announced as he returned to the living room, holding something, his present. Behind him. He tilted his head as they all quieted at his entrance, clearly suspicious about what they had been chatting about, but Shouta neatly sidestepped the situation, patting the seat between the two of them, asking if he was ready to present his gift. Hisashi just was so curious. What could Izuku have gotten him? He knew he would love and cherish it regardless, even if it was real mick that Izuku handed to him. As Izuku got closer, it was apparent that it was some sort of card that he held in his hand. There was a blatant attempt to try and orient his body to cover it in an attempt to hide it from him still, but it didn't exactly work well. There were things his height afforded him, and a great vantage point was just one of them. It was all he could do to not jiggle his leg in anticipation. However, as Izuku continued to near, he stopped at the coffee table, head tilted and eyes staring out the balcony doors. His pupils were contracted, lost in a sea of green. A second passed. 2. I've never seen a flying robot before. What? Hisashi redirected his gaze out to the open sky, eyes searching for the robot that Izuku mentioned. He could see Shouta doing the same, hand already grasping for his capture weapon that wasn't settled around his shoulders for once. Guys? Tensei voiced, eyes quickly darting from the sky and then back to them. Are Izuku-kun's eyes supposed to do that? Do what? Shouta turned at his words, and Hisashi could see muted surprise light up his eyes. It might be his quirk. You never did mention his quirk to us. Namiri propped her chin up with her free hand looking pensive, though he could see the tense lines of her body, ready to leap into action at a second's notice. He hadn't either. She drummed her fingers against her cheek. I did think it was a bit weird. Most kids are usually more than happy to rave about their quirk to others, but it seems that Izuku-chan is yet another exception to that, huh? We followed his lead on that decision, he shrugged, even as he sidled over so that he was pressed against Shouta, eyes still trained on the sky, trying to see what Izuku apparently could see. He chose not to talk to about it, so we didn't either. Speaking of Izuku, he was staring at the sky, motionless. His pupils were still moving, clearly tracking something in motion. Could it be a villain attack? If so, well, that was sheet timing. I see it now. Shouta looked mildly disgruntled before letting out a sigh. It's just one of UA's drones. UA? Tensei also relaxed back into his seat, arms returning to his side. What could they want with you? He let out a chuckle. I don't think I've even been back to visit in any capacity ever since graduation. A good question. Though unlike Tensei, he knew that Shouta and Izuku had recently visited UA twice, meeting with Nedzu both those times as well. Just what could Nedzu, and he knew it had to be Nedzu, be contacting them for? With a drone, no less. Izuku, no longer watching the drones approach now, Shouta turned to face Izuku, his voice low. Kid, can you look at me? Izuku blinked slowly at the sound of his name, an odd expression crossing his face, making him blink yet again. Aizawa-san. He squinted in Shuta's direction. It's really bright. I think this could be your quirk activating. Shouta leaned forward, pulling Izuku to himself, eyes sharp and observing every single visible detail. Do you feel anything different about your body? Besides the enhanced sight. Izuku paused, eyes squinted down even lower as he thought. Hisashi watched, though his eyes kept lingering on the card still in Izuku's possession. He jerked the line of his vision away. Temptation was a very real thing, but he could wait. It's just my eyes, Izuku concluded after a few more seconds of mulling. Everything else still feels human. All right, Shouta murmured even as Namiri and Tensei gave each other a look. I want you to try to remember this feeling. Izuku nodded, eyes now closed, and after you've got it down, see if you can reverse this partial transformation. Remember the tips that Tatsuma gave you. Tatsuma? Ah, had to be the dragon transformation quirk student attending UA. He was thankful that Namuri and Tensei both knew better to interrupt this, saving up all their questions for later instead, no doubt. It took a few minutes for Izuku to speak next, and by then, the drone was close enough for him to see even if he didn't have his glasses on. I can't do it. Izuku sounded tired, his eyes glassy and unfocused. My head hurts. Hisashi could feel his heart crack at his words. He reached out, fingers carefully carding through Izuku's limp curls, tucking what he could behind his ears. Shouta, he murmured, careful to keep his voice even. Izuku leaned forward and he took the chance to pull him up onto the couch between the two of them again. Erasure? Control wasn't something that could be learned in a day. Far from it. And from the looks of it, this part of Izuku's quirk was something he and Shouta both hadn't expected at all either. Izuku, the back of Shouta's knuckles ghosted over Izuku's forehead. Do you want me to use erasure on you? Yes. Izuku tapped in lieu of speaking. Shouta's eyes flashed a familiar red, the tips of his hair rising. Almost immediately, Izuku relaxed, the wrinkle between his brows smoothing out. Shouta's hair then fell back down, landing in messy waves which he swept out of his eyes. Just in time too, because the drone was landing on their balcony. I'll go get it. After some quick rearranging of limbs so that Izuku was now leaning against him, Shouta stood and walked over to the balcony doors, sliding them open and picked up the drone, bringing it inside. This looks bigger than the ones I remember, Tensei murmured, a finger tapping his chin. Sturdier too. It's got a safe, Namuri pointed out, at the base. Before Shouta could examine it further, a small hologram popped out of the top, immediately starting to play. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? The hologram of Nedzu chirruped, beaming. I'm Nedzu, the principal of UA. Nedzu-san? Izuku stirred, eyes squinting at the hologram. A video of Nedzu-san? A hologram, he gently corrected. He recorded this beforehand, so it's a bit like a video, but it's an image made of light. After sticking his hand into the hologram and wiggling his fingers, he gave the gaping Izuku a small grin. Means it's just an image and he's not really there. Congratulations on the anniversary of your birth, Yamada-kun. Hisashi could see his ears flick upwards, smile gaining a touch of softness. And please pass on my warm regards to young Izuku-kun. Regards? Nedzu says, hi, to you. Can I say, hi, back? We can ask Shouta to send him a message later, yeah? Enclosed is what we spoke about in our last meeting, Aizawa-kun. Nedzu's grin seemed smug, his eyes even twinkling, despite it just being a hologram. Do contact me regarding our deal. He waved a paw, his paw pads making a quick appearance. Farewell for now. I will see you soon. Soon? A deal? How soon? And Shouta hadn't mentioned anything about a deal to him. He watched Izuku for a reaction to Nedzu's words, but he seemed content to continue relaxing against him, showing no worry about what was being said. Speaking of Shouta though, he was fiddling with the safe, feeling out the edges until he managed to pop open a keypad, only pausing for a second before inputting in a sequence of letters and numbers. He then heard a click, a short victory fanfare playing before a sheath of papers in a folder was revealed. What are those, Sho? He wanted to stand and check it for himself, but Izuku was still leaning against him and he didn't have the heart to move him right now. Adoption papers for Izuku apparently, Shouta said matter-of-factly, like it wasn't a huge deal, because this was a huge FING deal. Happy birthday, Hisashi. What? Izuku made a disgruntled sound at his volume, so he forced himself to lower his voice. Shouta. He wiggled his fingers expectantly for the papers. Let me see. We're not signing anything yet, Shouta warned him as he passed the folder over, reading fine print and all. Hisashi accepted the folder gleefully, immediately flipping to the back, finding the adoption certification papers with Izuku's name already written in it. Nedzu's neat print was unmistakable. We have our certification to be adoptive parents as well. Was this legal? Wait. Plausible deniability. He saw nothing. Zuku. He gave Izuku a small nudge. Look. We're so close to becoming your official parents. Izuku only nodded, nuzzling into his side. He really should have expected lethargy from him. Izuku's human body wasn't adjusted to holding on to the partial effects of a transformation quirk yet, and he was only a kid. There were certain things that could only come from age. A body's development around its quirk was one of them. You wanna lay down? He asked as he flipped the folder closed, handing it back to Shouta, who was silently beckoning for it. The party is pretty much over. My present. Oh, Zuku, this kid, his son, was too sweet. You and your health is more important than any gift, you know. Hisashi could hear Namuri coo at his words, Tensei agreeing with her. While it was a bit awkward that his friends were witnesses to all of this, it wasn't embarrassment that was the awkward factor. It was Izuku's vulnerability. Namuri and Tensei were his and Shouta's closest friends, they'd gone through a lot together. But while Izuku didn't outright dislike them, he hadn't taken to them much either. Sure, he was polite in his interactions with them, for the most part, but the same courtesy was afforded to Tsukachi. Maybe Izuku preferred the company of others his age? Did this mean he would have to ask Tensei to arrange a playdate with Tenya? And what about his old friends? Surely someone like Izuku had plenty of friends? Friends who now thought he was dead, burned alive. He'd need to ask Izuku if he wanted to re-establish any contact with any of them. Present first. Izuku interrupted his thoughts, offering him the card, rubbing at his eyes with a sleeve. Honestly, he was surprised the card hadn't been dropped onto the floor with all of the things that had just happened. He took the card into his hands, careful to not wrinkle or crease it. "Do you want me to explain?" Izuku offered, already leaning over his arm. "I worked really hard on it, so you gotta understand everything on it, okay?" He paused to glance at Shouta before continuing. "Aizawa-san helped me with the words though. We both worked really hard." "Sure thing, Zuku," he encouraged. "I wanna know everything. Then me and Namiri are gonna go start on the cleanup." Tensei gave him a grin and a thumbs up, hooking his arm around Namiri's elbow, and then left the living room even as she protested, leaving them alone in the living room. "Don't wait on us." After a few moments of silence, he heard the familiar clinking of plates and the faucet being run. They had the best friends. "So," Izuku started with nary a glance even at their exit, "this is you, me, and Aizawa-san." He pointed out the figures drawn on the cover of the card and then pointed at the smiling object above them. "The sun is a lemon, that's the color of your hair." "A lemon?" he repeated. Well, now he knew why it was drawn as an ovalish shape. "Any specific reason why?" "You like lemons." "Fair. You can continue, Zuku," he chuckled. "I was just curious." "Okay." Izuku nodded and then turned the card, revealing the back of it. "I drew a 'No bugs allowed' sign here, 'cause you don't like bugs and no bugs are allowed to touch your present." It was the sentiment that counted. And he knew Shouta had to agree with him because if he didn't, he would have totally told Izuku that bugs probably didn't know how to read. Well, with the exception of spelling bees, at least. Man, he was hilarious. I appreciate the forethought. He did have to agree that bugs touching his present would SCK. It was sweet that Izuku had tried his best to mitigate this without offering to eat them or something. I'm sure no bugs would dare come near this card now. Izuku gave him a small smile and then opened the card. It was in English. It was less surprising since he had mentioned that he had practiced singing in that language earlier, but singing compared to writing actual grammatically correct sentences was pretty different in terms of practical skill. "This is the part that Aizawa-san helped me with," he informed him, pointing at the words, "so if it doesn't make sense, it's his fault." He could practically hear Shouta's eyebrows rising at Izuku's words. "I used an online translator." "Ah, well, that was fine. It couldn't be too bad, could it? You can read it now." And with Izuku's express permission, he allowed himself to take in the words that were written on the card. "Happy birthday, Mr. Yamada. You are one of my favorite people. You are always cool. Your quirk is also cool. When I'm sad, you make me happy. I wish you happiness and delicious food. Let's go home together forever? From Izuku. If there are insects, I'll eat them for you." Hisashi could feel himself melt at the words on the paper. "This is so sweet," he enthused. His cheeks hurt from smiling so hard while reading it. "Oh, Zuku, I love this." "You do?" Izuku sounded amazed. "But you said to not eat bugs?" "Well, now you know not to, yeah?" He chuckled nervously, determined to not meet Shouta's eyes. "Then it's all good." "You really love it?" "Really, really." So much that he felt like if he tried to express it in words, he'd just start sobbing instead. The translated text had an odd charm to it, Izuku's bluntness and honesty peeking through even the formal wording. It was also obvious that Shouta had given Izuku control of the laptop near the end and had taken his eyes off of him and whatever he was typing. There was no way that he would have agreed with Izuku putting in that he'd eat bugs, right? "I'm so glad you love it," Izuku hiccuped. "I was worried you wouldn't." "If it's from you, I'd love it no matter what." His heart broke knowing Izuku had been beating himself up about this. "Why do you think I wouldn't like it?" "Because Hisashi never liked the presents I made him." Izuku's reply was soft, but the anger it made him feel was unmistakable. "He never smiled at anything I gave him." He shook his head, as if to shake himself free of those sudden thoughts. I actually have something else for you." Sliding off the couch, he stumbled slightly at the landing but righted himself up after a small yawn. "I'm gonna go get it, okay?" "Go ahead, Zuku." He reached out to give him a quick pat on the head. And I will wait for you here, yeah?" Izuku nodded at his words before heading into the kitchen. There was a second of silence before he could hear Shouta's grumble. "I'm going to punch Midoriya Hisashi if it's the last thing I do. Save me a piece." Another second of silence. Also, Hisashi, he could hear Shouta hum, a fing bug, really? But Hisashi resisted the urge to squeak, lest he attract Izuku's attention to their whispered conversation. There were so many legs. Legs or not, Shouta pointed out, you know that Izuku's liable to repeat this to other people, right? Yeah. Nedzu will probably think that it's funny? Well, Shouta sighed, you're not wrong. Yet another small stretch of silence passed between them. You know, he initiated the conversation this time. Izuku caught me a pigeon today. The memory would stay with him for a while for sure, wanted to fry it with the chicken. He could feel Shouta's incredulous stare bore into him, no words being spoken aloud. Not that words could really express the sheer absurdity of that particular part of his day. I'm back now, Izuku announced as he re-entered the living room, each step taking him closer back to him. Here you go, Yamada-san. Hisashi instinctively offered his hand out to receive whatever Izuku was giving him, feeling it fall into his hand. It was a small lemon. A lemon? It's a fake lemon, Izuku corrected him, it won't ever go bad so you can keep it forever. He suddenly looked bashful, his words more of a mumble now, I wanted you to have something you'd like. So cute. I'll cherish it forever. He promised the delighted Izuku. After hearing those words, how could he not honor that wish? Man, he was such a sap. Here he was, feeling emotional over a tiny fake lemon. Thank you so much for the gifts, Zuku. Yamada-san only. Izuku's words were interrupted by another yawn before he continued. He had to be even more exhausted by now. Yamada-san only deserves nice things. Why don't you go shower and sleep early tonight, Izuku? Shouta cut in, voice warm, you look tired. Izuku merely nodded. He had to be really exhausted to not even voice a small protest at heading to bed at this time. Not that he blamed him, he was getting pretty tired as well, finally winding down after an eventful day. What a day. What a birthday. As Izuku toddled off to shower, he and Shouta joined Namiri and Tensei in the kitchen to help with the cleanup, though there wasn't much left to do by now. Shouta hadn't really left behind too much to clean in the first place. Time flew as they wiped the table down and took down the decorations that had been put up. The balloon of him was left tied to the back of Izuku's chair. He kind of hoped that Izuku wouldn't decide to keep it for too long. It was weird enough seeing himself deflate over time once, he didn't need to watch it die a second slow death. Namiri and Tensei were sent off with hugs and heartfelt thanks for both coming and accommodating the new way they celebrated his birthday this year. And for also bringing presents even when he had told them that it wasn't necessary to do so. With their friends gone, it was just him, Shouta, and Izuku once again, a sense of peace pervading their apartment. It didn't take long for Izuku to emerge from his shower, changed into unevenly buttoned pajamas. He went over, kneeling to rebutton them, making sure that his stomach was adequately covered. It wouldn't do to catch a cold before his upcoming birthday. Carry me to bed, Yamada-san? Izuku loosely encircled his arms over his shoulders, please? Of course, Zuku. He lifted him up, making sure his arms were supporting Izuku's weight properly. Night, Aizawa-san. Izuku called out, hand-waving to Shouta. Good night, Izuku. Shouta acknowledged their son with soft eyes, sleep well. Walking to Izuku's room, he made sure his steps were light and careful. No accidentally jarring Izuku out of the relaxed state he was in, nope. He pushed open the door, the light from the hallway flooding in. It wasn't too late in the evening, but the sky was already quickly turning dark, the stars now visible to the naked eye. Long day, huh? Hisashi chuckled as Izuku stirred against him with a hum. This might actually be the longest stretch of time you've been awake for a while. Carefully placing him into bed, he pulled the blankets over, tucking him in. Before he could finish tucking him in, Izuku stopped him, small fingers lightly gripping his sleeve. Can I get a hug first? He asked, words mumbled, hug first and then sleep. Anytime. Hisashi gathered him up into his arms as he took a seat on the bedside, allowing him to rest his head over his heart. I love you, you know, Izuku. They stayed like that for a while, quiet and motionless except for the rise and fall of his chest. Well, he tried to be motionless, but he couldn't help his cradling Izuku closer, the slight pressure of his weight against his body providing a comforting presence. I know. Izuku's low words were slurred with sleepiness. Frankly, Hisashi was surprised he wasn't already asleep. You know? He replied, amused, as he dipped his head down to bump his chin against the top of Izuku's curls. That you love me? Izuku's eyelids slipped down even more, the green of his eyes barely visible. Good night, Pa. Pa. He had slumped fully against him, his fingers finally loosening their grip on his sleeve. Hisashi knew that was the exact moment that Izuku stopped fighting against sleep, finally giving into the embrace of his dreams. He could feel something wet rolling down his cheeks. Sheet. He had told himself he wouldn't cry today. But Izuku had called him Papa. Izuku had called him Papa. He was Papa. His quirk was weird. That was what Izuku had concluded after hours of trying to get it to work properly again. It wasn't the same as being quirkless, despite not being able to use it in a meaningful way. There were times he could feel something, a feeling deep inside of him that wanted him to jump and fly. Made him want to feel the wind flow against his feathers, and even urged him to stop by the window of a store that gave him a great view of tiny mice running around in an enclosed space where he couldn't help but to stare. There was no doubt in his mind that these feelings came from his quirk. And when he mentioned them to Aizawa-san one previous afternoon as he bit off the head of an animal-shaped cracker, frustrated with how he wasn't progressing at all, he had agreed with him. Without a doubt, this is your quirk at work, Aizawa-san had told him as placed the paperwork he had been going over aside, giving him his full attention. It's a good thing. He had offered him another cracker, which he accepted with a pout. This is an indication that your health is improving. He had thought about it for a while after hearing that. It was true that he had been feeling a bit warmer recently. Just a bit though. Enough so that he didn't even bother wearing socks to bed in the last couple of days. But even so, even if his health was getting better, he wasn't getting better. At the whole, use quirk in a controlled N6 thing, at least. There was something else he was getting better at doing as well. It was calling his Yamada-san his papa. After managing to call him that on the night of his birthday, it had gotten steadily easier to use in conversation. There were times where he would go back to using Yamada-san, but he had been assured that what he referred to him as didn't matter, and that no matter what, he was always loved. His new parents had already signed off on the adoption paperwork that Nedzu-san had helped get for them. It had been a busy day when that happened, with many things getting talked about. But if he had to be honest, he had blanked out on a large portion of it after he realized how boring it was to just sit there doing nothing as the lady who came talk to the adults almost the entire time. Izuku had a job to do at that time though. He had to keep watch on their home. People coming into his territory like this wasn't something he liked, but he knew that they had to be here for the adoption stuff. Ugh. He had met another new person later though. This one had actually talked to him and asked him questions about his new home. They seemed really interested in his answers and well, that was already better than the lady from earlier. However, this did not change the fact that this was still a stranger in his home. He did not like that at all. That was what the feeling inside of him told him. Thankfully, that person had left quickly after they had gotten all their questions asked and answered, taking their large cup of coffee with them. He was glad he didn't have to push them out of the door to get them to leave. Izuku had gotten 2 big hugs right after everyone else left. His papa was already crying his happy tears while his Aizawa-san had that soft look on his face. It was amazing how powerful some pieces of paper could be. Just with some signatures, he suddenly had 2 new official parents. And just like that, his name was now Aizawa Izuku. He would need to get used to introducing himself with his new name probably, but it wasn't as if he was meeting any more new people soon. It was just that Ida-san had a younger brother around his age. And he knew that both his new dads thought they'd make good playmates. So it was only a matter of time before he and Ida Tenya met. But if Ida Tenya was anything like Kacchan, like Bakugo Katsuki, there was no way he wanted to be his friend. And he'd be really disappointed in Ida-san if his brother was like that. Ingenium was a pro-hero after all. He was supposed to make sure other people didn't get hurt. On slow days like this, he always found himself thinking about Kacchan more than usual. It was summer and Kacchan had always enjoyed the summer. The hot weather meant that he sweated more than he usually did, and that made bigger and stronger explosions. And if there was anything Kacchan did like, it was being strong. If there was anything he loved, it was winning. But Izuku knew better now. There was a time where he would have liked winning all the time like Kacchan did. But then he had won the game of hide and seek his mama had played with him. And while he had won, his mama was now dead, gone forever. Winning just wasn't everything anymore. Because it was losing that same game that led to him getting new parents, new dads that both loved and cared about him. And he was glad he had lost in the end. If he had won, he wouldn't have his new dads. He'd be all alone again, just like how he had been when he had first lost his mama. If he had won, he would have just continued with life eventually. Flying, hunting, eating, and sleeping. Might have even flown further to find a new roost. Enjoyed the simple life that an owl lived. And then he'd die like an owl would die. Die like his mama had. He had wondered a long time ago, if he died, would he see his mama again? Would she be waiting for him with a warm hug and smile? Where did owls even go after death? But in the end, he had chosen to live. And he was glad he was alive. He was alive and he was gonna turn 8 soon. Humming as he drew a cake on the front of the paper he just folded, he made sure there were 8 candles on it before continuing with the rest of the card. Actually, it would be better to color in the candles before he forgot to. The crayons were right there on the coffee table, so he may as well take advantage of that. For black and for yellow. Black, yellow, black, yellow. Black for his dad and yellow for his papa. For them and not for the bees. Bees made the honey that went on his special day pancakes, and he'd really like for them to continue doing that, so they were on his not a snack list. Coloring was the easy part, it was the writing bit that he was more worried about. But he wanted to do this right. And if he got it wrong? Well, he had brought a whole folder full of paper with him to the living room for that exact reason. He'd just have to keep trying and probably ask for a tiny bit of help. Probably. It was going well so far though, and before long, he held in his hands a completed invitation to his birthday, no help needed. He also had a mound of crumpled practice papers next to him, but that wasn't important. All that was left to do was to ask someone to deliver this. Luckily for him, he always had at least one of his parents around, whether they were catching up on work, cooking a meal, or just napping. He turned, body twisting though his feet were still tucked. Under him, a finger prodding his napping dad's cheek. Aizawa-san made a small noise, wrinkling his nose before squinting an eye open at him just as he went to poke his nose. "Hello, Izuku," Aizawa-san mumbled, voice still a bit scratchy from his nap, eyes squinting at his finger which had landed its target. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Hi, Aizawa-san," he replied with a small smile, hand retreating from any further pokes to grab the invitation to show him. "I need you to send this to Nedzu-san." "And what's this?" "An invitation for my birthday." He had thought it was pretty obvious with the cake on the front, but maybe he should label it as well? Nedzu-san being confused about the cake and deciding not to come because of that. Well, he didn't like the thought of that. "You want to invite Nedzu?" "Papa said I could invite any friend I wanted." Aizawa-san stared at him and then at the card before closing his eyes again. "I think he meant friends your age," he sighed as he got out of his napping position, sitting and stretching his arms up, "like your old friends from back then or something." Aizawa-san dragged a hand through his hair, fixing it so it didn't cover half his face. "It'll have to be kept quiet and they'll need to sign some non-disclosure agreements, but it can be done." Old friends from before his quirk had activated? So he meant people like Kacchan. Except for the fact that Kacchan was possibly one of the worst friends anyone could ever have. And that Izuku didn't really consider them friends. Not anymore, at least. Plus, all the other kids only were around him because they wanted to be around Kacchan, so it wasn't as if they were his friends either. "I don't have any friends from then." Aizawa-san squinted open his eyes at his words, and Izuku blinked up at him in return. "Really?" He sounded surprised, his eyebrows rising up. "None at all." "None at all," Izuku confirmed and then shrugged. "I used to have them, but when everyone found out I didn't have a quirk." "Well, no one wants to be actual friends with someone quirkless." "Actual friends?" "Yeah, like actual real friends," he said, trying to explain. "They're like pretend friends sometimes." Tapping his finger absent-mindedly against the edge of the coffee table, he murmured, Like Kacchan." "I've never heard of a Kacchan before, Izuku," Aizawa-san said the name with a confused tone. "Can you clarify on that?" Izuku shuffled himself around so he was properly facing his dad, not wanting to keep himself turned the entire time because this was going to be a long conversation, and he was getting tired of keeping himself in that position. He left Nedzu-san's invitation on the table for later, telling himself to remind Aizawa-san to send it after all of this. Kacchan. It was hard to explain Kacchan to someone else that didn't already know him. "We were friends, a long time ago." Aizawa-san nodded, though he didn't say anything. Did he want more information? "We were friends and then he started calling me Deku, and well, everyone else followed him." Izuku buried his fingers into the materials of his shorts. Even now, hearing himself say it made him feel weird inside, in a bad way. "I didn't like it, but Kacchan never stopped even when I asked him to." He huffed, reminded of the frustration, and, 'cause he didn't, no one else did either. Deku. Aizawa-san frowned. "That's not a nice name, is it?" Izuku shook his head. "It was a mean name. And you can't call me that either," he pressed, nearly begging. "Okay, Aizawa-san?" If even Aizawa-san called him Deku, he didn't know what he'd do. "I don't want to be a useless Deku anymore." Izuku's small plaintive tone hurt him more than he wanted to admit. Whoever this Kacchan was, Shouta knew that this was one child he did not want near Izuku or his self-esteem. Even now, even after nearly 2 years of not being in contact with this Kacchan character, Izuku was still influenced by his words. Kids could be cruel. He knew this. Though his parents had been supportive of him as far as he could remember, public school had been a chore to get through even as he rebuffed insults and nasty looks once people found out about his quirk. Izuku wasn't like him though. He wasn't able to just brush away another person's words like he had done. You never were one in the first place. Shouta made sure his tone was firm, delivering his reply in a way that couldn't be argued with. Because he knew from Izuku's mulish expression that he wanted to, badly. You were quirkless, true. He reached out to tap at Izuku's nose, cutting him off before he could say anything, but that doesn't mean you were useless. Izuku wrinkled his nose at him, though he did look less likely to try to argue with him now. You were only a kid, Izuku, and you still are. But we're both kids though. A small shrug completed Izuku's reply, and he did everything better than everyone else. There was a hint of admiration in his voice, even as he spoke about this kid that apparently rallied everyone else against him. Kacchan has such a cool quirk too. Oh? It's called explosion. Izuku raised a fist up, then snapped out his fingers in one quick motion. It goes boom. Like fireworks. Or like sputtering oil in a pan too, he'd bet. He's gonna become a hero with that quirk. That honestly sounded like a horrible idea to him. Well, this Kacchan better shape up if he wants to be a hero, Shouta hummed. He doesn't sound like he'd make a nice one. Granted, this was a kid he was talking about, and a kid's behavior was subject to change at a moment's notice. The hero industry isn't kind to heroes that have no self-regard for others. Not even Endeavor, by far the least amiable of this country's pro-heroes, would act like that to civilians. Well, Kacchan isn't nice, Izuku frowned, but he's got a powerful quirk, perfect for heroics. Is he someone that you'd trust to save you though? Izuku froze at his question, eyes wide. Is he someone that you'd feel safe around? Shouta watched as his son rubbed at his forearm, seemingly not noticing the action even as he clenched a shaking fist. Kacchan hurt me, as he suspected, but it was good to have confirmation and a solid reason beyond. He called Izuku names for him to reject this kid coming into any potential contact with Izuku, and he hurt other kids too. That was wrong of him. He gentled his tone, pushing as much of Hisashi as he could into it. It was wrong for him to hurt you, and to hurt others like that. Friends aren't supposed to hurt you. Izuku looked conflicted even as he continued to speak. They're supposed to play and have fun with you. He finished with a whisper. Having friends is supposed to be nice. There really was something to be said about explosion or blast-related quirk users and his sheer distaste for their personalities. Then I don't think this Kacchan is your friend. Shouta was sure that Izuku realized this already, but he wanted to reinforce this, wanted to make sure that Izuku had absolutely no doubt about it, and that's fine too, alright? The nod that Izuku gave him looked more confident this time. Good. Izuku deserved better than this. Kacchan. I still want to invite Nedzu-san though. To be fair, it wasn't as if he was completely against the idea of Nedzu attending Izuku's birthday celebration. They did get along well, and Nedzu always treated Izuku with a certain respect he didn't even afford some of his previous students at times. This was still the principle of UA though. He supposed they were lucky that Izuku's birthday fell right before summer break. Finals would be over for the most part, so it was possible that Nedzu might even have some spare time for this special event. We can send it back with the drone. That thing had overstayed its welcome, staying in sentry mode on their balcony for a majority of the time instead of returning to UA. I'm sure he'll appreciate both your invitation and his drone back. I hope Nedzu-san can come, Izuku murmured, waiting as he input the code for the safe, sliding the invitation in once it opened. I want to thank him for helping us. Shouta watched as he patted the drone on top of its sleek exterior. Bring this to Nedzu-san safely, okay? The drone beeped an affirmative before slowly rising, nearly silent in its takeoff, then speeding off in the direction of UA. Izuku waved until it was out of sight. He hoped that Nedzu would take in account Izuku's feelings should he be unable to attend. Izuku's disappointment would undoubtedly be unmeasurable if his first new friend in over a year let him down. Both Hisashi and Tensei had mentioned the idea to him already, but it really would be nice for Izuku to have someone his own age to bond and play with. Nedzu was many things, but a playmate for Izuku, he was not. Tensei's brother, Tenya, was the logical option here. He was both close in age to Izuku and well-mannered to boot, so Izuku likely wouldn't pick up anything unsavory from him. It wasn't as if Tenya could do anything beyond what Izuku had likely witnessed before on the streets, so it was fine. Or it was as fine as it could be, for now. Izuku? How do you feel about meeting Tensei's brother? Hello, Nedzu-san. My birthday is coming soon on July 15th. If you aren't super busy, can you come to my party? There is going to be yummy cake. From Aizawa Izuku. P.S. You already know our address, so I don't need to write it down for you. Izuku's not a snack list. Cat toys. Real mice are better. Does not crunch, sad face. Bees. Dad, Aizawa-san said not to? They make honey. I like honey. Fing bugs. Maybe has diseases? Papa said so. Pigeons plus rats. Probably not human snacks. Owl snacks. Yum. Nedzu-san is not a snack. Hisashi was nervous. He had a lot to be nervous about considering what was happening this afternoon. After a considerable amount of planning, they had decided that it was high time Izuku and Tenya met. Izuku had already asked that his birthday be kept a private affair, with the exception of Nedzu, but had agreed to meet Tenya to see if he was nice or not. Shouta had told him about Izuku's Kacchan, told him of what Izuku's friend situation had been like before meeting the two of them. It baffled him, how someone as sweet as Izuku didn't have any good friends. But this Kacchan sure had to be a character, to say the least. And he was one he absolutely didn't want Izuku around. Thankfully he and Shouta were in full agreement for this. No Kacchan's allowed. Tensei had proposed a neutral location for this meeting over the weekend, a playground that they had never visited. It was a good idea, one he agreed with even though there was a high probability that a bug or 10 might invite themselves to this outing without his consent. While they could have invited Tenya over to their place, there was a very distinct possibility that Izuku would have been on the defensive the entire time he was there. He had barely tolerated Tsukachi, Namuri, or Tensei coming over. And just the other day, the social workers they had talked with had been met with a quick glare before being ignored the rest of the time they were there unless there were questions being posed to him. Though it was worse with other birds. Izuku would keep a constant watch out on the balcony if he was in the living room, scaring them away if they were anywhere near. At least he didn't have to worry about any bird shit anymore, yeah? It just wasn't a good idea for them to meet in what Izuku perceived as his territory, especially if they wanted the two of them to have a chance of befriending one another without any previous influence. The change in location might even throw Izuku off enough so that he wouldn't stock up on preconceived notions. Don't get him wrong, he wanted Izuku to have a friend his age, but he also knew that forcing interaction between two kids could also do the complete opposite of what he wanted. There was also the fact that Izuku did not trust easily, so he wouldn't be surprised if they didn't get along. But that was alright, that was something that could change. As long as they didn't outright hate or develop an immediate distaste for each other, a friendship between the two could be slowly fostered. It would be good if they got along, since they were all good friends, but it wasn't a requirement. He had told Izuku this on their walk to the playground, reminding him that no matter what happened, they'd still care for and love him. Izuku did look more confident hearing that, even starting to swing their held hands as they neared their destination. He had the absolute cutest son on the planet, he was sure of it. It didn't take long for them to arrive. The first thing he did was find a nice bench under the shade of a tree and place his bag down, desperately pushing away the thoughts of any bugs falling off the branches above them and onto his bag, or even himself. Horrifying thoughts, these were. The second thing he did was look up at the call of his name. Tensei was waving to him by the entrance of the playground, having just arrived with Tenya in hand. Izuku latched onto his leg, peering out from behind him, clearly still high-strung about meeting someone new. The vice grip on his leg was ample evidence. Yo, Hisashi, Izuku-kun, Tensei greeted them as they neared, a grin on his face. You're early. You are too, he shot back as he settled a comforting hand onto Izuku's head, patting his curls, inwardly cooing as his son leaned into his touch. It wasn't too much trouble to get time off for this, was it? My parents are big fans of this whole idea, he chuckled sheepishly. They practically shoved me out of the agency. Mother and father would never be as improper as to shove you out, Nii-san. Tenya spoke suddenly, his voice startling Izuku. They only have the utmost love and respect for you. Aha, Tensei said in a teasing tone, and you're sure that's not what you think instead? Hisashi resisted the urge to laugh as Tenya sputtered, not denying anything. Come on, Tenya. As he nudged him forward, Tensei took the opportunity to also place his bag onto the bench. Introduce yourself to Izuku-kun. I'm Ida Tenya. Tenya enthusiastically obliged his brother's request, curtly bowing. It's a pleasure to meet you. To Izuku's credit, his grip didn't tighten, though they didn't exactly loosen either. There was a beat of silence before Izuku responded. I'm Aizawa Izuku, Izuku replied, voice a stark difference to Tenya's in both DLVRY and volume, following it up with a returned bow. Nice to meet you too. He wanted to scream so badly. Izuku had introduced himself with his new name. Somehow that made it seem all the more real despite the proverbial ink already being dried on the adoption forms. Would you like me to call you Aizawa-kun? Tenya asked, or would you prefer something else? Blinking, Izuku pursed his lips as he thought for a moment before finally replying. Izuku is fine, he nodded. Aizawa-kun is my dad. Well, that was how Nedzu referred to Shouta, wasn't it? And it would probably be how he was supposed to be referred to as well, except that Nedzu had the common courtesy to not drop that sort of information all willy-nilly like that. Small mercies. Izuku seemed to realize what he said, fingers digging into his leg in what he was sure was embarrassment. Before he could ask him to ease his grip, Izuku let go, choosing to hug his leg instead, mashing his face into his side. So fing cute. It was a pity that Shouta wasn't here to hear this, but it was fine. He planned on having a very elaborate retelling of Izuku's outing happening over dinner tonight. Izuku-kun then. Tenya confirmed with a nod, you may call me Tenya, if you'd like. Tenya, Hisashi watched as Izuku detached himself from his leg, repeating the name a few times before finally seeming to come to a decision on something, taking in a breath before asking with an undercurrent of nervousness in his voice, do you want to go play? With me? Of course. Izuku's eyes shone with an unmistakable delight at the reply, and Hisashi was glad to see Tenya grin in response as well. Go on then, he waved in the general direction of the nearest jungle gym, stay close though, yeah? Waiting until the both of them nodded their agreement, he quickly checked that it really wasn't that far from them. He had the advantage of long legs and Tensei had his quirk, they would be able to get over there in jiffy if they were needed for any possible reason. Alright, off you go, you two. Play nice. Watching Izuku and Tenya immediately run to the jungle gym, starting to climb in what seemingly seemed like an unspoken challenge to one-up each other in getting to the top first, he finally relaxed a smidge. They seemed like they were having a good time, Izuku climbing with the same type of focus he used for mimicking the warm-up stretches that Shouta did before leaving for his patrols, very seriously. He whipped out his phone and snapped a few photos, changing angles every few seconds. These were photos he definitely wanted to share with Shouta, this was a milestone after all. And if these came out nice, he'd forward them to Tensei as well. I'm glad they seem to be getting along, Tensei murmured, sounding relieved, I honestly wasn't sure if they would. Oh? Hisashi hummed as he sat down, pocketing his phone and then swinging an arm over the back of the bench, and why's that? He swung his gaze over at the two children still climbing before giving Tensei a raised eyebrow, Tenya's a good kid. He is, Tensei sat as well, leaning forward with his elbows propped on his knees, and don't get me wrong, I love my brother to bits. He sighed, hanging his head, but he doesn't really get along with kids his age. Hisashi watched as Tensei groaned. He's a good kid, but he's a bit zealous in his actions, he winced before correcting himself, very zealous in his actions. A bit of zeal never hurt anyone, he pointed out, means he's passionate. He also has no friends because of this. Not even at school? Especially not at school. Tensei turned to look at the dumbfound look he knew was on his face, before giving him a half-hearted shrug. Tenya's got a rather rigid sense of right or wrong and he doesn't hesitate to let others know his opinion. Ah. Hisashi turned his gaze back over to the two kids, who were both, thankfully, still on the jungle gym, taking turns on the slide before climbing back up. Tensei's words made him a bit nervous honestly. He kinda wished that this had been brought up before this whole planned outing, but he could also see why Tensei hadn't mentioned anything, likely wanting his brother to have a fair chance of befriending Izuku. But if he thought about it, Izuku hadn't had any friends his age in a while as well. Everyone he had met ever since he had started living as an owl were all adults, with the exception of the student that Nedzu had introduced to him. Even so, Tatsuma had at least 9 or 10 years over Izuku. Izuku was fairly mature, likely influenced by the company he usually kept. Perhaps they had nothing to worry about after all? He hoped so. It was going better than expected. Izuku raised his hands in silent victory as he reached the top of the slide again, immediately sitting down, allowing himself to slide down in the spiral shape the slide was in. The playground near his old home only had the straight one, so it was a fun experience to try this one out. Tenya was good about taking turns as well, always letting him go ahead of him if he had already taken a turn. But had climbed up to reach the slide faster than he did. And he was fast. Longer legs and a quirk like Ida-san's meant that Tenya was built to go fast. Just like how his bones meant he was built to be an owl, they were owl bones after all. Usually he ended up with Tenya waiting patiently behind him, but when the opposite happened, he'd take the opportunity to glance over at his papa. It wasn't that he thought that his papa might forget him at the playground, going back home without him, but it made him feel better to know that he was still there, even giving him a small wave if their gazes happened to meet. It made him feel warm inside when his papa would give him a wave back. Sadly, there were only so many times he could go down the slide without eventually starting to feel dizzy, the spiral shape of it not helping at all. He didn't exactly want to be sick either, so instead of going down the slide one last time, he went in the other direction, finding a ledge to sit down on, hoping that the dizziness would go away on its own. Are you feeling alright, Izuku-kun? Tenya's voice came from behind him. Had he followed him up here instead of taking his turn on the slide? Do you need some water? The slide made me a bit dizzy, he replied, keeping his tone even, careful to not let his voice slip into a whine, 'cause you go in circles when you go down. To his amazement, Tenya didn't laugh at him or call him a baby, only nodding in what could only be an agreement. Yes, it is like when you spin in too many circles. Exactly. Though he did like closing his eyes and relaxing against one of his dads after a quick bout of spinning. The world would be wibbly-wobbly at first, but the sensation of it calming back down was nice. And sometimes he could even get a nap out of it. Napping with the warmth of one of his dads there was the absolute best. I'm going to get some water, Tenya announced. Izuku could hear him heading back down. It is important to stay hydrated, especially during the summer. Izuku knew he wasn't very thirsty at the moment, so he decided to hold off on getting water, taking this time to observe Tenya instead. He knew that Tenya's quirk was called Engine, just like Ida-san's. It was a speed-type mutation quirk mostly located on his calves. From what he could see, at least. Tenya was nice though. Definitely nicer than any other kid his age that he had known in daycare or had met at the park. Maybe, just maybe, Tenya would want to be friends with him. That wasn't asking too much, was it? Or should he wait longer to decide? He swung his legs a bit as he thought, careful not to kick the sliding pole in front of him. It was made of metal and he didn't want to hurt his toes. Izuku-kun. Looking up at the call of his name, he saw Tenya running over to him with an uncapped bottle of water in his hand. I've brought you water as well. Watching from where he was sitting, it was easy to notice Tenya rushing forward in a dash of sudden speed. That had to be Engine at work. Going fast was a pretty nice quirk, and considering the Ida family ran a hero agency, it was definitely a helpful one. However, Izuku could only watch with wide eyes as Tenya didn't stop or slow down, running right into the pole in front of him. He yelped as he was knocked backwards and onto the ground, his glasses clattering onto the ground. Water sprayed upwards, soaking both of them. It happened so quickly that Tenya was already splayed out on his back before he could react. Was he alright? That looked like it had hurt. Getting hit in the face SCKED. Even though there was a pretty big difference between getting punched in the face compared to running full speed into something, it was still getting hit in the face. He craned his head, trying to see if there was any blood visible, but he was glad to note that there was none. Tenya? Ida-san sounded horrified, already on his feet, an odd car-like sound coming from his arms. Fast. If he thought Tenya was fast, then his big brother was even faster. He was already zooming from the bench to where they were, leaving his papa to run after him seconds later. Ouch! Izuku perked up at Tenya's voice. He wasn't unconscious, that was good. That meant he didn't hit his head as hard as Eraserhead would hit the criminals that like to touch people. That type of hard hitting meant that they wouldn't be getting up for a while and he'd like for Tenya to be able to get up again. Are you okay? He asked, slightly worried that his new potential friend could be hurt. Bracing himself against the pole in front of him, he leaned a bit of his weight into it, wanting to get a better look at his playmate. It occurred to him once he finally got a good look at Tenya, who was still on his back, dazed and staring up at the sky. The pole was wet. And wet things were slippery. Izuku shrieked. A whooshing feeling washed over him, not unlike the feeling he got when he took off from ledges, falling for a split second before smoothing out to a glide. Izuku spread his wings out instinctively, knowing that he would be fine. He was an owl. Owls could fly. Izuku. Hitting something hard, he quickly realized that he was not fine. Izuku-kun? Ida-san's voice was real up close now. Tenya. He was hovering over them both, clearly very worried. Are you two alright? I'm okay, Tenya groaned, even as he rolled himself onto his stomach and pushed himself back up. Just a small bump, Nii-san. Zuku. His papa slid to a stop next to Ida-san, already falling onto his knees and helping him up. Are you okay? Nothing's broken, he declared after a few seconds of waiting. Surely he'd know if something was broken. Bone breaking was supposed to be painful and he wasn't exactly in too much pain. This didn't even hurt more than Kacchan's explosions. I'm okay. Oh, Izuku, his papa's green eyes filled with relief, his arms pulling him into a tight hug. That's good. Izuku wasn't one to ever refuse a hug from someone he cared about, so he accepted it, even returning the hug, shaking arms and all. He tried to pat his papa's back, copying what he knew was supposed to be a good way to comfort somebody else. Oh, Zuku, his papa murmured, finally loosening up on his hug, hands tracing the lines of his face before examining each limb, fingers lightly pressing the entire time. You're sure nothing hurts? He asked, lips pulled into a small frown. Just what could have possessed you to let go like that? The question was asked so quietly that Izuku wasn't even sure he was supposed to have heard it. Only a little bit. Izuku admitted, doing his best to not wince at the dull pain in his palms and knees. Not to even mention his nose. And I forgot I wasn't an owl. His face warmed as he remembered why he did, indeed, let go. It hadn't even really been a conscious decision he made, it had just seemed to be the right one at that moment. He had wanted to fly. And he had thought that he could. But he couldn't. Izuku was a human right now. Not an owl. Tears came to his eyes, and he didn't even bother trying to rub them away, hiccuping and allowing them to fall. He wanted to be an owl again. This wasn't fair. He wanted to so badly. It just wasn't fair. Zuka? His papa sounded even more worried now. Izuku. Frantic as well. Does it hurt? Tell me where it hurts. Of course he felt bad for making his papa worry so much about him, but he wasn't sure if this was something even his papa could fix with a band-aid and hugs. Could you even put a band-aid on your heart? Izuku didn't know how long he had stood there and cried, both voice and tears swallowed by the embrace of his papa's arms, a comforting hand smoothing itself down his back. As his tears finally came to a slow stop, leaving him hiccuping, he heard Tenya's voice. He looked up at his current playmate, curious about what he possibly could want right now. Izuku-kun? Tenya stepped forward, glasses crooked on his face, the connecting piece a bit funnily shaped due to crashing into the metal pole. It was only logical that it be the reason for this. Are you all right? I dunno, he sniffled, blowing his nose into the tissue that his papa pulled out of his pocket and offered him. I just want to be an owl again, and I forgot I wasn't an owl right now and it hurts. Tenya blinked at him. Oh, right. He didn't know about his quirk. Neither did Ida-san, if he thought about it. As he opened his mouth to explain, Tenya cut him off, hand swinging down in a chopping motion. If you want to be an owl, Izuku-kun, he declared even as Ida-san watched them, mouthing the word owl to himself, then I support you. I believe you can do it. Really? Yes. Really? Yes, really. Papa, did you hear that? He grinned up at his papa, tears forgotten. Tenya says I can be an owl. Yes, I heard, his papa replied a bit faintly before murmuring, man, I need to sit down. As he said that, he sank down onto the ground, crossing his legs as he took a seat right there. He was gonna get his pants dirty. What a silly man his papa was. Izuku woke up excited. It was his birthday today. He was now 8 whole years old. Even though he knew that, being 8 didn't exactly feel much different from being 6, or even 7. He still wasn't any taller sadly, and he didn't know how to suddenly do taxes overnight. As he changed out of his pajamas, he wondered if that was one of the things that Nezu-san would teach him. Taxes seemed pretty hard to do though. He wasn't sure he'd be able to learn how to do it if it was supposed to be an adult thing. He would just have to leave it up to his dads for now. He really was excited about getting to learn from Nezu-san, or would he be Nezu-sensei now? Probably later, he decided, when he was actually starting school again. His papa had called learning from Nezu-san a wonderful opportunity that should be taken advantage of. His dad, on the other hand, just asked him really nicely to not to pay attention to Nezu-san if he started talking about world domination in his lessons. It meant taking over the world, his dad had further explained. And it also meant a lot of responsibilities and learning about how governments worked. Izuku wasn't even sure his head could fit in that much information after learning other school things from Nezu-san, so he had agreed to not get involved in anything like that. Besides, he had other, more important, things to worry about. Like using his quirk. Changing out of his pajamas, he started getting ready for breakfast, excited for what today would have in store for him. The scent of the miso soup that was being made in the kitchen made his mouth water, and while he was tempted to go and get a closer look at it, he knew he had to go brush his teeth first. Owls didn't have teeth to brush, but humans absolutely did. He really did like the pancakes they had on his papa's birthday, but nothing could really never beat a good bowl of miso soup, especially if it was his dad's. So when they had asked him what he'd like to have for breakfast on his birthday, he had told them that what they usually had was fine. His Izawa-san had initially raised an eyebrow at his request, but had nodded with a soft smile. On the other hand, his papa had asked him further if he was sure he wanted something they already had pretty much all the time. We could have omelets, Zuku. His papa had shown him a picture of one on his phone. I make a mean omelet. Swiping the screen of his phone, he showed him more pictures of breakfast sets with omelets, with bacon. Or sausages. But I like miso soup, papa. He continued to watch his papa flick through the photos. Admittedly, the food in those photos did look very tasty, and there's gonna be rice, fish, and tamagoyaki. Well, if it's what you like, then I guess there's no other option. Grinning, his papa had given him a pat on the head, showing him that he wasn't upset or anything about his choice. Shouda's cooking really is so good, yeah? Brushing his teeth didn't take long, so before he knew it, he had finished. And after a quick wash of his face with his towel, he was ready for the day. His dads were already awake and in the kitchen. They always managed to wake up earlier than him even though he was sure that they got less sleep than he did. He really hoped that they got enough sleep, being tired wasn't exactly his idea of fun. Morning, Zuku. His papa looked up at his arrival, eyes bright, excited for today? Good timing, Izuku, his dad walked in, placing down a wooden tray onto the table. Let's have breakfast. As soon as Izuku tasted the first spoonful of miso soup, he knew that he had made a good decision. Warm, delicious, and filled with love, that was his Aizawa-san soup. Breakfast went by quickly, bowls and plates getting emptied and then being brought over to the sink. However, he still wasn't allowed to help with the dishes in any way, so he guessed that being 8 years old was still too young for that. It was fine, he decided, as he sat down on the living room couch after pulling out a book from the bookshelf. He could help out in other ways around here. Dishes weren't his only option. Izuku flipped open the book, the bright pictures of assorted animals meeting his gaze. This specific book was one he went through nearly every day, so much so that his papa jokingly called it his favorite. His dad, though, he always had a small sad look on his face as he watched him turn to the pages about owls. It's a work in progress, Izuku, he would say, hand covering his own as he traced the lines of the Eurasian eagle owl featured there. You're doing so well already. Doing well was good and all, but if he was doing well, why couldn't he turn into an owl already? Patience. His dad liked that word, saying it was one of the most important things anyone could hope to have. It meant waiting. Izuku knew he was pretty good at waiting. He had learned to be patient when he was hunting for food. Timing was very important, even though he flew almost silently, his prey rarely even knowing he was there until the very last moments when his talons were wrapped around its body and squeezing. When the struggling stopped, body going limp in his grip, he knew that being patient was well worth it. It had kept him safe and fed. And most importantly, it had kept him alive until he met his dad's. Izuku didn't know how long he had spent on the couch by himself, slowly turning the pages of the book. If he had spent more time lingering on certain pages, well, his dads didn't need to know that. The pictures of rats or pigeons weren't as good as the real thing, being only made of ink and the paper they were printed on, no heartbeat to be heard. After all, nothing could beat tearing into something warm with his beak. But this would have to do for now since he wasn't allowed to have any city rats or pigeons. It was a bit weird, he knew. He had just had breakfast not long ago, but he still felt hunger from somewhere. It couldn't be from his human stomach, so it had to be from his quirk, right? Could quirks even have separate stomachs? It didn't matter in the end. All he knew was that when he managed to turn back into an owl, hunting something down to eat would have to be one of the first things he did. Zuku. Izuku looked up in time just to see his papa sweep into the living room, eyes quickly darting to the picture of the hamster he was currently looking at, before a crooked grin appeared on his face. Looking at your favorite book again? He nodded, finger tracing the shape of the hamster on the page. Hamsters were rodents, like rats and mice. They weren't something he had tried before, but he was always open to new snack ideas. These seemed to be already a good size to be considered a snack. Plus, he was pretty sure they didn't count as animals living in the city, they lived in pet stores, so they should be alright for him to have. You sure you don't want to invite Tenya over? His papa asked, interrupting his thoughts about swallowing hamsters whole. If you invite him now, he can still arrive in time for lunch. Izuku shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't like Tenya, he actually enjoyed playing with him a lot. He was really good at making car sounds, and having Tenya chase him around was actually fun, unlike how Kacchan used to do it. He remembered feeling pain when getting caught, blisters and burns appearing where Kacchan would slam his palm down on bare skin. And Kacchan would always catch him. Their games weren't always too bad though. Even though he had been quirkless, because of the slight mutation Hisashi had passed down onto him, hotter temperatures never affected him as much as it did others, his own being higher than average as well. He would still get hurt, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been if it were one of his classmates getting hit instead. For him, just knowing that was enough. It was better that less people get hurt, right? And well, he didn't think that Tenya would act like Kacchan, but there was a small part of him that was still afraid that if he had asked Tenya to come, he would have laughed at him and refused. That was what Kacchan had done the last time he had invited him over for his birthday, after all. But this was alright. Spending his birthday with just his dad's was something he wanted too. And plus, Nedzu-san would be coming later, so it wasn't as if he had no friends coming over. Well, we've got a while until lunch. His papa sneaked a peek at the clock. Anything you want to do? Izuku only hummed, thinking of the eye bags both his dad sported, of how little sleep they must get due to both working and also taking care of him at the same time. Can we nap until lunch? If they wouldn't sleep more on their own, then at least today, he could get them a couple more hours. A nap? His papa sounded surprised. Did you not get enough sleep again? He shrugged, leaning his head against his papa's side, eyes already sliding half shut. Nighttime was still what he preferred, so he was definitely guilty of staying up a bit more than his dads probably wanted. "Oh, Zuku," his papa cooed, shifting his arm to go around his shoulders so he could snuggle against him, "just a short one, all right?" A short one was better than no nap at all, so he tapped his papa's arm with a yes. "Nap time and not talk time, huh?" Chuckling, his papa took his glasses off, placing them on the coffee table before stretching out on the couch, dragging him into his arms. "Sweet dreams, Izuku." Izuku could feel his lips curl into a small smile, head resting against his papa's heart, the reassuring thump-thump immediately making him feel at ease. He was sure he would have sweet dreams. With his papa right there, how could he not? Shouta always felt more comfortable with a knife in his hand. It didn't matter if it was the knife he took with him on patrols or one of the many that he kept in the kitchen. It just had to be in his possession. The kitchen happened to be where he spent a fair amount of time, so it was only logical that he keep his domain well stocked in weaponry. So it was with a knife in hand that he realized that it had gone quiet in the living room. It wasn't completely out of the ordinary, but with Hisashi at home, it certainly was a rarity. Even if Hisashi didn't mean to, he always ended up tapping his feet or humming some song under his breath. He wasn't what anyone would call a quiet person. Izuku, on the other hand, tended to be more quiet, though he did have his moments. Singing the English alphabet song with Hisashi, for example. He even semi-shouted his English if he wasn't making an effort to be quiet. Entirely Hisashi's fault, really. He was also remarkably good at staying in one place, barely fidgeting while staring out the balcony doors. It made sense for that though. Eurasian eagle owls were sedentary creatures, preferring to stay in the one place they deemed their territory. It was highly likely those instincts had stayed with Izuku even as a human. Honestly, there was a fair amount of owl instincts that Izuku still had. Though, Shouta knew he would be a happy man if Izuku never asked him if they could stop by a pet store for snacks or for something along those lines. Because somehow, he felt like that was in the distinct realm of possibility. There already was an awful lot of staring coming from Izuku every time they passed any pet store, so it was just a matter of time before he'd pop that question to one of them. Would it be better for Hisashi to get asked? Or would it be better if that question was directed to him? Well, either way, he knew it would be an awkward conversation. Chop. Chop. His knife slid through the cucumbers with ease, slicing them into neat thin sticks, perfect for what he was planning for lunch. There was already a platter filled with all the ingredients he had already prepared earlier in the day. He had already asked Izuku about what ingredients to use, not wanting to add ones that he didn't like, but Izuku had solemnly told him that he loved all the food he made. Did it count if the taquan was made by his mother? He hoped so. Those words had warmed his heart, but they did not solve his dilemma with what ingredients to serve for their tamaki sushi party. In the end, he had gone with the basics that he knew he enjoyed having as a child, memories of his mother preparing the same meal playing through his mind the entire time. It was nothing too fancy, unlike the elaborate platters his mother had enjoyed creating, but it was still nice and filled with ingredients he knew that even if Izuku didn't eat, Hisashi and he would, so nothing would go to waste. If there happened to be any leftovers, he could use them later for dinner. By the time he finished with the preparations for lunch, it was no longer as quiet as it had been earlier. He could hear the cadence of Hisashi's soft snores, bringing a smile to his lips. Were they napping? Possible. Izuku did enjoy a mid-morning nap at times, especially if he hadn't gotten enough rest the night before. Had he been kept up with the anticipation for his birthday? It was logical to assume that. With how mature Izuku tended to act around them, it was easy to forget he was only a child as well. He supposed it was good that he was acting this way around them. It was because Izuku trusted them that he knew he could act like his own age without repercussions again. It meant that they were doing something right. With a final press chop to the seaweed sheets, splitting them into halves, he ran his knife under water, washing and drying it carefully before placing it far from where small curious hands could and would reach. If Izuku was tired, then he could take another hour or so for his nap. As for Hisashi, he deserved to get a bit more sleep as well. Shouta knew that he had been working a lot recently, wanting to get ahead in what he could so he could comfortably take the entire day off for Izuku's birthday. He was a bit lucky there, considering he was able to pick and choose his own hours for patrol most of the time. Underground heroes tended to have more flexible hours, even able to choose the route they took. Becoming predictable had killed more than one of them, so he made sure to stay away from any discernible patterns. As Hisashi and Izuku napped, he took the initiative to decorate a bit. He did snap a photo of Hisashi's drooling face though. He loved him, drool and all, but it was still a funny sight. Before long, he decided that yes, this was enough for decorations. It was more than they had for Hisashi's recent birthday, admittedly, but still not a lot. Definitely nothing like the images he had seen online when searching for examples of birthday parties aimed for children. They did have these round owl balloons though. Hisashi had stumbled across them while picking up some streamers and banners. He had texted him immediately, asking for Izuku's location at home, wanting to know if it was possible to sneak them into their bedroom so that Izuku wouldn't see them before his birthday. In the end, they had allowed Izuku to nap a few more minutes while Hisashi hugged the balloons to his chest and ran down the hallway into their bedroom and shoved them into their closet. It was worth it though. They were pretty adorable with their big eyes. They reminded him of his favorite clothing brand, in a way. He was sure Izuku would like them. Carefully tying their ribbons to the back of his chair, he finished it with a neat bow, shifting it around until it looked nicer and more natural instead of being tied by a man trained in the creation of assorted knots. With that done, he slipped into his and Hisashi's bedroom in search of the cake topper that they had custom-made for Izuku's birthday gift. Thankfully, Hisashi was relatively organized, and especially so if he was overthinking things to an extreme degree. And due to that, all the presents dropped off for Izuku's birthday were placed in the English alphabetical order of the names of the gifters. Thankfully, Aizawa was the first of the bunch of gifts there. From an initial glance, he could see that both Namuri and the Ida brothers had gotten something for Izuku. He hoped that Namuri knew better than to get anything inappropriate for an 8-year-old. If she didn't, well, she would regret it. He would make her regret it. Tensei and Tenya's present wasn't one he worried about. From the shape, he could deduce it was likely a book. Izuku would like that. The last one there was Tsukachi's. This one had been a surprise to receive, Tsukachi handing it to him after their meeting with a sheepish smile, asking if he could pass this to Izuku on his birthday. Not going to hand it to him yourself? He had asked, taking the wrapped box. I'm sure Izuku would appreciate it. I'm afraid he doesn't quite like me. Still, Tsukachi had given him a shrug. It's understandable. Turning to pick up his cup of coffee, he took a sip out of it before looking forlornly at the dregs left on the bottom. I just want him to have a nice birthday. He deserves that much after everything that happened. He had a good point, so he had agreed to pass on the gift to Izuku on his birthday. It was a good first step to earning Izuku's favor, he had to admit. If Izuku liked whatever it was in that box, they might very well be seeing Tsukachi much more often rather than just seeing him in the capacity of his job. Shouta then picked up the small box that housed his and Hisashi's joint present, opening it to reveal its contents. Painted green eyes stared up at him, the owl that they belonged to snuggled up close to a black cat and a sulfur-crested cockatoo. It was beautifully made, the craftsman that they had commissioned having a well-earned reputation and decades of experience. Taking it with him to the kitchen, he quickly put the last finishing touches on the cake chilling in the refrigerator, topping it with the fresh berries that Hisashi had purchased early that morning. He checked on the sushi rice and the tamagoyaki he had left cooling on the counter. Everything looked good, so he plated up the tamagoyaki after slicing it into neat strips, placing it in its own neat pile next to the other ingredients. He took a deep breath afterwards, going through his mental checklist, pleased when everything he had wanted to do was checked off. It was time to wake Hisashi and Izuku up. Hisashi was a light sleeper, so he had already blinked his eyes open with a single nudge at his shoulder. Izuku was a different story, obviously wanting to nap for longer. He had even snapped his teeth at him when he had tried to poke him in the cheek, a small revenge for that other day when he had gotten poked in the nose. Izuku took a few minutes to wake up properly, but had quickly noticed the changes in his surroundings, head turning to look at the streamers he had hung strategically. Decorated when we napped, huh, show? Hisashi sent him a lopsided grin even as he sat up, stretching out his arms. Looks good. I like it. Izuku chirped as he mimicked Hisashi's actions. The colors are nice. Shouta had just used yellow and black, the exact colors that Izuku had chosen for his candles. He guessed that Izuku really did like those colors. That was good. He and Hisashi both enjoyed those colors as well. I'm glad. He bent down slightly, ruffling Izuku's curls. I've already got lunch set up, so are you ready for some sushi? Izuku bounced right off of Hisashi's lap in excitement hearing that, grabbing a few of his fingers, pulling him in the direction of the kitchen. He allowed himself to be dragged, getting a front row seat of Izuku seeing the owl balloons tied to his chair. His eyes went wide and he dashed forward, nearly tripping over his chair in his hurry to get to the balloons. Pop. Ah. Izuku jumped at the sound of the bursting balloon, the shreds falling from his hands and onto the floor, his nails visibly sharp, akin to talons. His quirk again? It wasn't a real owl? Izuku asked, confused, voice still slurred with sleep, just as Hisashi rushed into the kitchen, glasses crooked on his face. Is everything okay? I thought there were owls but they weren't real owls, Izuku explained, blinking up at him before staring up at Hisashi. This one popped. Careful with your nails, Izuku, he murmured, lightly grabbing a clawed hand before it ended up scratching up his face in an attempt to rub away any lingering sleepiness. Your quirk seems to have activated again. But it's lunchtime. Izuku looked vaguely distressed, looking at his hands and then turning to check his back. Owls can't eat sushi. Can you change back? Hisashi asked, voice taking on a soothing tone. Relax, Zuku. He knelt down, taking Izuku's other hand. If you can't, we do have Shouta here, remember? A few minutes passed as Izuku closed his eyes, peeking at his fingers every so often, grumbling when there was no change. Can you use a razor, please? He finally asked, showing him his hands, the sharp black nails showing no signs of changing back without outside help. Of course, nodding, he allowed his quirk to bleed through, his hair going weightless for a moment before dropping back down when he deactivated it. There you go. Thanks, Dad. Izuku shot him a big grin, seeing his nails back to normal, then turned to pull the other balloon down, examining it. The balloon's cute, he remarked. Sorry I popped the other one. Had he heard correctly? Did Izuku really call him Dad? He glanced over at Hisashi, who was already sniffling and shooting him a thumbs up. F-. He was Dad now. Lunch passed like a dream. The hand rolls were a big hit, Izuku even creating a rat-shaped sushi roll, ripping bits of seaweed to put on his eyes. He then even proceeded to wrap more seaweed around its middle. To make it more crunchy and delicious, he declared at the table. He had then requested that he slice into it, which he obliged. The inside was red. Every single red ingredient he had prepared for this party was inside this monstrosity of a sushi roll. He supposed Izuku could get points for originality and realisticity, but flavor-wise, it had to be more than a bit iffy. Not that it mattered. Izuku happily wolfed down the entire thing, eyes bright as he bit into it. Time passed by quickly when one was having fun. An adage he was finding was more than true. It felt as if in a blink of an eye, he was suddenly in front of the sink, running dishes under the water, a dish rag in hand. Hisashi then appeared at his side, plucking the dish rag away from him. You cooked, Sho, he winked, hip-checking him away from where he stood, taking his place. I'll do the cleaning. Giving him another nudge, this time towards the living room. Why don't you spend some quality time with our son? It was a good idea. He wasn't one to speak about fairness usually, but it really wasn't fair that Hisashi had hogged all the cuddles earlier today. This was an opportunity to catch up on a potential nap as well. He was a bit sleepy after that meal. But just as he sat down, the doorbell rang. Could it be? He stood, striding to the front door, squinting through the peephole. There was nothing there. He got onto his tiptoes, staring as far down as he could. Shouta could see something now. Two perky white ears. These undoubtedly belonged to whom Izuku had invited over for his birthday. Opening the door, Shouta could only stare down at the sheer absurdity of the principle of UA at the door, a red wagon parked behind him, a sheet covering whatever could be in there. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? Nedzu waved a paw, revealing his pink paw pads in all their, likely, squishy glory. I am Nedzu. He grinned, a soft one. Unlike the usual baring of teeth that he passed as a smile at times, I am not here in any official capacity today, but I am here as Izuku-kun's friend. He could hear Izuku holler in return. It's Nedzu-san. Izuku was excited. Nedzu-san had just arrived at their home. And he couldn't help the pleased chirp that left his mouth hearing that Nedzu-san considered him a friend as well. He ran to the door to greet him, stopping next to his dad, his eyes immediately locking onto the red wagon next to Nedzu-san. Just what could be in the wagon? He thought if Ecto-san tried his best, he could probably fit himself onto the wagon. Shuzenji-san probably could fit there as well, and she wouldn't even need to force herself to fit. Could Nedzu-san have brought one of them with him? Maybe even both? Sensei, his dad greeted after a small pause, nodding his head. I'm glad you could make it. He stepped aside, making room for Nedzu-san and his wagon to enter. Please, come in. Of course, Aizawa-kun, Nedzu-san did just that, pulling the wagon in behind him. How could I refuse such a sincere invitation? Their eyes met as he followed them down the short hallway and into their living room, especially as it was from Izuku-kun. I'm so happy you're here, Nedzu-san, he hummed. I knew you would come. Oh? Nedzu-san's white ears perked up. How so? Wasn't it obvious? 'Cause we're friends. Ah, he chuckled as he parked the wagon next to the couch, carefully locking the handle into place. Interesting reasoning, but you are not wrong, Izuku-kun. It was at this exact moment that Izuku realized that Nedzu-san was small. He knew this already, but it wasn't something that usually mattered. Nedzu-san's office at UA was full of furniture that fit his size and was easy to get into, so it didn't affect anything there. However, what they had at home right now was not like that at all. How would they be able to offer Nedzu-san a seat? Would he have to climb onto their couch? And what about chairs? Did they have a seat at the table that worked for Nezu-san? Would Nezu-san have to sit on the floor to eat his cake? Have a seat, his dad suddenly appeared with a stool, placing it down next to the coffee table. I've already asked Hisashi to get some water boiling for tea. Oh. He should have realized that his dad would have thought of everything already, even having a seat ready for Nezu-san. His dad gave him a quick pat on the head as he returned to the kitchen, leaving him with a look, one that asked him to be good. It was kind of silly, really. He already knew that Nezu-san wasn't a snack. Hey, Nezu-san? Izuku sent a quick glimpse to the wagon as Nezu-san clambered onto the stool, curiosity nagging him once again. What's in the wagon? Now that he gave it a bit more thought, it couldn't be either Ecto-san or Shuzenji-san in there. Surely they would have made some sort of movement by now, which would have proved that someone was hidden under the sheet of fabric. I could tell you. Nezu-san's tail swayed behind him slowly, the tip of it skimming the top of the rug, or you could guess. One of his paws patted the tip of the contents of the wagon, the sheet dimpling slightly, showing the outline of whatever was in there. For a second, we could make a game out of it. A game did sound fun, but what do I win if I guess it right? There was a small sparkle in Nezu-san's eyes as he replied with a chuckle. Well, how does permission to operate the wrecking ball on my crane sound? He wasn't too sure what a wrecking ball was, having never heard of those words put together before, but it was probably a ball that wrecked things, right? That sounded pretty cool to him. Yes. Very well. Nezu-san clapped his paws once, looking delighted. Now, it wouldn't be a fun game if it was just disjointed guessing, so I shall give you clues. He tilted his head, and you will get, shall we say, a total of 3 guesses. How does that sound to you, Izuku-kun? Nodding his agreement, he leaned forward eagerly. Do I get all the clues right now? Of course. Nezu-san tapped his paw against the armrest of the couch, the tassels on the blanket they're swaying. Your first clue is that these are objects customarily given during special occasions. Special occasions? That meant events, so special events? What was happening that was special today? Nezu-san's visit to his home? Oh, could it be his birthday? Your second clue is that these are usually given by family and close friends or acquaintances. What were acquaintances? It didn't matter. If it was his birthday and it was something given during birthdays by family and friends, then it had to be birthday presents. There wasn't anything else he could think of that fit the clues that Nezu-san had given to him. The only issue with the answer he had arrived at was just, had Nezu-san really gotten him a birthday present? Him? Izuku knew that his papa had gotten presents from his own friends on his birthday, but this was different. His papa was awesome. And he was just Izuku. Are you ready to guess, Izuku-kun? He nodded, still a bit uncertain, but there really wasn't anything else that made more sense than birthday presents. And it wasn't as if he wanted to lose on purpose either. He wanted to try out Nezu-san's crane and wrecking ball. Is it a birthday present? Nezu-san clapped his paws, a grin on his face, tail making another sweep against the rug. Very good. Izuku didn't know what to think about that. On one hand, he loved receiving presents, but on the other hand, he wasn't quite sure he deserved them at times. Nezu-san? He asked, fingers clenched into the plush material of the couch. You know you didn't. You didn't need to get me anything, right? You said it yourself, Izuku-kun, Nezu-san replied with a kind tone, voice softer than he had ever heard it. We are friends, are we not? He nodded, not wanting Nezu-san to think that they weren't. My bringing a gift for you was something I made the choice to do. His choice. Like how his dad and papa asked him to stay with them then. It was their choice. Thank you, Nezu-san, he managed to get out, doing his best to keep his tears at bay, for being my friend. Something soft touched him and he looked down to see a white paw rest upon his hand. Somehow, Nezu-san had made it over the arm of the couch to join him on the couch proper so quickly and quietly that he hadn't even noticed. No, Izuku-kun, Nezu-san murmured so quietly, he almost couldn't hear him. Thank you for being mine. They then settled in comfortable conversation after that. He took the chance to update Nezu-san on his quirk and how he had somehow been able to use bits and pieces of it. It seems like you're making good progress. Nezu-san's ears flicked up in the direction where his dad was entering the living room, a tray of drinks in hand. I look forward to further developments from you and your quirk in the future. It's still a bit hot, his dad warned as he placed the tray down, and Izuku, I've poured you out some barley tea. My thanks, Aizawa-kun. Nezu-san's eyes zeroed into the steam wafting out of his cup of tea, nose wiggling. It smells delectable. He hummed his agreement, though to be honest, Nezu-san's tea smelled more bitter than anything. His own barley tea was delicious though, refreshing and cool. Perfect for a summer day. Nezu-san? He piped up after a moment of silence between the three of them. the sound of the kitchen faucet running being the only background noise he could hear. Do you want to see my room? Your room? Nedzu-san blinked before standing up from where he was sitting, having to move from the couch to the rug in order to reach his tea on the coffee table easier. The tea still has yet to reach its optimal temperature, so we do have some time. It'll be quick, he promised. There's just something I really want to show you. Well now, you pique my curiosity, Izuku-kun. Nedzu-san, let us be off. I'll let you both know when the cake and tea are ready. His dad also got onto his feet, offering him a hand which he gladly took. And Izuku, you remember what I told you, yes? No world domination. Yes, Dad. Really, his dad was so paranoid sometimes. His dad? Oh, did he really call him that aloud? He hoped that his dad had not changed his mind on being called Dad. Peeking up to make sure, he was relieved to notice that there was no sneer of disgust, no frown of disapproval to be seen at all. Good. That was good. It was still embarrassing though, just a bit, if only because this was happening in front of Nedzu-san. I'm gonna show my room to Nedzu-san now, he declared, knowing the only way to fix this was to get away from the entire situation. For now, at least. His dad waved him off, heading back to the kitchen where he could hear his papa greet him and ask him what took him so long, leaving him to show Nedzu-san to his room. As he led Nedzu-san there, he noticed that he even had on guest slippers, ones that were a perfect fit. His dad really thought of everything. He was so powerful. As they stepped into his room, he headed straight for his shelf where Real Mick stood, picking him up to show him off. This is what I wanted to show you. He brandished his favorite, and currently, only, figurine. This is Real Mick. Nedzu-san blinked, ears perking up before he chuckled. Oh, that is delightful. Izuku felt warm hearing that. He was glad that Nedzu-san liked Real Mick. Dad got him for me, he explained. I don't think Papa likes him very much though. Placing Real Mick back on his place on the shelf, he carefully turned him so he wasn't facing his bed. He couldn't have his papa nervous the entire time he was reading to him at night, cause he thought that Real Mick was watching. It sounded like a silly thing, but it had an easy solution, so why not just do the logical thing and fix that? I do enjoy your Real Mick very much, Nedzu-san reaffirmed with a nod. May I ask where this was purchased? You might have to ask my dad that, he admitted after thinking for a few moments, not really recalling if he was ever told the name of the mall they visited, but it's in the same store that sells the life-sized All Mights. I shall keep that in mind. Nedzu-san turned, eyes sweeping over the other items on his shelf, pausing over the notebooks he kept there. And what might these be? They're my hero notebooks. Pulling out the one he was still working on, he flipped to the page he had for Nedzu-san, Mr. Principal. To show him, I like to write about heroes and their quirks, see? May I? Nedzu-san held his paw out and he obliged, handing his book over, hoping that he didn't make too many spelling mistakes. Was Nedzu-san looking to grade his hero book or something? Thank you. He flipped through a few of the pages, eyes spending the longest on his own page, looking down at the picture he drew and his semi-wobbly handwriting next to it, before finally handing it back to him, a small smile on his face. Do you like heroes, Izuku-kun? Heroes are cool, he nodded. Most of them are nice. With an exception of whichever heroes had decided to not listen to his mama, at least. Those weren't nice heroes. They were horrible ones. It's time for cake. His dad's voice suddenly called. We're in the living room. It was surreal watching Izuku and Nedzu enter the living room together. This was his old hero ethics teacher, now the principal of UA. And he was under their roof. It boggled his mind. However, that was nothing compared to the unlikely friendship that Izuku and Nedzu seemed to have struck up. But he knew that he would choose Nedzu over Izuku's old Kacchan any day, so he really couldn't complain. Cake! Izuku exclaimed, speeding the last couple of steps over, ogling at the cake that he had placed on the coffee table. As Nedzu followed Izuku over to the table, he nodded his greeting to his old teacher, getting a toothy grin in return. Hisashi found himself seated next to Izuku, the cake knife already in Shouta's custody and unlikely to leave it any time soon. However, he did have the matches, so it wasn't as if it was completely safe next him right now anyways. It's an angel food cake. After striking a match, he carefully lit the wicks of the black and yellow candles there, keeping an eye on Izuku to watch for any hint of discomfort from being exposed to the small flames, with an assortment of fresh berries. What's that in the center? Izuku asked, craning his head to get a better look at what was there. Oh, it's an owl. He started to clamber up onto his feet, and another bird. And a cat. He got closer, eyes wide. Hisashi couldn't stop himself from gently holding Izuku off from getting too close, tugging him back down to sit next to him. Be careful, yeah? Oh, right, Izuku blinked up at him, guileless, don't want to squash the cake. Right, he agreed, unable to stop his wry smile, no squishing the cake. But, Papa, tugging on his sleeve and calling him Papa. Izuku made for such a cute sight, he was nearly beside himself. Do we eat them? No, he should have figured that Izuku would be more interested in their edibility first. It's not edible. Izuku looked faintly surprised at his words, turning to look at the cake topper again. If you can't eat it, then why is it on top of a cake? Shouta cut in with a small amused look. It's called a cake topper. Oh, Izuku replied matter-of-factly, that makes sense. Did that really? Was it really that easy to explain? Fing wild. It's also your birthday present from me and Shouta. He elaborated, pointedly ignoring Shouta and Nezu's impromptu staring contest. You get to see this one early. You got me a birthday present too? Izuku stared at him and then over at Shouta as if waiting for some sort of denial. That's 2 whole presents now. Oh geez, did that mean what he thought it did? Izuku? He asked gently, tone even, very much aware that he might be stepping on potential landmine. Did you not get birthday presents before? The cake was usually my present, Izuku replied after a moment of silence, but Mama got me sneakers the last time, 'cause my cake got set on fire. Got set on fire? What kind of dash? Midoriya Hisashi. He didn't even need to wonder. Mama said it was an ACCI dent, he continued, shoulders falling. I dunno though. Even Nezu frowned at that, his tail lashing out to the side behind him. But you got me cake and presents. Izuku sounded like he didn't know what to do with himself, fingers twisting into the hem of his sleeves. That's so much for someone like me. Zuku, he started, Izu dash. Izuku-kun, Nezu turned, interrupting him, voice no longer chipper. You are important to many others, including myself. He then softened his voice in a way he had never heard before, continuing kindly, believe me when I say you are very much worth everything we all see in you. He could see Shouta stare at Nezu, a faint surprise visible in his eyes. And well, he could understand that. It was what he was doing too. Because what the F even? Since when did Nezu know how to talk like that? A dull thunk made him blink, looking around for the source of the sound, locating it quickly in the form of the knife that Shouta was holding on to. Cake. Izuku had obviously followed the same actions, his depressing train of thought cut off abruptly by the sight of the cake knife. Cake, he agreed, pushing the memories of Nezu's soft and gentle tone out of his mind to be pondered over later. Let's sing first. I'm sure Sensei already knows the birthday song. Shouta nodded his agreement, so let's all sing together. And so they did. And oh, was it a mess? Nezu might be one of the smartest beings on this planet, but he obviously had yet to learn how to properly carry a tune or to synchronize with the other people he was singing with. It was fun though. Izuku was smiling, clapping along with their clashing voices, and if he had to be honest, that was all that really mattered. After the disastrous song, the candles were blown out and the cake sliced. The cake was delicious, as expected of something that Shouta made, the berries bringing in a nice sweet tang that melded well with the airiness of the cake. Even Nezu seemed to enjoy the cake, his paw able to operate a fork well. He had never even seen Nezu eat before. The only reason he knew that he actually needed sustenance to survive was because Shouta had told him that Nezu enjoyed snacking on small blocks of cheese during private lessons. After some cake and tea, it was time for presents. Shouta had already cleaned the cake topper off, though Izuku had managed to lick it once before he had taken it away for a good wiping. It now rested on the table in front of Izuku, who had quickly grown attached to it once he had realized that the owl had green eyes, then quickly identifying the other two as him and Shouta. Nezu had gone next after that, pulling off the sheet covering the wagon with a flourish, the contents finally revealed. The first thing he had noticed there was Nezu. A plush toy version of him, at least. Nezu picked his plush self up, offering it to Izuku. This is my birthday present for you, Izuku-kun. Izuku took it, eyes big and shining. You got me yourself, Nezu-san? I have been assured that my presents would be the best present, Nezu replied with a nod, so, I had this created specifically for you. Hisashi wasn't sure he could keep his giggle in, knowing that there was a large chance that Nezu heard that and ran in the complete opposite direction of what it had probably meant in the first place. Izuku really is happy you came though, he concurred, hand tugging Izuku to sit in between his legs, stopping him in his attempt of dragging his finger down the knife for extra frosting. Thank you for coming, sensei. It was no trouble, Yamada-kun. Nezu waved him off, now in the process of tugging the wagon closer. I came with the blessings of the rest of the faculty even. The rest of the faculty? That meant that they all knew that Nezu was planning on attending a child's birthday party. This also meant that Nezu had absolutely bounced birthday gift ideas off of them as well. Being a faculty member in UA must be a one-of-a-kind job. It sounded like an experience. And everything else here is from everyone else at UA, Nedzu announced, presenting the large gift basket full of a variety of snacks to an overwhelmed Izuku, the wagon as well. He added on as an afterthought, Power Loader himself modified it. It has rockets. Rockets? Was that safe? Shouta seemed just as worried as he was about this, immediately leaning down to murmur something into Nedzu's ears. He took this chance to hand Izuku the rest of his presents, hoping that this would keep him distracted. It did. Izuku wowed over the present Mike pajamas that Namiri had gotten him, immediately hugging them and proclaiming their softness. Why was it alright and even encouraged for Namiri to give Izuku his merch, but tacky when he tried to do the same? The book on owls that Tensei and Tenya had gifted him was met with interest, Izuku asking him to start reading it to him that very night. He hoped it wasn't too graphic on the prey eating. Was it bedtime story material if it was? Upon opening Tsukachi's gift and finding a hat, Izuku seemed dumbfounded even as he was still digesting that even Tsukachi had gotten him something. If he gave me his hat, does that make me a hat owl now? His voice went up an octave, am I the hat Izuku? He couldn't help his snort at that. Just imagining Izuku with Tsukachi's hat and trench coat made him want to find clothes that fit that description and ask Izuku to dress up as him. It would be adorable, he was sure. After all the presents had been opened, it didn't take long for tears to start forming in Izuku's eyes, Shouta and Nedzu's eyes darting over as soon as a small sob left his mouth. Oh, Zuku, he cooed, thumbs wiping them away, you okay? They're happy tears. Izuku hiccuped back at him, hugging his new Nedzu plush, they are. Happy tears, huh? It's just, he hiccuped again, this is the best birthday I've ever had. His heart broke for Izuku, it really did. But he had to be strong for his son. We'll make the one next year even better, yeah? Izuku dragged his face against his sleeve, drying up some of the wetness still lingering on his cheeks before shifting to look up at him. You don't gotta, you know? But we want to. More tears fell. Thank you. Shouta disliked early mornings. However, there was especially something to be said about early mornings on public transportation. Because it was the height of summer, the streets were packed, families making their way out of the city in droves accompanied by plastic pails, shovels, and the occasional inner tube. He was glad they were heading in the opposite direction. They were actually heading into Tokyo. Or more specifically, to Tensei's place in Hosu. Hisashi had been invited to be a special guest on some show that was going to take up his entire morning, but as he was free the rest of the day, only having to attend an after-party on the night of the day after, and after checking with him and his own schedule, had asked Izuku if he was up for a short weekend trip. It took a bit to convince him, but in the end Izuku had agreed, reluctant to be separated from Hisashi for 2 whole nights. He had then called up Tensei, asking him about the possibility of a playdate between the 2 kids. Tensei had been more than happy to pass on the question to his brother, who had responded with an enthusiastic, yes, please. Between packing bags for their short trip, booking somewhere to stay, and hero patrols, it had been busy at their household. That wasn't even including the start of Izuku's beginner gymnastics classes. They had asked Izuku what he would be interested in trying out and he had been adamant on something that would help him in being as stretchy as he was. And in between the choices of beginner's dance or gymnastics offered, had gone with the latter. The class he had been enrolled in would end as the summer inevitably would, but that amount of time there would be enough for Izuku to know if he'd like to continue further with gymnastics while also juggling school. He was glad that they were well on their way now. Everything was settled, so they could just relax on the train and look forward to the weekend ahead of them. Izuku was already glued to the window next to him, watching the scenery blur by with sleepy eyes. He had taken the initiative to book them all seats in the most unoccupied reserved car. Partly because he knew Izuku wasn't exactly fond of strangers and partly because he didn't want to deal with more people than necessary in the morning. It all worked out. The train was quiet enough that he could probably grab a quick nap, though his plans for that were forgotten with Izuku's voice calling his name. Dad? He grunted back in return, the tickle of being called Dad warming his soul. What else are we gonna do there? Izuku turned to look at him, besides go play with Tenya. I'm sure we can find something to do, he murmured. We don't have solid plans, but both Hisashi and I grew up in Tokyo, so we know some places we could take you. Tokyo was a metropolis, but it wasn't all cityscapes and tall buildings. For someone like him, who had tried to find some measure of quiet and peace in the bustling city growing up, Tokyo was also the home of many quaint neighborhoods. He had spent many summer nights with his parents at Inokashira Park, Musashina being where he had been raised in the first place. On the other hand, Hisashi had been raised in Setagaya near Shimokitazawa district, known for its fashion retailers, theater, and live music venues. It was much louder there, compared to his parents' place in the neighborhood of Kichijoji, so he couldn't imagine Izuku would enjoy it too much. We could even go visit your parents if we're in the area, Hisashi piped up, eyes finally off the notes he had been going over. Shukimi-san keeps asking us to stop by. Yeah, he didn't want to do that. Not only did his parents not know about Izuku yet, but he knew that his father in particular would be less than pleased that he had adopted a child without any sort of prior notice. Not that it mattered, as he was technically the head of their own small immediate family, but his father was a stickler at times. Shokimi-san? Izuku repeated the name. Who's that? She's Sho's mom. Hisashi responded, an elbow propping his chin up, and that makes her your grandma, you know. That tidbit of knowledge seemed to invigorate Izuku, his eyes growing bigger and a palpable excitement entering his voice. I have a grandma? Excited, aren't ya? Chuckles left Hisashi as he reached over to give Izuku a tap on the nose, yanking it back when Izuku tried to nip him in return. No grandparents when you were with Inko? None. He raised 4 fingers up, lowering them down one at a time as he explained. Mama's mom left her and her brother at an orphanage, so I never met her. 1. Mama never met her dad, so I never did either. 2. And Hisashi's parents? They died before I was born. There went 3 and 4. Hisashi looked horror-struck, his playful question inadvertently uncovering more about Izuku's past that they hadn't yet known. I'm sorry, Zuku. No, Papa, Izuku shook his head, unshaken despite sharing this information. It's okay. Don't be sad. Typical Izuku, worried about how the information he had given them affected them rather than how it could affect himself. Well, you've got 2 sets of grandparents now, he cut in before Hisashi could get driven to tears. That was the last thing he needed before having to go on air. Both mine and Hisashi's parents are alive and well. 4 new grandparents. He sounded amazed, counting the 4 fingers he had previously lowered, raising them up again. They had known about his lonely childhood already, but these new facts just made it more apparent that Izuku truly only had his mother in his life back then. And that same mother had only failed Izuku as well, allowing Hisashi to treat Izuku how he did. Dad? Yes? Do you think, Izuku paused before continuing, clearly conflicted about his next words, do you think they'll like me? Hisashi made a sound in his throat, not unlike a dog whining, and Shouta, if he were more prone to making sounds like that, knew he would have done the same. Instead, he breathed in and then out, making sure he didn't show any of the frustration he was feeling inside. All you have to do is give them a chance, and if they blew it, well, then they should have known better. You don't need to do anything else, Izuku. It wasn't as if he was planning on Izuku meeting his parents anytime soon anyways. He'd prefer that Izuku have a chance to build up more self-esteem and confidence before anything of that sort happened. Frankly, the last thing Izuku needed was the pressure of living up to his father's expectations. A chance? He nodded, a chance to get to know the true you. But that sounds too easy. It does, doesn't it? Hisashi interjected wryly, but I can tell you from experience that this is the best way. This was how Hisashi had won over his parents, after all. He knew best here. I'll try then, Izuku finally relented, shoulders slumping down. I want them to like me. I think you've got a pretty good start already, yeah? I do. Well, for one, your cheeks are devastating. Hisashi seemingly took his chance, giving Izuku's cheek a poke, cooing at the pout he was given in return, and furthermore, you've got Shouta on your side. Hisashi wasn't wrong. As his parents' sole child, their only son that had even survived long enough to be given birth to, he held a fair amount of sway. Especially for something like this, something that could impact their family, he knew they would hear him out at the very least. Not that he thought his parents would dislike Izuku, on the contrary, he knew that the two of them were rather fond of children. He didn't even like most kids and he loved Izuku. We're nearly there, Hisashi mused, causing Izuku to start, turning towards the window again, palms pressed against the panes of glass. Is Tensei going to meet you guys at the station? He's watching Tenya right now since his parents are over at their agency. Makes sense, Hisashi looked amused, considering how prone to crashes his brother seems to be. Leaving young children unsupervised is just asking for trouble. He glanced over at Izuku who he knew, if left alone, would either nap or assert his dominance over his perceived territory via screeches and screams. Leaving young children that are still working on their quirk control unsupervised is even worse. Hisashi had told him how Izuku's time with Tenya at the park had gone. That they had only taken their eyes off of them for a single second, and in that time, one had run into a pole while the other had let go of said pole and planted his face into the ground. A repeat of that was the last thing he wanted. Are we there yet? Izuku piped up, eyes still glued to the window. When the train stops is when we will know we've arrived, he replied, allowing his eyes to slide close. Maybe he could catch a few minutes of a nap before they did arrive, it shouldn't be too much longer. As he drifted off into a light sleep, chin buried into the material of his capture weapon, he could hear Hisashi regale Izuku about whatever show he was supposed to be a surprise guest in. He wasn't interested in kid shows. Far from it. But Izuku did sound interested, so perhaps. The Idas had a nice home. The walk to Tenya's place was quick, their see-you-laters even quicker as his papa had to run, not wanting to be late. As they crossed the street in the opposite direction of where his papa had headed, his dad mentioned to him that he had visited the Idas a lot back when he was still in high school, so he knew all the shortcuts to their house. But even though his dad had visited plenty of times years ago, Izuku still felt like his skin was crawling once he stepped in, switching his sandals for guest slippers, following behind his dad the entire time. That was less nice. It was hard to describe why he felt so weird about entering Tenya's home. He just knew that this wasn't his own home, his own territory, and he didn't like the thought of that at all. He hadn't had this issue with visiting UA, so he wasn't sure why this was happening at all. For now though, until this weird feeling left or lessened, he would have to stay by his dad's side. His dad didn't seem to mind, allowing him to latch to his side, careful to not accidentally elbow him in the head, as Ida-san gave them a quick tour of their house. However, even as Ida-san showed them the living room, he realized that he hadn't seen Tenya yet at all. Where could he be? There was only one way to find out. Ida-san? He asked, can I ask you something? Of course, Izuku-kun, Ida-san kindly replied, smiling. What is it? Do you know where Tenya is? Ah, he chuckled, actually, he should be coming down any moment. Motioning at the stairs leading to the next floor, he wanted to make sure he finished his homework before you came over. That made sense, yeah. He nodded, doing his best to do the same nod as his dad when his dad thanked someone. It seemed to have worked too, Ida-san nodding back in return. As they all settled on the couch in the living room, Izuku peeked out the closest window, getting a glimpse of the small area in the back where they could play, if they wanted. And while having another game of owls and cars with Tenya sounded like fun, he wanted to do something different. Papa was gonna be on the television today and there was no way he wouldn't take this chance to watch whatever he was gonna do there. Ni-san, he could hear Tenya's voice slightly echoing down the stairs. Is Izuku-kun here yet? Yeah. Ida-san responded as he placed down a tray of cups and a pitcher of water he had brought in from the kitchen. Come down, Tenya. He's here. Footsteps sounded, Izuku easily recognizing the sounds of feet running downstairs. I'm coming. Tenya appeared quickly after and Izuku couldn't help but wonder if there had been any quirk usage for him to go downstairs so quickly. Tenya. He greeted him as soon as he slid to a stop in the living room. Hi. Izuku-kun. Tenya's hair was slightly messy, he was even still holding a pencil, he must have just ran down without putting it back down. You're here. You forgot to put your pencil down, Izuku informed him, eyeing the pencil he had. It looked like it had an ingenium design. Are you done with your homework? It would really suck if he wasn't because he didn't know if they would be allowed to spend time together then. Yes. Tenya seemed proud, pencil still in hand before blinking down at it, quickly placing it into the cup on their own table, already filled with many more pencils. We can spend as much time as we want together now. Just the morning, kids, his dad reminded them, leaning back into the couch, his capture scarf settling around his shoulders and covering the lower half of his face. We've got plans for the afternoon. Oh right, his dad did mention wanting to bring him to a big park with a pond where there were boats they could ride together. He was looking forward to that. Maybe we can play for longer next time? He hoped Tenya wouldn't be upset about their plans. Is that okay? Next time then, Tenya nodded, but as for today, is there something you'd like to play specifically? It wasn't exactly a game, but it was his papa, so it was important. Actually, can we watch Present Mike on the television? Are you ready? Izuku could feel his excitement rising, previous discomfort gone, as his papa asked, finger pointing directly at them, like he knew they were standing right there, watching him on the television. Yeah. He yelled back, ready? Good. Winking, Present Mike gave a double thumbs up before throwing his arms up. Now, everybody say HEY. Hey! Izuku shouted, throwing his own up as well. His voice was the only one he heard though, so he gave his playmate a look. Tenya. You gotta say it too. Television time is supposed to be quiet time. Tenya was still sitting on the couch, unlike him who had excitedly jumped off at the first opportunity to do as his papa had asked. You are not being very quiet, Izuku-kun. Tenya wasn't wrong, it was way easier to hear what was being said on the television if you were quiet. But he was sure his papa wouldn't have asked them to say, hey, if it was the quiet time sort of television like his dad usually put on a bit before dinner. That wouldn't be very logical. This isn't the quiet time kind of show, Tenya, he explained even as he could hear present Mike asking them to touch their toes, which he did, continuing to talk and peeking up at Tenya from between his legs. Present Mike wants people to party ipate, you know. I suppose if it is a pro hero asking, then I cannot refuse, Tenya replied after thinking for a second, finally sliding off of the couch to join him standing on the floor. Listening to a pro hero that is on the scene is important. Shake your feet to the beat. This was fun, Izuku thought to himself as he, and now also Tenya, continued following the instructions given. Papa looked like he was having a good time as well, all enthusiasm and loud cheer. It made him happy to see him happy. His dad was still on his phone, the camera end pointed to the television. I'm busy recording this for Hisashi so he can watch it later, sounding amused when asked to join in. His dad had given him a quick pat on the head instead of standing up and hopping on one leg with them. Why don't you ask Tensei, alright? He had gotten Tenya to do that for him. Ida-san was mostly alright and all, but he still didn't know him very well. Though he had never been anything but nice to him, there were still moments he worried that he was only being nice to him because he was friends with his dad. It was better that Tenya asked anyway. They were brothers and they cared about each other very much. That made Tenya the perfect person to go ask. And when Ida-san had nodded to Tenya's request, he knew he had made the best decision possible in this situation. Hey! Present Mike eventually called out after he clapped his hands twice, then tapped his chin. Do you know what time it is? He had no idea where the clock was at Tenya's place. It is 5 minutes until 10. Tenya exclaimed, chopping his hand down in the direction of the small clock that sat under the television. It's almost time to say goodbye. Present Mike waved to them, and do you know what that means? Truth be told, he had never watched the show. He had only asked to watch it today because he knew his papa would be in it. And thus, that meant he had no idea what goodbye time would bring. A quick look at Tenya revealed that he had no idea as well. It means that it's wiggle time. His papa exclaimed, adopting a funny pose, wiggling all the while. Everybody, let's wiggle. Wiggle time. That sounded so fun. Tenya. Must we? It's good exercise and wiggling is fun. I suppose you are right, Izuku-kun, Tenya said as he started to wiggle only his arms. Exercise is very important. Wiggle to the right. Present Mike spoke while doing his own wiggle, his hair somehow not wiggling along with him, and wiggle to the left. He could hear an odd coughing sound coming from where his dad was sitting, one of his hands covering his mouth. Maybe he needed some water? He knew he did as well. Doing all these wiggles was actually pretty hard work. His papa was so strong to be able to do this without having to take small breaks like he needed to. As a matter of fact, it was only him that needed the breaks. Tenya and his big brother didn't seem to need any and still looked full of energy somehow. How was this possible? And to all my little listeners watching with someone, parents, guardians, or buddies, Izuku perked up. That was him and Tenya. He and Tenya were buddies. Wiggle together. He swung his head towards Tenya, about to ask if they could wiggle together, but Tenya already had his hands held out towards him. Izuku-kun. Let us wiggle together. Yes. Taking Tenya's hands in his own, their fingers clasping together, they wiggled. Izuku didn't know how long they wiggled for, but by the time Present Mike had called for a stop, the show ending after one final goodbye from him, he was exhausted. He let himself fall back against the couch, sitting against the foot of it by his dad's legs. Izuku-kun. Tenya followed him, voice concerned. Are you alright? I'm okay, he reassured him. It was just a lot of wiggling, so I'm catching my breath. Understandable, nodding, Tenya brought over a cup that he had quickly filled partway with water. Here, have something to drink. Accepting it, he took a sip of it, happy that it was cold. Cold water really did taste the best after a lot of exercise. Tenya joined him while Ida-san slipped to stand by the couch next to his dad, leaning down to whisper something in his ear. His dad only grinned, slipping his phone into his pocket, his one hand stopping Ida-san's when it tried to head in the direction of his phone. Ida-san must really want whatever was on his dad's phone badly. Did he also want to rewatch Present Mike on the television? Is that enough water? Tenya asked him, interrupting his thoughts. Would you like more? He continued, pressing even closer. We also have juice if you prefer juice. Tenya was so concerned about him. Was this what having friends was like? Nedzu-san wasn't like this, but he always showed that he cared, always reassuring him and showing interest in what he had to say. However, Tenya was Tenya. And he liked that. Thanks for wiggling with me, Tenya, he murmured, and because of Tenya's closeness, he didn't doubt that he had heard his words. You're a good friend. Izuku-kun. Tenya seemed taken aback by his words, but he could tell that he wasn't upset by them. Izuku-kun. You are also a good friend. He chopped his hand towards him. I am sure you will be a wonderful owl as well. Yeah, Tenya was the best Tenya. He could see Ida-san's eyebrows do the wrinkle that meant he was confused. Just what could he be confused about? Adults were so weird sometimes. Alright, Ida-san swept a hand through his hair, breathing in and then out with a whoosh. Shouta? Lunch? He downed the rest of his glass of juice, shaking his head, his hair settling back to how it looked originally. Let's do lunch. You're cooking? We can go out. Stretching up to his full height, Ida-san did a quick stretch before beckoning to Tenya. I know a place that does good ramen. His eyes met Ida-san's and he could see Ida-san's grin get a bit crooked. Unless Izuku wants to eat a rat or something? I'm not allowed to eat city rats anymore. He helpfully informed Ida-san, not wanting his dad to get cross with his own friend for offering him something he wasn't supposed to have. Ida-san only paled at his reply, mouthing anymore to himself. After that, his dad nudged at him, taking his empty cup and placing it back down on the tray. They left together, returning to the streets, this time with Ida-san and Tenya. He was sort of hoping that Ida-san would have gotten him a rat anyways, but it was a delicious bowl of tonkatsu ramen that greeted him instead. Maybe it was better that Ida-san didn't find him a rat. He didn't think his dad would ever share whatever was on his phone that Ida-san wanted if he had gotten rat ramen for lunch instead. After lunch, he and Tenya waved goodbye to each other as they walked in the opposite directions. Tenya was headed back home with Ida-san while they were going to head back to the station. They were supposed to meet up with Papa again now that he had finished his business. He was holding his dad's hand as they walked together, making sure they didn't get separated. This area wasn't one he knew at all, so if he got lost, he might never be found again. Izuku didn't want that. So he would just make sure that he didn't get lost at all instead. Shouta? Izuku could see his dad freeze at the call of his name. Is that you, Shouta? He turned, trying to see who could be calling his dad's name in the middle of the street. No. Shouta. A woman stepped out of a small crowd, walking quickly in their direction. It is you. Izuku was struck by a sense of familiarity. There was something about her. Was it her hair? Her eyes? Mom, his dad sighed, looking very tired. Why are you in Hosu? This was his dad's mother. Just some shopping I wanted to get done. She patted the large box she held in her arms, some limited edition jelly pouches that debuted today actually. Shifting the box in her arms, she used her knee to prop it so it wouldn't fall. Are you here for that too? No, He just had to confirm this. Are you? Shukimi-san? Oh, yes, his dad took the heavy box from her, a smile getting sent back to him in return. I am. She crouched down now that she had no box in the way. And who might you be? Aizawa Izuku. She looked surprised as she repeated after him, his dad making an aborted motion behind her. Aizawa. He nodded. You're my grandma. Ida Tenya. My friend. Thinks I can be an owl. Ovo. Likes orange juice. Has a lot of glasses. His quirk, engine. Car. He chops. Plays owls and cars with me. Always thinks I need to drink more water. Let it be known that Shouta loved his son. Though it had only been 1 full month that Izuku had been living with him and Hisashi, it had only built upon the relationship they had previously established with Mimizuku. Yes, it was a bit worrying at times when Izuku seemed to act more like an owl than a human kid, forgetting things like chewing or that he had fingers, but he was adjusting well enough that he never fretted for too long or much. And Izuku really was only a child. He was eager and willing to learn, and that was his and Hisashi's job as parents, to give him that needed room to grow and develop. And though Izuku hadn't been with them for long, he had been making leaps and bounds in catching up with what he had missed out on while living on his own. However, he was still oblivious at times, barging ahead if he felt confident enough, mouth opening to say things that made him want to shrivel up in seconds. This was one of those moments. Shouta. The tone of his mom's voice brought him back to when he was Izuku's age, determined to sneak in an extra jelly pouch before dinner. He had been unsuccessful back then, but for Izuku's sake now, he couldn't allow himself to be cowed. He was a pro hero. Unexpected things happened regularly in his profession, so he had to lean into it. Go with the flow, as Hisashi might say. And while there was a small part of him that wanted to tuck his kid under his arm and then run, he knew that it would only stall what was inevitable. Papa. Izuku's excited voice rang out and he snapped his eyes up, immediately searching for that familiar shade of blonde, spotting flashes of it getting closer. Zuku. They weren't far from the entrance of the train station, so while there was a fair amount of foot traffic, it wasn't particularly crowded. Shukimi-san. Hisashi came jogging up to them. Didn't know you'd be in Hosu today. Hisashi-kun. His mom straightened up at the sudden arrival and Izuku dove forward, letting go of his sleeve to cling to Hisashi. Instead, it's nice to see you too. She watched as Hisashi absent-mindedly patted Izuku on the head. I was just getting introduced to my grandchild. Hisashi's eyes darted over to him at her words, taking in his awkward stance before softening just a tad. We were actually talking about the possibility of visiting you earlier. To others who weren't around Hisashi as much as he was, they wouldn't recognize the wry note in his tone, but he definitely could. What a coincidence to meet you out here. Were you really? Ah, typical of his mom, cutting straight to the point. And may I ask how old Izuku-kun is? I'm 8 now, Izuku chimed in. My birthday was last week. Sheet. 8, she repeated flatly. Shouta, you have some serious explaining to do. Flicking her gaze over at Hisashi, she then raised an eyebrow. Hisashi-kun, you as well. Do I have to explain too? Izuku whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Are we in trouble? Oh, darling, his mom returned to crouching, her tone switching from strict to sugary sweet. Not you, just your parents. Izuku looked distressed hearing that, his cheeks puffing out as he protested. It gave him a measure of embarrassment, his 8-year-old kid trying to defend them from his own mom. Is it 'cause you didn't get invited to my birthday party? Izuku practically demanded, though he was still very much attached to Hisashi's side. I didn't even know I had a grandma last week, so you can't blame them. He could see Hisashi freeze minutely, gaze snapping down to where Izuku was. Shouta felt similarly enough. Izuku really did have a knack with words at times. And that wasn't a compliment, not at all. So not only did you two not let us know we've got a grandchild, his mom slowly straightened up again, and despite her being shorter than him, he found himself actively avoiding her gaze, but you also decided to not tell Izuku-kun about his grandparents until recently. Well, she wasn't wrong, per se. It was just that Izuku didn't need any further complications right now. And it had been a fairly hectic month he had spent with them so far, full of readjustment to human life, meetings, paperwork, and birthdays. Tossing in grandparents would have been going too far, not that Hisashi's parents were even in the country right now. And Izuku didn't even like most people, ambivalence being what he defaulted to when meeting new people. And on the rare occasion, well-hidden disdain. Introducing him to his new grandparents would have been an unneeded stressor. I didn't ask if I had any, Izuku retorted, a stubborn note entering his voice. I've never had any before, so I didn't know I would get some when my dad and papa decided to keep me forever. When they decided to keep you? His mom repeated back to him, eyes softening, whether it was because she had figured out that Izuku had been recently adopted or if it was due to Izuku being himself, he didn't know. And was this recent? Yee. Mom, that's enough, he cut in, taking the chance to plop a hand onto Izuku's head, easily distracting him from digging them further into the already sizable hole they were in. You're working Izuku up. That's right, Shukimi-san, Hisashi smoothly moved in as well. We should move to someplace private for our discussion at the very least. Implying they were going to discuss this, not exactly something he wanted to sacrifice his day for. However, with his mom right in front of them, even if they made a clean escape, there would be no way of avoiding her. His mom could be persistent when she wanted to be. He didn't doubt she'd follow them right back to Muzurafu to get the answers she wanted if she wasn't satisfied with the ones given. All right, we can head home then. She then stepped closer, hands hovering over the box of jelly pouches he was still holding. Do you want to give this back to me, Shouta? He shifted the box away from her. It wasn't exactly that heavy, just bulky. I can carry it. His mom gave him a small nod of thanks, then turned to speak to Izuku again. Izuku-kun, do you want to come see Grandma's house? Shouta couldn't help but think she embraced her new role of a grandma extremely quickly. There's a big garden and backyard and also trees for climbing. But you just met me today? Confusion laced Izuku's plaintive tone, and his mom looked taken aback for a split second, before continuing, surprise fading into kindness. You're Shouda's son, my son's son, she said softly, and that makes you family to me. Izuku looked conflicted, which was understandable. He had already been uneasy just entering the Ida's place, their territory, and he had been previously acquainted with both Tensei and Tenya already. But for someone he had just met not even 10 minutes prior, there was no way, not even if she was his grandma. Right? What? What do you grow in the garden? We've got a lot of tomatoes still on the vine, the small ones, his mom responded happily. Her garden was something she always put a lot of effort in maintaining, the surplus usually going to neighbors, some beans, cucumbers, and gourds as well. Would Izuku really agree to go visit his childhood home for what his mom's garden yielded? Or would Izuku refuse, forcing her to choose a different location for this discussion? Maybe they'd even get lucky and they could just do this through texts and emails at a later date. Less messy and much more logical that way. I like the small tomatoes, Izuku, the guileless trader, commented. Okay. They would now be forced to endure likely hours of awkward conversation due to Izuku's enjoyment of snacking tomatoes. Wonderful. Mom, he called, getting her attention as they walked together, Hisashi taking Izuku's hand, into the station. We can't stay for long, alright? The hotel we booked a room in is in Hosu. Yeah, Hisashi agreed, we still gotta check in later. Are you spending the weekend in Tokyo then? She hummed as she peeked at him ordering their tickets, pointing out the train car that she had reserved her seat in. He obligingly reserved seats in the same car. You can stay at the house instead. But we were gonna go to the big park with the boats later, Izuku mused. Won't it be too far away now? Boats? She echoed, snapping her fingers with her next words. You must mean Inokashira Park, Izuku-kun. Shouta held back a sigh as his mom correctly deduced where they had planned to take Izuku. That's actually pretty close to where we live, loads closer compared to where Hosu is. It is? We can all go together later if you'd like, Izuku-kun. She ushered them in the direction of the correct train, making sure everyone made it in before she also entered. It's very pretty at night. Izuku made a small sound of assent after he tapped at Hisashi's knee, getting a half-hearted shrug in response. As the train started up, pulling out of the station, Shouta only hoped that his father would take the news of Izuku even a fraction as well as his mom did. Assuming his mom didn't already message him about the whole "we're grandparents" thing already. The scenery passed by quickly, his mom's voice bringing a measure of comfort to him as he let his eyes slide close. What were they talking about? Izuku's favorite food? Potential allergies? Was she already planning on spoiling her grandkid? He really hadn't thought he would have, but he had missed his mom. Hisashi could watch Izuku for now. He needed to remember to show Hisashi the recording of Izuku and the Idas he had on his phone. Later, perhaps. After a small nap. The Aizawa's house never failed to impress Hisashi. It was large and spacious, entirely over the top for someone as minimalistic as Shouta ended up being. Big. Izuku murmured as he took it all in from the entrance gate. Come in, Shukimi-san entered first, stepping aside after she had switched into slippers. Actually, let me go find some slippers for Izuku-kun. She started walking away, a mindful purpose in her step. You know, Shouta, I'd be so much more prepared for this if you had let me know sooner. Shouta only let out his sigh after she was out of earshot. Are you really sure about this, Izuku? Perking up at his name, their son tilted his head after a second of thought. Shukimi-san is Dad's mom, so I think it's okay. He patted Shuta's thigh in what he assumed was a gesture of comfort. Adorable, he loved him. She grows a lot of snacks in her garden. She sure does, Shouta murmured, and there she still has those? Hisashi turned to see what had gotten his attention, the baffled tone that Shouta used making him curious as to what it could be. Izuku followed his movement, getting up on his toes. Shukimi-san had a pair of small slippers in her hands, and oh man, they were hideous. That googly-eyed cat on them stared up at him, unblinking, and yet Hisashi knew these were totally up Kid Shuta's alley. Here you go, Izuku-kun. She placed the slippers down in front of him. I'm going to get some water boiling for tea and some snacks put together and then we can all meet up again on the engawa overlooking the garden, alright? Then straightening up and taking the box of jelly pouches from Shouta, made her way in the direction of the kitchen. Just let me know if you need anything. Will do, Shukimi-san. He called after her, picking up the suitcase with his hero gear in it, turning to Shouta who was still staring at his old slippers, which were now located snugly on Izuku's feet. Hey, Sho, I'm gonna drop off my stuff in your old room, yeah? Blinking at his words and then giving him a small nod, Shouta passed him the duffet he had containing what he had packed for himself and Izuku. Take this with you, will you? Gotcha. He slung it over his shoulder, his feet already heading in the direction of where he remembered Shuta's room to be. Izuku waved at him as he left. See you in a bit. As he got further away, Shuta's voice was barely audible, though he could tell he was talking to Izuku again. Probably asking about how much Izuku wanted Shukimi-san and Genshi-san to know. Where was Genshi-san anyway? Was he out of town for work or something? This was something that they always asked Izuku before arranging meetings between him and others. Though this time, with the suddenness of the whole situation, they hadn't been able to clear up any of that with Izuku. Before he knew it, he arrived at Shuta's room. Sliding the door open, he felt a wave of nostalgia as he took in the sight. The last time he had been in here had been when they had been teenagers, spending some quality time together while studying for their finals. Though Shukimi-san had insisted that the door stay open the entire time, she did bring in a steady stream of hot tea and snacks for their study session. He placed his gear and their duffels by the door, heading into the room proper to pull the window open. Not knowing how often this room was aired out, it was better that he did it now since it would be where they would be staying this weekend. He also took the chance to take the futon out from the closet as well, heaving it onto the veranda so it would get a chance to air out at the same time. After a moment of thought, the pillows joined the futon out into the hot sun, a drying cover he found also getting slung over the futon. Shukimi-san was usually very pretty on point when it came to things like this, but better safe than sorry. Well, better safe than moldy or dusty. Shouta did have a bed, but he didn't think they'll all fit on it anyways, so it was better to have options. Making a mental note to return later to flip everything he put out to air, he left, swinging by the entrance to grab his boots, heading out to the back garden. By the time he had gotten there, Shouta and Izuku were already well situated on the engawa, sitting next to each other and speaking in low voices. They both turned to look at him as he stepped onto the wood of the engawa, leaving his slippers behind next to theirs. "Papa." Izuku greeted him, "You're back." "I'm back, Zuku," he enthusiastically replied, lowering himself down to sit next to them. "And how have you been in the last 15 minutes or so I was gone?" Giggling, Izuku patted Shuta's arm until he was handed his phone. "We were talking about your wiggles." "His what now?" "My wiggles." "Yeah." He tapped at the phone, a video recording popping up. "Dad recorded your wiggles." Hisashi pressed the play button and immediately had to suppress the urge to scream at how cute Izuku was, responding to his cues. Getting Tenya and then also Tensei to join him afterwards? He loved it. And then he saw the wiggles. Oh, there was so much wiggling. He let out a cry of joy. The sheer power of audience participation was too much for him to express in any other way. Almost immediately, he was met with Shuta's glare, erasure already activated. Yeah, alright. He didn't want to pay for any window damages today either. Was the wiggling fun? Izuku asked, giving the phone back to Shouta after the recording cut off, looping back to the beginning. "It looked like you were having fun." "Oh, it was fun enough," he laughed. "Looks totally different when I'm watching it though." The studio that this had been recorded in had been so effing hot with all the lights, and considering he wore leather as part of his hero ensemble, it wasn't a good combination. He was glad that it didn't show on camera. He had to get Shouta to send a copy of that recording to him as soon as reasonably possible. Hisashi needed it. Wiggling his eyebrows in Shuta's direction, he nearly missed Shukimi-san stepping onto the engawa, a tray of drinks and light snacks in hand. Izuku's attention was immediately drawn towards her, eyes tracking the descent of the tray. "Feel free to help yourselves," Shukimi-san joined them on the engawa after placing everything down. "There's no need to hold back." Snagging a senbei for himself, he crunched into it. He hadn't had lunch yet, unlike Shouta and Izuku, wanting to leave right after he had finished up his live session. There had been a slight hope that he would get out early enough to grab lunch with them, but this was alright as well. Shukimi-san only ever had the highest quality of snacks. It was atmospheric, really. The sun was up, but they were covered by the shade given by the eaves and trees. Birdsong surrounded them and Izuku wasn't screaming at the birds. It was nice. Instead, Izuku looked entranced with the garden, his eyes wandering and taking everything in. The bright reds of the cherry tomatoes did look amazing in contrast to the leafy greenery. And if they were as good as they were a few years back, then he knew Izuku would love them. "Izuku-kun, feel free to go play in the garden, okay?" Shukimi-san offered, "Just make sure to wash any tomatoes you eat first." She gestured to the side of the house. "There's a hose hanging over here." "Okay." And with those parting words, Izuku shucked off his hoodie and jumped off the engawa, putting his sandals back on and rushed out into the garden. To no one's surprise, he headed straight to the tomatoes, finger poking at one before apparently deeming it snack-worthy, plucking it off its stem. He then rushed over to where the hose was located, a small squeal leaving him as he splashed himself with as he turned on the hose. Izuku washed the small tomato with focus, rubbing it on all sides before popping it into his mouth, eyes brightening as he bit down. Rushing back to the vines, he plucked off a few more and returned to the hose, then came back over to them, the washed tomatoes in hand. "They're good," he offered them each a tomato. "Here." And they were very good. There was a moment of silence between them, only punctuated by the crunch of senbei and the cherry tomatoes Izuku had left them with. Shukimi-san took a sip from her cup of green tea. It was some high-quality stuff, the scent of it was alluring. "Alright, get explaining, you two." And explain they did. He and Shouta took turns speaking, clearing up how they had met Izuku while he had been living on the streets. How Shouta had absolutely not gotten anyone PRGNNT as a teenager. How they had slowly earned Izuku's trust over months and how he eventually came to live with them after an incident had occurred. Shukimi-san looked appropriately horrified throughout their long explanation, hand covering her mouth as she gasped at the abridged and edited version of Izuku's story they had decided on. He could only imagine how much more outraged she would have been if she knew the whole story, but complete knowledge of Izuku's situation was classified for a reason, and a good one at that. Well, I'm glad Izuku-kun is alright with you two now. She nibbled at a dried persimmon, nudging the plate over in their direction. The streets are no place for a young child like him. Shouta took one. He always did like persimmons. You really could have told us earlier though. Izuku has trouble with people at times, he delicately pointed out. Trust doesn't come easy with him. And you two would have insisted on meeting him immediately as well, Shouta added, already halfway through his Hashigaki, causing him unneeded stress. Speaking of, where is Izuku? Shouta looked across the expanse of the garden. I haven't heard from him in a while. He craned his head, searching, though he was also unable to spot Izuku. Izuku? He called out, stamping down on the trace of alarm in his throat. How had they gotten so engrossed in conversation that they had missed Izuku disappearing from the garden? Buddy, where are you? Papa. Hearing Izuku's voice made him feel marginally calmer, but not having him in his direct sight after that small surge of panic didn't make him feel too much better. I hear you, Izuku, but I don't see you. Papa. Izuku's voice called again, I think I need help. Coming. He shoved his feet into his boots, Shouta already by his side, Shukimi-san waving them ahead as she went back for her shoes inside the house. We're coming. They both ran out into the garden, keeping their eyes peeled for Izuku. Izuku, tell us where you are, Shouta bit out, turning, even squatting down to make sure Izuku hadn't gotten himself stuck under the engawa. Please. You can't laugh at me. Izuku's voice sounded closer now, closer than it had been before, okay? We would never. He protested, promise. They just wanted to find their kid safe and sound. Anything else didn't matter. Look up. Both he and Shouta swung their gaze up, immediately spotting Izuku. Izuku, who had seemingly gotten himself up into the branches of Shouta's favorite persimmon tree. How? He agreed with Shouta. How had Izuku gotten up there in the first place? It wasn't as if this tree was easy to climb either without extra help. Actually, if he squinted, he could see some vague shapes behind Izuku, partially hidden behind the leaves and branches of the tree. Are those wings? He blurted out, ducking his head down to try to get a look at a different angle. I just wanted to pick a persimmon for Dad, Izuku whined, the wings, and yes, they were very much wings, on his back shifting, the feathers awkwardly splayed out, caught between the branches, but I got stuck. He hid his wince. Persimmons didn't even ripen until autumn. But, it was the thought that counted. He knew Shouta felt the same, despite the alarm visible in his eyes. Thankfully, this seemed to be an easy fix. Shouta just had to erase his quirk and Izuku would be free to come down again. And since Shouta had brought his capture weapon along with him, Izuku wouldn't need to jump down from where he was or anything either. Do you need me to use erasure? Shouta asked, stance tense, be careful up there, Izuku. Right. There was that danger that Izuku might just fall out of the tree before they could help him down. But, I don't want you to erase my quirk. Izuku's voice was low, but still audible. I can fly right now with my wings. Izuku, hearing Shouta's voice strained like this made him hurt. Hearing Izuku denying help made it hurt even worse. You can't fly anywhere if you're stuck in a tree. But I don't want to lose my wings again. Sounding upset and close to tears, Izuku hugged the trunk of the tree. I just got them back. And you'll get them back again, Shouta replied with a forced calm. I promised you this, didn't I? Izuku didn't say anything to that, only his sniffles being heard. You trust me, don't you, Izuku? And though Shouta's voice was low, Izuku still nodded in response. So, can I use erasure on you? Izuku gave him another nod, a small one, but that was all Shouta needed, his quirk flaring in activation once he had permission. It was a sad sight, he had to admit, seeing the wings disappearing from Izuku's back. And he was sure Izuku felt the same, a small sob leaving his lips as it happened. Hizashi resolved to keep Izuku by his side for the rest of the day, able to provide a steady source of hugs and cuddles. He was sure they both needed that after this adventure. After that, it was laughably easy to get Izuku out of the tree, Shouta swinging himself up and then back down, their son in his arms. Shukimi-san then came running up to them, Genchi-san following behind her, ladder in tow. You got him down already? Dad, Shouta greeted as Izuku cried into his shirt, you look like you're in good health. Shouta, Genchi-san sighed, sharp eyes taking the sight in front of him, care to explain why your mother came running to me in a panic because some kid got stuck in a tree in our garden? Congratulations, Dad, Shouta flatly replied, patting Izuku's back as he hiccuped, you're a grandpa. There was a moment of silence between all of them, only punctuated by Izuku's occasional hiccup. And you're grounded. Wednesdays were cleaning days. It was something Shouta had decided early on when he and Hizashi had moved in together. They had been fresh graduates from UA at the time, just about ready to step into the working world as pro-heroes. Living in Mizurufu had been a choice his parents had not approved of, but he hadn't wanted to deal with too much of a commute, going and returning from patrols. A tired pro was an unaware one, he and Hisashi couldn't afford that. And he was sure his parents wouldn't have enjoyed the regular sight of him coming home, bloody and bruised. For Hisashi, who had both his jobs based in Mizurufu, it had been a decision based on convenience mostly. This way, he'd be able to spend his downtime at home without having to drive or ride the train back. It also meant his parents wouldn't be able to hover over them, and he really did need less of that. If it had been up to his parents, they would have all stayed living at their estate. And while he did love his childhood home, it wasn't where he wanted to live with Hisashi. And now, armed with the knowledge of Izuku's addition to the family, they had actually tried to convince them to move in with them, again, offering to regularly babysit Izuku when they had work and to help raise him. Thankfully, Izuku had taken a rather adamant stance against moving away from the apartment, his cheeks puffing out almost comically as he argued against moving to Musashino. Plus, there was the fact that both UA and the gymnastics class he was enrolled in were located in Mizurufu. Everything Izuku was familiar with was located in Mizurufu. It just wasn't logical to uproot themselves from their established home. His parents hadn't been too happy to hear that, but they had relented after hearing Izuku talk about how much he loved living at their apartment. About how he liked being able to see everything from up high at his window or by the balcony, and how he liked pushing the button on the elevator to get to their floor. And when Izuku got rambling about things he was passionate about, he would lose his usual reticence, even with people he had just met. This wasn't always a good thing though. The things that Izuku was into could range from the facts he learned in his book about owls and heroes he saw on television, to keeping his territory free of other intruding predators and small critters he wanted to try to have for lunch one day. Their kid was one of many varying interests, to say the least. In the end, they had spent their entire weekend in Musashino, deciding to just take advantage of all the activities that could be done together in Inokashira Park. Hisashi had initially wanted to take Izuku to the zoo as well, but had quickly changed his mind when he remembered that the guinea pig petting zoo was right by the main zoo's entrance. Maybe when Izuku had a better grasp of his quirk and accompanying instincts, they would be able to pay it a visit, but as of now, it was just asking for Izuku to get himself banned. During their short stay, Izuku had already managed to charm both his parents, not that he expected anything less. And despite how this had all started as an unpleasant surprise, it had ended well enough, Izuku even cheerfully waving goodbye to them before they got onto the train to start their trip back home. However, now that they were back home and all settled again, they had a lot to go through. Specifically, a lot of new clothes to go through. While he wasn't a big fan of clothes shopping, his mom was, and he had a sizable amount of clothes as a kid. And since they were still in good condition, they had been kept in storage at their house. But now that they had Izuku, they could be put to use again. Before all of that though, everything was due for a good wash, and that was what cleaning day was for. They didn't have a washing machine or a dryer in their apartment, or their building, but they did have a laundromat not too far away perfectly suited for their use. Izuku was usually pretty good about taking care of his clothes, though with his quirk's newfound ability to let him sprout wings even as a human, he knew something was going to have to change before he tore more shirts open. The poor kid had been distressed enough when he found out that his wings had ripped open the back of the shirt he had been wearing, apologizing profusely to him. For something he couldn't have controlled anyway. It seemed more shopping was in their future, this time for clothing that could accommodate Izuku's wings if they came out. He knew Hisashi would be more than happy to take over the reins there. That was good, because he didn't even want to touch another trip to the mall anytime soon. Dad? Shouta looked down at the call of Izuku's voice, finally turning away from the stovetop he had been cleaning. Yes, Izuku? He turned on the faucet, rinsing off his towel. Is there something you need? No, Izuku shook his head. I just wanted to know if you needed any help. Did you already finish sorting through the clothes you wanted to keep? He looked proud of himself, a smile playing on his lips. I even put them in groups like when you do laundry. Izuku had only gone with him to the laundromat once before, usually staying home with Hisashi if it was an option. However, Hisashi had to go in for work that day, so Izuku had tagged along with him instead. He didn't like the ever-present humming of the machines in the background of the laundromat, quietly admitting to him that it reminded him of that alleyway he stayed in back then, but he had enjoyed getting the chance to hug the clean laundry once it came out of the dryer. Good job, he praised as he squeezed the dirty water out of his towel, dunking it back in to absorb more water so he could do it again. Is there anything that needs to go into the laundry in your room? I don't think so, Izuku replied after a moment of thought. I put everything in the hamper already. Why don't you check for me, alright? He encouraged, I'm almost done here, so afterwards, we can all have a snack together. Okay, I'll check. Shouta watched as Izuku disappeared into the hallway and presumably his room, shaking his head as he heard Hisashi's voice excitedly call after him. Hisashi was supposed to be in charge of vacuuming and dusting the living room, not following their son around with his feather duster. He could hear their giggles even over the news station he had turned to for a bit of white noise while cleaning. Kacchan had given him a heads up just the other day, warning him that there had been a few isolated cases of arson in Mizudafu recently, the perpetrator, or perpetrators, still at large. I worry that this might cause Izuku-kun stress, he had admitted to him, voice tired. We're currently following up on some new information, but there's a chance that this might be a serial arsonist's work. A serial arsonist? Well, it's a possibility, Aizawa. Kacchan had then offered him a cup of coffee, which he had accepted. The other possibility is that it's an established group of arsonists with a leader calling the shots. That's not much better. It isn't, but with that one, we have some old information we can go off of. He tapped at the folder on his desk, and something is better than nothing. Shouta had let out a sigh at that point. Are you asking me to join this case? Kacchan had looked sheepish at this point. No, not exactly, he had denied, hands held up in front of him. I just wanted to warn you, and well, with Midoriya Hisashi still out there, new arson cases aren't exactly what I'd call encouraging. And do you think Midoriya is involved? He doesn't have a criminal record technically. Kacchan had looked troubled when saying that, but from what we know about him from his own past actions, and what we've heard from Izuku-kun, I wouldn't think his involvement far-fetched. Kacchan wasn't wrong, something Hisashi had agreed with when he had shared the update with him. He didn't like it. They had debated against informing Izuku about this whole possible situation, but having him unaware was arguably worse, so they had told him. Izuku hadn't liked the news, but had shakily thanked them for telling him. Hisashi had then offered him a hug afterwards, and Izuku, already fragile from hearing the news, had burst into tears. It made him feel awful that they had caused this distress, but it was better that they told him now, allowing him time to adjust to that knowledge. It was also true that they didn't know if Midoriya Hisashi even knew if Izuku was alive. He hoped that he didn't, though it wasn't as if he had even argued for custody. However, Izuku didn't need any of that in his life. Midoriya had proven time and time again that he had been a horrible father, and he was not willing to put in the time and effort it took to raise a child. Izuku was still battling with what Midoriya had inadvertently taught him, struggling at times to figure out why they would care about his hobbies or wanted to make his favorite meals even if it wasn't a special occasion. However, Izuku did seem to be feeling a lot better now, at least compared to last night. He had been a bit worried that the news might key up Izuku's paranoia, but it hadn't seemed to happen yet. It would have to be something he kept an eye out for. A bark of laughter broke him out of his thoughts, and he could only hope that Hisashi was still getting some dusting done in there. The kitchen was now clean. And that brought up the amount of newly clean rooms up to 3. There was only Izuku's room left. Shouta debated with himself, wondering if he should go check in on them, but decided against it at the moment. He had promised Izuku that they would have snacks after he had finished up, and he wasn't in the business of telling falsehoods to his own kid. So he would put together something quick and then check in on them. And by then, hopefully Hisashi had finished his dusting in there and Izuku had finished giving his room a once-over for anything else that might need to be thrown in with the laundry. All he had to deal with now was snack time. Izuku thought he kept his room pretty clean. There couldn't be anything else he missed, right? He had peeked behind his shelf, under his desk, and even gone under his bed to search for anything that might need to get washed. Does Nedzu-san need to be washed? His papa had asked him, laughing when he immediately picked up said Nedzu-san and hugged him. Zuku, he's gotta go in eventually. Not this time, he insisted, turning Nedzu-san to face his papa, and I don't think Nedzu-san wants to go into a washing machine either. He'll come out warm and toasty out of the dryer though, his papa pointed out. You like warm and toasty? His papa wasn't wrong. He did like warm and toasty things. But this was Nedzu-san. What if his paws got caught in the washing machine and got pulled off? Or what if his dad forgot to separate the colors of the laundry and Nedzu-san got stained a different color? He didn't think his dad would actually forget, but there was always that possibility he would get distracted by a villain attack by the laundromat and just toss everything into the machine quickly, so he could start the washing cycle and not waste any laundry time while fighting crime. No, it was just better that Nedzu-san stayed with him in his room. His papa shrugged at his shake of the head, but didn't try to convince him again, choosing to start dusting the top of his shelf instead. It was too high for him to reach up there, and since he still couldn't fly yet, it was up to either his papa or his dad to clean. Placing Nedzu-san back down on his bed, he returned to checking for anything that might have been left behind. Hey, Zuku! His papa called his name after a couple of minutes. What about your bag? His bag? Izuku slid himself out from under his bed again, his papa giving him a small wave when their gazes met. My bag? He repeated, eyes going to the bag he had hanging on the hook installed into the side of his desk. It was the bag he was supposed to be using when he started going to school again, already stocked with notebooks, pencils, and whatever else he thought might be needed for learning from Nezu-san at UA. Your old one, Zuku, tapping the shelf it was on, his papa even gave it an exaggerated sniff and wrinkled his nose. This one needs to go into the wash, yeah? Izuku gave his poor yellow backpack a forlorn look. It was something his mama had given him in the end, the very last thing she had given him before he had to go off and hide, so he knew it had been a while ago since it had been last washed. And it had gone with him from where he had started in the alleyway to where he was now. He remembered that he used to sit on it, clinging to the tough material with his talons when he had been scared, thunderstorms impossibly loud to his owl senses, keeping it by his side when he had missed his mama so much that it had hurt. And this backpack had been the closest he could get to his mama back then. He had nothing else. His old backpack had gone through a lot. It was now dirty and full of holes from his talons. He was surprised that his dad didn't point it out himself whenever he came to visit him in his room. He was usually very good at picking out things that were dirty and needed washing. That must have been something he learned from always doing the dishes. He had lots of practice in doing dishes. Izuku couldn't wait until he was tall enough to be of more use around the apartment. Instead of always having to depend on his parents to do things for him, he could do more for them instead. It needs to go into the wash. He agreed as he picked the backpack up. Do you want to continue using it after it's clean? His papa continued, pointing at all the places where his talons had poked right through it. You can ask Shouta to help you sew the holes up if you want. Izuku shook his head. I've already got the new one that Dad got for me, he explained, carrying the backpack with him out of his room. This one can stay at home on the shelf for now. For now, until he felt like he didn't need it anymore. It might not be of any use to anyone anymore now, but it didn't mean that it still didn't mean a lot to him. Whatever works for you, Zuku, giving him a thumbs up and following him to the hallway, he called after him, just make sure to empty it out before putting it with the rest of the stuff, yeah? He was actually pretty sure he had taken everything out of it already, but he nodded all the same. I will, Papa. His papa retreated back into his room after hearing his reply, humming starting up as he started up his dusting again. The living room was empty, but he could see his dad in the kitchen pouring out drinks into cups. Was it snack time already? He quickly shoved his hands into his old backpack after he unzipped it, feeling around the bottom and then the sides. Like he expected, there was nothing in there. He had gone through the contents of this bag a lot back when he was staying in that alleyway, and he knew every single item that his mama had sent him off with. Tossing the backpack in the general direction of the piles of clothes he had organized, he winced hearing it clink against the wooden floor instead. Accurately throwing light objects was apparently not as easy as he thought it might be. It had made an odd sound too. He hoped he didn't scuff the flooring with the zipper or something, because what else could have made a sound like that? His dad would surely be disappointed in him if he left a mark in the floor. Lowering himself down onto his knees, he checked for any mark his backpack could have left on the floor, breathing out a small sigh of relief when he found none. Izuku? He looked up to see the confused face of his dad looking down at him, the snack tray in his hand. What are you doing? Something in the bag made a funny sound against the floor. He pointed to his bag on the floor, so I wanted to check that it didn't leave anything behind. His dad hummed in acknowledgement of his words, placing the tray down on the coffee table. There was tea for the adults and a glass of milk for him. A quick glance at the small plate next to the drinks revealed that today's snack was dorayaki, the warmed red bean-filled snacks stacked on top of one another. Stooping down and picking up his bag, his dad turned it upside down, shaking it a few times, nothing coming out. He then stuck his hand in, like he had earlier, and searched the insides. Nothing. Right? His dad made a disgruntled sound as he removed his hand from his bag, plopping it down in its own pile on the floor. There's something in there, he told him as he made his way to the hallway. Give me a minute to get it out. There was something there? Izuku waited until his dad entered his room, and then he started searching again, fingers digging for what he could have missed. It took a few extra seconds to find whatever it was, but he had been watching his dad search, and he had been feeling along the insides of it, not just the bottom and sides like he had done. What he felt was round, like a coin. Had his mama left him with money? How odd. His dad soon returned with tiny scissors, his papa following behind with his dusting rag. Whatcha find in there? It might be money. He offered his dad his backpack. It's shaped like it. Well, whatever it is, I'm not putting it into a washing machine, his dad grumbled as he snipped at the small threads inside of his backpack. It'll just give me a headache. His papa looked interested, watching his dad pull out a small coin. It was gold in color and rather pretty with tiny birds on its surface. It's not Japanese currency, his papa held out his hand for it, his dad dropping into his palm, and it's not from any country I'm familiar with either. Can I see? He asked, raising himself up onto his toes and pulling gently at his papa's arm. I wanna see. Sure thing, Zuku. His papa lowered his hand to show him the coin resting there. It's kinda neat, isn't it? Yeah, he agreed, turning the coin over to marvel at the shininess of it, then turning it over again to look at the birds. I'm not sure why it was in there though. He ran a finger against the imprints. I don't remember ever seeing it. That's the question of the hour, isn't it? His papa turned the coin around a few more times, returning it to his dad who had held his hand out for it. An odd mystery. It had to have been from your mom. His dad was studying the coin now, so there had to have been a reason she left you with this. He thought about it. It was true that his mama had been the one to give him this backpack, but she hadn't mentioned anything about what was inside to him. She had just given it to him and told him to go hide, and that had been what he had done. There's just something familiar about it, I gotta admit. Tapping at his chin, his papa had his thinking face on as he spoke, and since we know it's not some form of official currency, the only option is unofficial, yeah? The underground deals in information and shady favors. Hisashi, his dad gave him an exasperated look, not in tiny golden bird coins. Okay, fine, not currency. His papa snatched the coin from his dad, fingers tracing around the edge of the ridges found on the coin. It's definitely suspicious though. Finding nothing, he then started inspecting the birds on the front again. This is from Izuku's mom. She gave this to Izuku and died for her troubles. You're right about that. Izuku didn't like the sound of that. His mama had died after leaving him with her last words and this coin, and they couldn't even figure out what it was for. This was horrible. She was willing to die for this, His dad repeated slowly, and she did die, Hisashi. His next words were tense, though his expression was somewhere between shock and realization. We missed something huge. We did? His papa echoed, what? Izuku told us that she had been the one to send him off, but we know from Tsukachi that the dates of Izuku leaving and her death don't match. As he explained slowly, his dad's voice started getting strained. We also know that Midoriya Hisashi didn't care about Izuku, so Izuku's role in this had been a non-issue. His papa started to grow paler as well, so when Midoriya came home, why did he kill his wife, someone we know he cared about? That coin has to be it then, right? Izuku felt sick to his stomach hearing all of this. His mama had been killed because of some coin? Why was this coin even so important anyways? Izuku had never even seen the thing before. He hated it now. A horrible thought came to mind. If they had the coin now, did that mean Hisashi was gonna come and kill them all too? I'll need to take this to Tsukachi. His dad didn't look happy as he spoke, his brows furrowed. This is something he needs to know. He turned to leave, pausing before he stepped into the hallway. Hisashi, could you watch Izuku while I go? Of course. His papa waved him off. Sorry for putting my fingers all over that piece of evidence. He continued, more sheepish, don't think you can brush that for Prince anymore. You're fine. He finally started to walk down the hallway, his voice echoing slightly as he got further and further away. It's been in that hidden pocket for so long that there wouldn't have been anything left to find. His dad returned soon after, dressed in outside clothes and his capture scarf, his hands in his pocket. I need to go out, Izuku, crouching down to meet his eyes. His dad didn't look too happy to have to go out. Sorry, I can't have snack time with you today. It's okay, Dad. He patted his dad's cheek. I know this is important too. You gotta be careful going. I'm always careful. I'll get back as soon as I can, alright? He brushed his stubbly chin against the side of his face. Izuku had to hold in his smile. He was a bit ticklish there, but don't wait for me. With those words, he left, locking the door behind him. It was just him and his papa now. Let's go wash our hands, shall we? He nodded to his papa's request. Deep down, he was still worried about the coin and learning the truth of why his mama had her life taken away from her, but right now, there was nothing he could do about it. His mama's death was something he had already come to terms with. Even if he learned the true reason behind it, it wasn't something that could bring her back. It wouldn't change anything. So for now, he would just focus on something else. He still had his life to live, snacks to eat, and Quirk to learn more about. And that was fine by him. This is what I was afraid of, Aizawa. So you recognize it. Tell me everything you know. Please. They call themselves Firebird. And they've been operational for longer than either of us has been alive. Arc 2 END Chapter Text. Shinso Hitoshi did not like going to the park. If it were up to him, he would be at home, relaxing with a book. However, it was not up to him, and his mom didn't like leaving him alone at home either, so here he was, at the park. Home was so different from the group facility he used to live in, the treatment he had gotten there was so bad that he had chanced living on the streets instead. And that was a decision he had never once regretted, not when it eventually led to how his life was now. Hitoshi. His mom cheerfully ruffled his hair, forcing it to look even fluffier than usual. The park isn't that bad, is it? He dragged his fingers through his hair, fixing it up so it didn't stick up in too many directions. Ah, don't look so glum. Not like I could have left you at home. She totally could have. Hitoshi always made sure to be on his best behavior always, never touching the stove when it was on or knocking into anything fragile. He totally could have been left home alone. You can get some sunshine here, she sat herself down onto one of the benches there, legs swinging, almost whimsical, and I've got water if you need it. Pulling out a small book from her bag, she made herself comfortable, angling herself under the shade. Why don't you go explore the park and play? He sighed, but he took the hint for what it was, and made his way across the park, making sure to keep track of any landmarks so he would be able to figure the way back when he wanted to return. His mom was nice, nicer than he deserved, really, but she had this weird obsession with wanting him to be more social and going out to find friends. For someone like him though, someone with a quirk like his, it didn't seem very possible. After some more wandering, Hitoshi found himself a nice empty clearing away from everyone else, hoping that no one would bother him. The park was quiet where he was and he found himself tempted to lie down for a proper nap. He knew that was a bad idea though, doubly so, since no one was there to guard his napping body. Honestly, a friend did sound like something fun to have, if only to have someone to chat with, unafraid of both him and his quirk. They could also watch over him as he took naps and he would do the same, obviously. If they shared his favorite animal, then they could go pet them together. Maybe the park wasn't so bad, he decided as he rolled into a patch of warm sunshine. It gave him a moment of peace where his mom didn't constantly crack jokes at him, trying to test out how funny they were. It was pretty awesome how she had never been afraid of his quirk though, never hesitating to answer him when he spoke. Not even stopping to think, offering him a place in her home, despite the child services people bringing up her age and eligibility against her. But they had allowed it in the end. With a quirk like his, there would be no one else that willing to take him in ever again. There had been no other choice in their eyes. The bushes then rustled. Hitoshi immediately shot his gaze over to the bushes. What could it be? Could it be a cat? He would really like it if it was a cat. A cute small cat that wouldn't mind if he gave them a scritch under the chin, that would honestly be the best. However, big green eyes, decidedly uncat-like, met his own and all Hitoshi could feel was disappointment. This was not a cat. Hi, the kid greeted him, can I ask you something? Hitoshi really didn't want to be pulled into a conversation either. But, if he answered the question quick enough, maybe he could be left alone again to daydream about petting cats. It sure was odd though, not having a kid recognize him immediately and even dare to speak to him first. One of the best things about being relatively new to an area for sure. Sure. Pulling a notebook out from underneath him, the bush kid, because that was where he came out from, propped himself up on his elbows, flipping it open to a page already half filled with writing. Was he asking everyone he saw? What a weird hobby. What's your favorite food? Hitoshi couldn't believe it. He had been disturbed out of his daydreaming and potential nap just to be asked what his favorite food was? Was this a joke? It had to be. Well, that didn't matter, did it? He just had to give an answer and then the bush kid would go away. Wet cat food. He gave a blank stare as the words left his lips, a small part of him wanting to delight in the inevitable confusion that his answer would result in. I've never had cat food before. Somehow, the kid didn't even look fazed, quickly writing what he had said down. Is it tasty? It's great. Who was he kidding? He hadn't ever had cat food before, but it was for cats, it said so right in its name, so there was no way anyone would fall for this, right? I'll have to try it then. What? I've had rats before though, he continued, as if he hadn't just committed to eating cat food in the future. Have you ever had that? No, Hitoshi responded automatically, nose wrinkling, and I'm pretty sure people aren't supposed to. I'm an owl, so it's okay, the kid replied, and my dad says owls are like cats with wings. An owl? Hitoshi dragged his gaze over the kid again, trying to see anything that would make him an owl. He saw precisely nothing that would give it away. Was it his quirk? Could he have actually eaten rats? Honestly, he couldn't imagine eating something like a rat. But if the kid wasn't joking around and he really was an owl or something, that was believable enough. Owls did eat rats. But he was also pretty sure owls didn't eat cat food. Plus, he didn't want to be responsible for getting some random kid sick because they ate cat food due to him saying that he liked eating it too. They might even think he used his quirk to force him to do that. Not only would his mom be disappointed in him, but this would definitely not be how a hero would act. And he wanted to be a hero when he grew up. Don't eat cat food, he cleared his throat, repeating himself, do not eat cat food, please. But you said that it was your favorite food? The officials at the old group facility were right. His mouth was absolutely going to get him into trouble one day. Hitoshi just didn't think it would be so soon. I lied, admitting that he had lied was awkward, but necessary, much to his embarrassment. I was tired and wanted to be alone, so I just gave you a joke answer. Oh. The other kid didn't look upset with him, which was good. He didn't exactly like when people yelled at him, he hated it, to be exact. It reminded him of his old parents and all the yelling that they did. They weren't people he wanted to remember. Do you think everyone else lied to me too? What? He must have looked very confused, because the kid explained further. I asked other people before I asked you. The notebook was tipped in his direction, neat hiragana detailing fried chicken, steak, and croquettes meeting his eyes. Do you think they also lied? Well, those other ones are edible, he pointed out. Does it matter? It's supposed to be a survey for school? The kid paused on the last word, though he continued after a second of thought, it's like classwork. Classwork? Then it should be fine. He thought it was fine, at least, as long as it gets done, your teacher should be okay with that. Actually, he had a good idea. Anything to get rid of the glum look that he had caused. Here, why don't I tell you my actual favorite food? Then you can know for sure that one of them isn't false. You do that? Sure, Hitoshi had to force himself not to wince at the grateful smile that was sent to him. It's kind of my fault that you're even doubting the other answers, sorry. It's okay, the kid reassured him, I didn't realize you wanted to be left alone. He looked down, nodding an apology, sorry for bothering you. And now he felt awful. No. He was allowed to want to be left alone. That was what his mom told him all the time. And that was what mom's girlfriend reaffirmed as well. He was allowed to want things. Whatever, he huffed, anyways, my favorite food is curry rice. He felt a bit hungry just thinking about it. They were supposed to go get food soon, so he couldn't wait for that, and it has to be made by my mom. She makes it the best. She must put love in it then. The kid nodded as he wrote it down into his notebook, penning it neatly under a crossed-out, wet cat food. Love always makes food taste better. He sounded so confident in himself that Hitoshi found himself going over his memories, trying to remember if he had seen his mom put anything that looked like love into her curry. It would also be a lot easier to figure out if he knew what love was supposed to look like. Was it some sort of spice or something? Maybe. Well, if there was something he was reasonably sure about, it was that his mom did care a lot about him, so yeah, he guessed it was possible. Next time she makes curry rice, I'll watch for it. There was a moment of silence between the two of them before it broke, the kid finally moving so he wasn't lying down on his stomach, getting up onto his feet. Thanks for helping me. He closed his notebook, both that and the pen he had been using disappearing into the pocket of the hooded poncho he wore. I'll stop bothering you now. As he started to return into the bushes, back where he came from, Hitoshi found himself speaking up. Wait. The kid looked back at him, head tilted. He did his best to not stammer, but thankfully, speech was not something he had an issue with, probably in part due to his quirk. You don't need to go. However, speaking was just awkward at times and he hated how people would look at him when he did speak, as if he would use his quirk on them just like that. You aren't bothering me. And it was true. Surprisingly, Hitoshi didn't feel the familiar spike of irritation he usually felt when people spoke to him for more than a short PRD of time. Then again, the kid obviously didn't know what his quirk was and what it could do. He might as well savor this for as long as it was possible. You're sure I'm not bothering you? The kid asked, like really sure? I'm sure, he confirmed, patting the ground next to him. You're not bothering me. As soon as the kid lowered himself down next to him, Hitoshi realized he had no idea how to even continue the conversation. The only people he usually spoke to consisted of his mom and sometimes her girlfriend. Sometimes his teacher would, for school things, but it was a lot more rare. My name is Izuku. The kid Izuku spoke as he rearranged the front of his poncho so that it rested neatly over his crossed legs. What's yours? Shin dash, he started automatically, though as he heard the beginning of it come out, he stopped, the clack of his teeth audible. It's Hitoshi. Correcting himself quickly, he could feel his face warm at the mistake he had made. Fukukado Hitoshi. Fukukado Hitoshi, Izuku repeated after him a couple of times, then asked bluntly without a pause, is that a new name for you? Ah. He was hoping that Izuku wouldn't have noticed his slip-up. Sorta, I guess, Hitoshi shrugged lightly, or at least he tried to. I'm just not very used to using it in front of other people yet. Are you adopted? What? How'd you know that? He was pretty sure he never mentioned that in the previous conversation. I'm adopted too, Izuku nodded to him, looking very serious, and my name also changed like that. That did make sense, he guessed. It was easier to recognize something if they also went through the same thing before. It gets easier, you know, Izuku then continued, using your new name. He paused, this time whispering to him, I practiced in front of the mirror a lot. I did too, Hitoshi whispered back. You were supposed to whisper when the other person whispered to you, he was pretty sure, but not a lot of people like to talk to me, so I guess I'm still not used to it yet. Why don't people like to talk to you? Izuku tilted his head to the side, eyes blinking up at him, his lips pulled into a pout. That's kinda mean of them. And that was the thing, wasn't it? If it was anyone else in his class treated this way, the teacher probably would have gotten involved to try and fix the situation. But since it was him, since it was his quirk, he didn't get anything like that. If he was being honest with himself, he wouldn't be surprised if Izuku stopped talking to him if he ever found out what his quirk was. However, lying wasn't a good thing to do. He wanted to become a hero and heroes were good. Lies were bad. Hitoshi didn't want to be bad. He didn't want to become what his teacher and classmates said he would eventually become. A villain. Are you okay? Izuku didn't touch him but he did shift himself closer, the worry clear in his tone. I'm okay, he managed to get out, I was just remembering something. To his surprise, Izuku only nodded at his reply, not immediately questioning him, like he thought he might do. They stayed quiet for a while, the only sounds he could hear being the faint voices of other kids playing with each other and birds chirping up in the trees. Izuku would look up at the trees whenever the chirps got close, digging his fingers into his poncho, wrinkling the cloth covering his knees. There was a familiar hunger in his eyes. A horrible sort of hunger which he had seen all too often when he had spent those days on the streets on his own. Hitoshi idly wondered if his mom would mind if he invited Izuku to have lunch with them later. He remembered what had helped him best when he had been hungry was a distraction, so maybe that would work here in this situation as well. Izuku had been nice to him so far, so he wanted to be nice back. It was only right. You said you were an owl, right? Hitoshi asked, hoping it wasn't too nosy of a question that he came up with. How does that work? It's my quirk. Izuku chirped, his gaze leaving the branches of the tree above them. I can transform into an owl. That's cool. A transformation quirk was super cool and that. It was able to be used to turn into an owl? Even cooler. Can you show me? Izuku slumped back down after hearing his question. I'm actually still working on being able to use my quirk properly, he grumbled, looking sad. Sorry, Hitoshi. It's okay, he supposed that he was hoping for too much. Izuku was shorter than he was, so he had to be younger as well. It made sense that he didn't have that much control over his quirk yet. You're still a kid. I'm a big kid though, Izuku huffed. I'm 8 years old. No way. Hitoshi made himself sit up as straight as he could. I'm 8. He watched as Izuku did the same, still not reaching his height. And you're tiny. I'll grow though. Izuku insisted, and well, yes, he most likely would later, but this was now. Izuku was tiny right now and he was the same age as him. You're just really tall. However, he wasn't wrong about that. Hitoshi knew he was tall for his age. He was taller than all kids in his class at school, if he took out the kid with a giraffe mutation quirk at least. You're smaller than everyone else in my class though too, Hitoshi couldn't help but point out, and they're all around our age. Izuku did not look happy to hear that. Should he not have mentioned his small size at all? But you're right in saying I'm really tall, he admitted, trying to at least make Izuku look less sad. My mom says I'm gonna be taller than her someday. My wingspan as an owl is going to be as tall as my dad, Izuku then replied, his arms held out wide, and my dad is tall. Hitoshi shrugged. It wasn't as if he knew how tall Izuku's dad was or how big Izuku was as an owl. He had only ever seen one real owl in his life before, but that one had been pretty big. His mom said that he might have even dreamed the bird up. Hitoshi didn't think he did though. He didn't think he could have dreamt up those big piercing green eyes and that call that had brought a pro hero to where he was. That owl, dream owl or not, was his hero too. Hitoshi, Izuku suddenly looked really serious, all previous signs of playfulness gone from his eyes and frame. I'll show you my quirk one day, okay? He then wrinkled his nose at him, and maybe by then, I'll even be taller than you. Somehow, Hitoshi doubted that last statement. Izuku had a lot of growing to do if he wanted to catch up to him. By then, he'd probably be taller as well. Maybe he would even be as tall as All Might. Being that tall would be nice. He'd be able to reach all the highest shelves at home or at the supermarket for his mom. What about your quirk? His quirk. Asking anyone what their quirk was practically an open invitation for them to ask the same question back. It was a common courtesy, just like saying, please, and thank you. From what he observed in school, people usually like talking about their quirks, so it made sense they'd ask about yours just so you had to ask about theirs, if you wanted to be polite anyways. It was something he had experienced often enough, though whenever it did happen, it never ended well for him. Hitoshi, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Izuku lowered his voice again, as if he thought there might be people sneaking around and listening to their conversation. There are things I don't like talking about either. And it wasn't as if he didn't like his quirk. His quirk was very powerful, his mom had told him this, and a powerful quirk was a good thing to have if he wanted to be a pro hero. So he liked it. It seemed as if he was the only one that did though, among people his age at least. I don't think you'll like my quirk, he admitted after a few more seconds of silence. No one ever does. But why not? Izuku asked. I think all quirks are cool in their own way. My classmates call it evil. He looked away, not wanting to see Izuku recoil at what he said. They say my quirk is one that a villain would have. That's so mean, Izuku gasped instead. You shouldn't be friends with people that call your quirk evil, Hitoshi. Hitoshi couldn't help the harsh laugh that left him. I don't have any friends, Izuku. What a joke. Friends. If you want, I can be your friend. Izuku looked uncertain as he spoke, both hands now hidden in his pockets, but only if you want me to be. He didn't know what to say to this. Friends? With him? Why would you want to be my friend? Hitoshi asked, trying to make sure his voice didn't shake. What was this feeling inside of him that was making him want to punch a tree? Making a friend couldn't be this easy, could it? Except that it could. He knew it could. Before he had used his quirk for the first time, friends were that easy to make. It had been a long time since then though, a long time since his quirk had manifested, and a long time since his old parents had decided that they couldn't have a son like this, that he had to go for the sake of their happiness. However, Izuku still didn't know about his quirk. What if he changed his mind after learning about it? There was no doubt in his mind that he would eventually find out what it was. He had so many classmates and it would only take accidentally meeting one of them in the streets for Izuku to learn from them what his quirk was. For them to purposely bump into Izuku in an attempt to break him free from the control his quirk had on a person, because of course they would assume that he would have no friends unless he brainwashed them into being his friends. That wasn't even how his quirk worked, he was pretty sure. And it was illegal to use a quirk that way. You needed a special license if you wanted to use your quirk anywhere you wanted. He didn't want to get taken away by the police. Eraserhead, the pro hero that had found him on the streets, would probably be so disappointed in him if he got arrested for something like that. Because you're nice? Izuku eventually replied, and I think we could be good friends. Izuku thought they could be good friends? That made him want to pull Izuku to him and give him the biggest hug he could give and then find the nearest cliff and scream over it, like in the shows his mom liked to watch on the television. He had to stop himself from doing all of that, even though he really wanted to. Because before he could, he had to tell Izuku about his quirk. There was no escaping it. Better to tell him now than to have someone else do it and possibly do it wrong. He was the one that knew his quirk best, so the job fell to him to do this. Let me tell you about my quirk first. Hitoshi squashed down all his giddy feelings. Those could come later when this all went well. If it went well, you can decide if you want to be friends with me after that. I already know what I want. Izuku didn't look too impressed with him. Well, tough luck. He wasn't going to risk making a friend, getting attached, and then losing them when they would find out about his quirk. Hitoshi was a lot, but an idiot was something he wasn't. He just didn't want to get hurt like that again. And that wasn't wrong of him to want. My quirk is called brainwashing. He shot a quick glance over at Izuku who only blinked back at him. It lets me tell other people what to do after they respond to me. Biting his lip, he looked away, and they have to do what I say. Silence met his words. So this was it. Hitoshi could feel the hope he had felt earlier dimming. He really should have known better. I told you that I knew what I already wanted, Hitoshi. Izuku spoke frankly, expression barely changing. I mean, your quirk does sound really cool, he then continued, something in his voice changing, shifting into something Hitoshi could recognize, pain, but what your quirk is or what it isn't. That's not something that matters to me. Izuku looked up and oh no, he looked like he was close to tears. I'd want to be your friend even if you didn't have a quirk. Hitoshi had a bad feeling that Izuku had experienced something similar to him before, getting hurt by other people and their words. With a quirk as cool as his though, even if he had very little control over it, how was that possible? Really? He didn't want to doubt Izuku's words, but he knew it would hurt more if he didn't ask, if didn't know. Izuku nodded, his arm coming up to rub at his eyes. Really? Usually, he was very good at controlling the tone of his voice, but in this case, he found his voice breaking, wavering like it was going to snap in half if he gave it the chance. Okay, despite his nerves, he felt light inside. Then, yeah, I want to be your friend too. Izuku gave him a delighted look, one that couldn't be mistaken even with new tears welling up at the corner of his eyes. He really wished he had some tissues in his pocket. All he had on him was a small slip of paper with his mom's number written on it and some lint. Great. His first friend in forever, and he couldn't even offer him a tissue. The bushes then rustled. Both he and Izuku looked over at the sudden movement. Small white furry ears popped out from the top of the bush. Hitoshi couldn't believe it. Was it an actual cat this time? He was truly lucky today, both making a friend and now getting to potentially pet a cat. The ears disappeared back into the bush, a nose popping out this time. That nose was a lot pointier than any other cat nose he had seen though, he thought. Ah, pardon me, a huge rat dressed in a suit proceeded to emerge from out of the bushes. Am I interrupting? This was absolutely not a cat. Nedzu-san. Izuku looked happy to see the rat in the suit, so that was good, right? Is it time to go back already? Go back? Izuku had to go already? I do believe so, Izuku-kun, the rat, or as Izuku called him, Nedzu replied. My research shows that you have gotten an optimal amount of sunlight today already. Pink paw pads were revealed as he beckoned to Izuku. Chio will be satisfied by this, no doubt. You're leaving, Izuku? Hitoshi felt let down. They hadn't even done anything together yet. Sorry, Hitoshi. Izuku was already on his feet, brushing stray blades of grass off of the front of his poncho. We can play next time, okay? At this park then, he would need to ask his mom to bring him here more often. There were other parks closer to their apartment, but they were too close to his own school for his liking. When do you usually come to this park? Izuku nervously glanced over at Nedzu, clearly wanting to ask him something. This is actually my first time coming to this park. Fukukado-kun, if I may speak. Nedzu turned to face him even as Izuku made his way over to his side. Izuku-kun will be brought to this location for an hour or two on most Saturdays. I will. If you would like, Izuku-kun. Yes. Izuku cheered, I want to. It is decided then. Nedzu clapped his paws together, then turned to leave. Come along now, Izuku-kun. Hitoshi watched as he started to return back to the bushes. We shall graph your survey results together when we get back. I'm coming. Izuku called back without moving. He gave him a sheepish look. I'll see you next Saturday, okay, Hitoshi? I'll be right here. He gestured to the little clearing that they were in. It's a promise. Hitoshi could feel a smile curl on his lips seeing Izuku nod at his reply. Do you want me to bring you a snack next week? Izuku then asked him, his gaze flicking over to where only Nedzu's swaying tail was visible now. There are lots of them in this park. Snacks in the park? Did Izuku mean like wild berries or something? It's okay, he reassured his new friend, not wanting him to worry about bringing food with him. I'll eat before I come. If you're sure. Stepping closer to him, Izuku lowered his voice again, this time to something he could barely hear. And I just want you to know, if your new mom isn't good to you or says mean things to you, you can tell me, okay? Izuku's hand suddenly reached out to hold his own. I know people that can help. Just what sort of people did Izuku know? My mom's super nice, Izuku. Hitoshi carefully reversed the position of their hands, his now holding Izuku's, giving them a small squeeze. She's the best mom I could ever ask for. Izuku stared at him for a second and then slowly nodded. That's good, he smiled, a relieved look on his face. That's really good. Hitoshi knew he wasn't wrong that Izuku once had bad parents. He could only hope that the dad person he had mentioned earlier was good and treated Izuku well. And if he wasn't? He had someone he could tell as well. His mom was a pro-hero, after all. I'll see you later then. Izuku waved at him and then turned, one foot already stepping into the bushes. It was really nice to meet you properly, Hitoshi. Properly? What did that even mean? Had they met before? He shrugged, waving until Izuku wasn't visible anymore, disappearing back where he had come out from. If there was anything he had picked up on during their time together, it was that Izuku was different from the other kids his age that he knew. This was probably just a part of that. Hitoshi was sure he would have realized it if they had met before. Izuku was a hard person to forget. After the silence had returned to the clearing, he found himself restless, no longer wanting to nap even after laying back down and closing his eyes. Perhaps it was time to return to his mom. Was she ready to leave yet? Was her girlfriend done with her business? Sitting up, Hitoshi ran his fingers through his hair to comb out any bits of grass that might have gotten stuck there. He didn't need his mom's giggles as she removed them for him. He then stood and made sure there wasn't any sticking to his clothes as well. After he was absolutely certain that he was as grass-free as he could be, he slowly retraced his steps back to the bench where his mom had been earlier. As he got closer to his mom's location, he could hear her laughing. That was normal enough. His mom loved laughter, whether it was from bad jokes or from her quirk, she enjoyed it all. "Ms. Mom, I'm back," he nodded at Namiri-san, who had finally returned from whatever she had to do. "Hi, Namiri-san." "Hitoshi." His mom greeted him, immediately leaning forward to pluck what had to be the tiniest bit of grass out from his hair. She looked amused. "Did you have fun out there?" "Did he?" "Well, he did meet Izuku. I made a friend." Both Namiri-san and his mom gasped in unison. His mom then threw her arms around him loosely, her chin nuzzling the side of his head. "Oh, I'm so proud of you." He could feel her nearly vibrating, likely in excitement. "Where are they? Can we meet them?" "No," he groaned at her questions. The last thing he needed was his mom or Namiri-san weirding Izuku out. He left already. Left with Nedzu back into the bushes where they had both come from, with his dad. Nedzu was probably his dad, right? He seemed to have control over when Izuku would be able to come to the park, so yeah, probably. "Oh, boo," his mom pouted, Namiri-san patting her arm in consolation. "I wanted to meet your new friend." Hitoshi didn't think that was too great of an idea. He hadn't even had his friend for one day yet, so if his mom scared Izuku away with her loudness and intensity, he would be returned to what he had started the day with. 0 friends. Now he had to ask his mom to bring him back here without her trying to insert herself into his and Izuku's future playtime. "I want to become better friends with him before you meet him," he huffed, ignoring Namiri-san laughing at his mom's wail of complaint. "You might scare him away." "Ah, I'm not that bad, am I?" She turned to Namiri-san, pointing to herself. "I think I'm pretty great." "I think you're great too." Namiri-san grinned, propping her hand against her chin. "But you did mention to me that even Hitoshi-chan took a while to get used to you, right?" His mom nodded to the question, lips pursed again in another pout. "If Hitoshi-chan's new friend is anything like him, it'll be the same. Easy does it, Emmy." "Guess you aren't wrong, Namiri," his mom conceded, much to his relief, "but I do want to meet him eventually, okay, Hitoshi?" He gave her a half-hearted shrug. It all really depended on how he thought Izuku would react to his mom. That required getting to know Izuku better first. And to do that, they had to continue to meet up and play. "Actually, I'm supposed to meet him next week on Saturday at this park." He did his best to keep his tone casual as his mom stood, stretching her arms up to the sky, doing some quick squats right afterwards. "Can you bring me?" "Saturday?" She hummed. "Same time?" Yeah, I think so." Hitoshi was pretty sure at least, that's what his dad said. "Sure. I don't mind." That was good. He would definitely be able to keep his promise to Izuku like this. Not that he thought his mom would refuse, but it was good to have confirmation. His mom made too big of a fuss about sunshine and having friends to even think about saying no to going to the park where he could play with said friend. "Thanks, Ms. Mom." "No problem, Munchkin." She gave his hair a quick ruffle before picking up her bag, signaling that she was ready to go. "Namiri just invited us over for lunch, so we'll be heading over to her place now." "That means I can play with Sushi after lunch, right?" He peered up at Namiri-san, unable to contain his eagerness. "Please? If Sushi wants to play, then you can play with him, Hitoshi-chan." He let out a small whoop at her words. This was the best day ever. Not only did he get to meet and befriend Izuku, but he was also going to get to pet a cat. "Oh, Hitoshi-chan, you're so cute." Namiri-san cooed as she led them in the direction of the train station. "You know, I've actually got these friends with a kid your age too." Another kid his age? Hitoshi wasn't quite sure how he felt about that. He knew that Namiri-san was hinting at wanting him to meet her friend's kid, but the chances of this new kid also being accepting of his quirk couldn't be high. Meeting Izuku had been lucky in that regard. "What do you think about meeting the kid?" Namiri-san asked him as they got onto the train and picked out their seats. He sat next to his mom, taking the seat away from Namiri-san who he knew would have wanted to sit there. However, he also knew that if they sat right next to each other, they would act all gooey and sweet and giggly the entire time. And because he would be forced to sit across from them in that specific case, he'd have to watch all of this. That was not what he wanted for his train rides, thanks. By the time he had settled into his seat, he realized he hadn't given Namiri-san a reply. "I dunno," he admitted with a shrug. "What if he's mean?" "You don't have to meet this kid if you don't wanna," his mom reassured him. "I know all this is probably overwhelming for you already." He shot her a grateful look, because yes, this was a lot for him. His mom did know about his history with making friends, and though she always encouraged him to put his best foot forward, it didn't work out like that most of the time. Namiri-san seemed to understand that he had no interest in meeting another new person, not mentioning anything else about this other kid that she wanted him to meet, instead switching the subject to what she was going to make for them for lunch and some new toys that she had gotten for sushi. The story behind the new toys was pretty funny. Apparently Namuri-san and one of her friends had thought that some of their other friends had taken in a cat and it had backfired on them spectacularly, resulting in them getting scolded for their assumptions. Adults were so silly sometimes. How was that even possible? His mom had snorted, slamming a hand against her mouth to muffle her laughter, nearly kicking Namuri-san in the shins. Namuri-san only looked proud that she had been his mom's cause of laughter. He closed his eyes once his mom was reduced to only giggles, knowing he could sleep with this volume of noise, hoping to catch a nap so he'd be in full form to play with sushi later. He could feel himself easily drift off with the slight vibration the train produced as it moved. Hitoshi couldn't wait to see Izuku again. Next week was only 7 days away. Soon. Izuku liked going to school. Not only was UA an amazing school filled with pro heroes, but getting to learn from Nezu-san was fun and interesting. He had spent a lot of the summer getting dropped off at UA in the mornings and getting picked up in the afternoons. His dad had called it a test run, wanting him to be absolutely certain that this was what he wanted instead of trying to go to a normal school like how Tenya was doing. Waking up in the morning was still not his favorite thing, but knowing he'd get to see Nezu-san later made it a bit better. On the very first day, both his dad and Papa had taken him to school. He remembered that he had been equally excited and nervous about the entire thing. Sure, he was looking forward to going to UA again, but school meant that he'd be away from both his dad and his Papa for hours. Izuku didn't like the sound of that, especially since he knew that Hisashi was still out there. However, he had been reassured multiple times that they would do their best to stay as safe as possible. In return, his dads also had Nezu-san promise to them to always keep an eye on him, and if he wasn't available for any reason, to have a trusted member of UA faculty watch over him instead. The feeling that fell upon him seeing them leave made his stomach turn. He had nearly cried, wanting to call them back, to ask them to stay with him for just a little longer. "You will be safe with me, Izuku-kun," Nezu-san had told him, the back of his paw nudging his hand, bringing him back from sinking too deep into his thoughts. "You do not need to worry." He had paused, eyes intent on dots that were his dad's disappearing past the UA entrance gate, "and your parents are capable graduates of UA's heroics course. They will be fine as well." "I know," he had replied, unable to stop the small whine that accompanied his words, "but he's still out there. Still out there and potentially doing more horrible things to other people." His dad had told him what information he knew about Firebird, what he had learned from the Hatman anyways, and Izuku only felt awful hearing it all, knowing that despite having his dad and Papa now, he was still related to that man. What made it worse was that within him, he still carried that mutation brought down to him from all the fire quirks that had come from Hisashi's side of the family. And he loved his warmth, even though it was taking its time in coming back to him. "I understand that you are feeling unnerved about the current situation, and while there is not much that can be done in the meantime," Nezu-san had patted his hand, his silky fur soft against his skin, "we can still prepare by improving ourselves now, ensuring we are all at our best, and that future plans that will be laid have the highest chance of success." In the end, there wasn't much he could do but agree with Nezu-san's words and just do his best in school so that his dad and Papa wouldn't worry about him too much. When it came to go home, lessons done for the day, his dad would wait by the school's security gate for him. Only rarely did his Papa show up, usually busy with some sort of work at the radio station. For the most part, Nezu-san was the one to take the time to walk him all the way to the gate, but sometimes, he had very important meetings to attend, so he'd ask Ectoplasm to do it instead, calling him to his office on the school announcement system. He liked Ectoplasm a lot, his teeth were cool and he never had to ever worry about breaking the bones of his legs, cause he had prosthetics instead. And he had finally learned about his Quirk clones. Ectoplasm could make a whole bunch of himself just by spitting them out of his mouth. It was so awesome to watch. Izuku thought he could probably go without all the quizzing on his adding and subtracting though. It was even rarer that both Nezu-san and Ectoplasm were busy. Something like that had only happened once in the entire month of August. During that time, Nezu-san had asked another of the pro heroes that worked at UA to escort him to his dad. Specifically, he had asked Snipe to because he had come over to his office at that exact time to drop off some paperwork and had some free time afterwards. Snipe wasn't a pro hero he was very familiar with, but he knew not every hero enjoyed attention and did their best to stay away from things like the media. His dad, especially didn't like that, making his grouchiest faces if they even came near him. Though he had been nervous about walking with Snipe to the security gate, warily eyeing his holstered guns, Izuku found that he was actually really cool. When he had first seen those guns, he had been suddenly swept back in memories of that night, drowning in the sound of the gun that had nearly shot him out of the sky, that had nearly hurt his dad. It had only been a moment, but it left him shaken when he finally realized that night was over, that right now, he was in UA, in Nedzu-san's office, fingers slowly stroking the fur on the back of Nedzu-san's paws. Nedzu-san had quietly asked him if he would prefer a different escort, asked him if there was anything he could help with, but Izuku had refused it all, just wanting to see his dad again as soon as possible. Snipe had looked concerned, even offering to leave his guns behind for the minutes it took to escort him to the gate. It was very nice of him to offer, even though Izuku had told him that he didn't need to. He would need his guns if he happened to need to protect him with all his might at Nedzu-san's request. By the time they had reached the security gate, Izuku had learned a bit more about Snipe, his quirk, and what he taught at UA. It had taken longer than usual for him to meet up with his dad that afternoon. Izuku was so glad that Snipe had chosen to be a pro-hero. However, today was just an ordinary day. Nedzu-san walked him to the gate, greeting his dad, who was leaning against the trunk of a nearby tree before waving to him. He, of course, waved goodbye back. His dad merely nodded, but Nedzu-san looked just as pleased with that as well. "I shall see you next Wednesday, Izuku-kun," Nedzu-san called as they started the walk back. "Please enjoy your weekend." "You too, Nedzu-san." He turned to respond, even as he and his dad continued walking. This would be so much easier if he had his owl neck right now. Bye. Izuku was excited for the weekend. It wasn't as if he had anything planned, but weekends meant getting to sleep in a bit more, and that was always a good thing in his books. Right now, he only had lessons from Wednesday to Saturday, a change from the summer where he had them on Tuesday as well. His schedule was created between Nedzu-san's general availability and his own possible workload. Honestly, Izuku didn't think it was too bad, but it wasn't as if he had a lot of experience in how many things you were supposed to learn in school nor the amount of homework you were supposed to get. But he did ask Tenya about it once, and he was pretty sure that what he was learning from Nedzu-san was different from what Tenya's Miyamoto-sensei taught. Odd, but not surprising, as his papa would say. After all, it was only logical that Nedzu-san would teach different things since he was in charge of a hero school like UA. "Did you learn anything fun today?" This was a question that his dad always asked him as they traveled home. Funnily enough, his papa did the exact same thing during dinner time. It was nice that they were interested in learning about what he learned in school, but didn't they already go to and finish school already? He was probably learning the same sort of things they did since they had attended UA as well. Still, it made him more than happy to elaborate on what he had learned that day, finding it easy to speak to his parents. They rarely interrupted him, and if they did, it was because they wanted to ask him to clarify something very important. Izuku still remembered that specific night very well. How could he not when his dad had frozen with an intense look on his face, his chopsticks still hovering over his bowl of udon? His papa had the opposite reaction, nearly toppling his bowl over in his haste to place it back down so he didn't pour the broth down his shirt. It didn't take a lot of thinking to realize that his parents really didn't like that Nedzu-san had allowed him to use his wrecking ball. The very next day, his dad came up with him to the school and had a serious talk with Nedzu-san about the whole wrecking ball thing. And well, suffice to say, now he no longer had permission to use it anymore until he was older. A lot older. Nedzu-san taught me about the life cycle of a butterfly today. He specifically chose this to tell his dad instead, knowing his papa didn't like bugs, not even the pretty ones like butterflies. They do something called metamorphosis, and caterpillars turn into butterflies after a long nap in a cocoon. A long nap, huh? His dad hummed. That does sound nice. Did his dad not learn about butterflies in school? He would take this chance to teach his dad more about butterflies then. They can taste with their feet. His dad looked impressed, nodding for him to continue, and they have a proboscis. They use that to SCK things up cause that's how they eat. Idly, Izuku wondered how butterflies would taste. They were so nice to look at that he had never attempted to try one out, choosing to go after something a bit more substantial when it came to meals. "Did you see your park friend today?" Ah. His dad was talking about Hitoshi now. He nodded happily. "I did." "And did Nedzu bring you to the park?" "Nedzu-san's the only one who does that, Dad." "Did he hide in the bushes again?" "Yeah. Nedzu-san says it's the best location to keep an eye on us." A dash of amusement flitted across his dad's face. "I'm sure he does." Izuku loved the days where he got to meet up again with Hitoshi. Seeing and recognizing Hitoshi that day was something he considered very lucky to have happened to him. It was something he would think about sometimes when he still lived out there alone. The people that he led Eraserhead to, were they finally safe? He never really followed Eraserhead after activating his tracker, usually switching it off afterwards and taking off in the opposite direction, uneasy about being possibly seen by too many people. Using the tracker eventually became second nature to him, even if he had to stand on one leg to be able to tap at the button that would share his location. Meeting Hitoshi had been the event that had spurred him to use it so often later on. He had just looked so sad sitting there, tears falling down his face, dripping into whatever it was covering his mouth. Izuku had never seen one of those before, but he knew it wasn't a good thing. It looked like it hurt. Even back then, Izuku had known the streets were dangerous for kids that weren't owls like him. Most kids didn't even have wings like him so they could fly away if they needed to. So he had decided to call Eraserhead to this location. However, the movements he must have made while trying to find the best way to tap the button on the tracker caught tired eyes. Soon though, Eraserhead had appeared, looking like he was in a hurry, alert eyes darting up and around catching sight of the mildly surprised kid before looking up. He had given him a chirp when their eyes had finally met and then jumped, wings catching a nearby breeze and gliding his way back into the sky, satisfied that he had done all he could there. Izuku had thought about it a few times. He was sure his dad wouldn't have minded answering him if he remembered what had happened to those people he had tried to help at that time, but it scared him. Just the knowledge that he possibly might have been useless to them made him feel bad enough that he decided to push that idea away, not wanting to dwell any longer on it. And then he met Hitoshi again. Hitoshi looked happy. Hitoshi was no longer crying. That's good, he found himself thinking, I'm glad. He didn't think Hitoshi would recognize him, but he found himself approaching despite that. To his delight, it all worked out and he left that meeting with Nedzu-san knowing he now had yet another friend. When are you planning on letting me and Hisashi meet your park friend, Izuku? His dad tugged him a bit closer as they crossed a street together. It's not logical that Nedzu's been the only one to get to meet him in any capacity. You can't yet, Izuku shook his head, he doesn't really like other people and you're other people still. Plus, there was a big chance that Hitoshi would recognize his dad as Eraserhead. He had to swear Hitoshi to secrecy first before all of that. Shouta was intrigued by Izuku's words. Just what was he trying to hide from him? Ordinarily, he would have felt slightly miffed that Izuku referred to him that way, but he liked to think he knew Izuku. That he knew that Izuku didn't mean it in such a way that it might initially come off as, I'm other people? He kept his voice light, can't I be introduced to him as Izuku's dad? Dad, Izuku's took on an embarrassed tone as a small whine left his throat, I'm being serious. And oh did he know that? It was rare enough that Izuku wasn't serious whenever he was talking, Hisashi's light-hearted banter and jokes flying straight over his head at times. I know, he said, acknowledging whatever Izuku was trying to hide from him about the park would end up going on for just a bit longer, but I really do want to meet him eventually, you know. This park friend of Izuku's was so important that Izuku had announced it as they were having dinner one Saturday night. I made a friend today. If he were the crying sort, he would have joined Hisashi in ugly sobbing at the table, his chopsticks nearly getting flung across the kitchen in his proud excitement. This was big news. With Izuku's previous history of friends, with that Kacchan of his, he had every right to be suspicious of the friends Izuku made that hadn't been a kid or sibling of a close friend. The last thing Izuku needed was another friend like Kacchan. It did hurt though, knowing that Izuku was purposely keeping this information to himself but let Nedzu do all the snooping he wanted while hiding in nearby bushes as he kept an eye out for them. He knew he could probably ask Nedzu if he really needed to know, but he had worked long and hard for the trust that Izuku had in him. There was no way he was going to risk damaging or even losing that. You will, after a measure of silence, Izuku finally replied, I'm working on it. What did that even mean? But this was likely as good as it was going to get if he didn't want to encroach too much into the hub that was Izuku's bustling social life. It wasn't as if he didn't know a fair bit about Izuku's friend, not that any of this information was helpful information to help him determine if this kid was a future Kacchan in the making. After all, Izuku had told him that his friend had told that he liked to eat wet cat food. Just what sort of person was this kid? Did he have some sort of feline-related quirk that enabled him to gain nutrients from cat food? But most importantly, what did it taste like? Is that a promise? Izuku both tapped the reply to the back of his hand and replied verbally, yeah. Shouta would just have to trust Izuku's judgment on this. Because if there was something off about Izuku's park friend, surely Nedzu would have stepped in, right? Right? He actually wasn't too sure he would. Nedzu was undoubtedly one of the most intelligent creatures on this planet, but with more time spent in his presence, it only got more obvious that Nedzu was not very experienced with interacting with children that were Izuku's age, having to do some impromptu research quite a few times or ask Recovery Girl for tips. An odd creature, the principal of UA was. Izuku still adored him though, and Shouta could see that Nezu reciprocated the same feelings, always going out of his way to order fancy snacks from Hokkaido for their snack times together. Dad? Yes? Do you want to learn more about butterflies? There was more? Sure. He had only started asking about Izuku's day and what he learned after some prodding from Hisashi, but he found that he enjoyed what Izuku chose to share with him on any given day. Nezu's brand of education was eclectic and unconventional, but as long as Izuku enjoyed himself and was able to complete the curriculum for his grade, it was fine. Slowly, the two of them made their way home, Izuku still rambling, though he had changed subjects a few times, going from butterflies to moths to millipedes. It was good that he was getting this all out before Hisashi got the chance to ask him about what he had learned today. Hisashi absolutely did not need to know that Nezu had allowed Izuku to hold bugs in his hands today. Thankfully, he heard nothing about any of those bugs getting eaten as snacks. And guess what I found out the other day? Izuku chirped at him as they finally reached their building, stepping in once he held the door open for him to go through. It's about Snipe. Does he name his guns? Maybe. Izuku tilted his head at his guess, but that's not it. He has a face underneath his mask? I dunno. This time, Izuku looked conflicted. I've never seen him take it off. That's all my guesses, Izuku. He fished his keys out of his pocket, unlocking the door for the two of them. What did you find out? Snipe ate squirrels when he was living in America. What? He says he'll catch one and cook it for me to eat. What? Do you think he'd like it if I caught him a snack too? He needed to talk to Snipe as soon as possible. Every morning, Shouta got up and got to work. Hisashi usually had an early start, and the best way to start a day off correctly was with a good nutritional breakfast. He did enjoy cooking, so he never minded losing a bit of sleep in order to do this every morning. It was muscle memory at this point, handling his kitchen knives and chopping ingredients to be put in the miso soup already starting to simmer on the stove. Besides, Shouta knew he could just nap off any lingering tiredness later in the afternoon when things got a bit more quiet. With Izuku having started school again in the summer though, that meant things got busier than ever for all of them. It didn't take them long to adjust their schedules, mainly his, to Izuku's, but it made for a hectic first few days when they were still figuring things out. Additionally, UA was far enough from their apartment for them to feel uncomfortable to allow Izuku to go to and come back from school on his own. Izuku didn't even make a single protesting peep when they had told him that he was going to be brought to and from UA by at least one of them every day that he had scheduled lessons with Nezu. A bit odd when Izuku was usually almost determinately independent, but with the knowledge that Midoriya Hisashi was still active fresh in his mind, Shouta couldn't blame him. It became a routine for them. Hisashi would wake up first and start getting ready for his day. The absence of Hisashi's body from their bed would bring him out of his own sleep, and he'd take the chance to just relax in this moment before finally pulling himself out of bed to put together breakfast for the three of them. Because Hisashi tended to take the longest time to get ready, Shouta usually went ahead and got Izuku up and ready for the day as well. Izuku really did enjoy his sleep though, usually mumbling in protest when he drew the curtains, allowing the sunshine into his room. It was lucky for them that Eurasian eagle owls tended to be crepuscular, being most active during dawn and dusk rather than just being nocturnal like the majority of other owls. Shouta had a feeling that switching Izuku over from a purely nocturnal lifestyle would have been much more difficult. Izuku was usually the first one at the table, eyes still blurred with sleep. If he hadn't already set breakfast out, Izuku would take the opportunity to put his head down, resting it against his crossed arms. He had fallen asleep like that quite a few times. Hisashi had photographic evidence for it despite Izuku insisting that he was just resting his eyes for a second. This particular morning, Hisashi had some extra time before needing to be at the radio station, so he had taken the chance to bring Izuku to school first. Originally, Hisashi hadn't even had a shift that morning, but he had ended up deciding to go in anyway to oversee the moving in of the equipment he had been so eagerly anticipating. Needless to say, Izuku had been ecstatic seeing Hisashi waiting at the door for him, backpack already loosely slung over his shoulder. "Izuku," he called, peering out from where he was in the kitchen, "I'll be bringing you lunch later today." Izuku blinked back at him, eyes still slightly blank with drowsiness. "Just let Nezu know so he doesn't lock me out accidentally." Izuku gave him a thumbs up, hiding a small yawn with his other hand. Shouta gave him one in return, ignoring the wiggling of Hisashi's eyebrows at the uncharacteristic gesture. "Well, we're off. Don't want to be late." Hisashi opened the door, hand ushering Izuku out. "Love you, Sho." "Love you, Dad." Izuku's voice was much more on the low side but no less genuine. "Also, can you make something I can share with Nezu-san please? Stay safe. I'll see you two later." Already running through his repertoire of recipes that included cheese, he gave them an absent-minded nod as he returned back to the kitchen. "And I'll try, Izuku, but no promises." As soon as he heard the lock click close, he resisted the urge to bury his face into his hands. Cooking for Nezu? What on earth had possessed him to even give that request the time of day? Actually, he knew full well why Izuku had asked this of him. Izuku usually had his lunch inside Nezu's office, preferring to avoid the hustle and bustle the cafeteria usually was around that time of day. It was rare that Izuku even left the general area where faculty members tended to congregate, especially that he knew that school had started up again for everyone else. This meant that Izuku had seen Nezu eating before. To put it bluntly, Nezu generally ate like he expected there to be no food tomorrow or even later in the day, chowing down ferociously with no regard to anyone else nearby. He had even been growled at once, the rumbling coming out from Nezu shocking him with how deep it was for someone so small. Honestly, that time with the macarons had been so weird to even sit through. Witnessing Nezu nibbling at a macaron, taking what could even be called delicate bites had him wondering if he was having a very realistic but absolutely absurd dream. With Nezu's unspoken past, it was easy enough to infer that food was a touchy subject for him. That just made it more touching that he treated Izuku so often. Izuku had likely felt the need to reciprocate Nezu's kindness, to give him food in return. A logical thing to do. He could get behind that. As he washed and dried the rest of the dishes, placing them back where they belonged, he thought about what he wanted to make for lunch. He had originally wanted to put some tempura together for Izuku, complete with a complimentary dipping sauce. They had a few frozen shrimp left from their fried rice dinner a couple of nights ago and a decent variety of vegetables stocked up in the refrigerator as well. But with what he wanted to make, it just felt redundant with all the fried food. Shouta let out a sigh, deciding to get some cleaning done instead. He'd be able to think of this a bit longer as he dusted and swept his way through the apartment. Izuku had left his door open before he had left, knowing that they cleaned on Wednesdays. Early on, they had discussed how comfortable Izuku was with them entering his room. It was supposed to be a safe space for him, a place he knew he could always retreat to if anything was getting to be a bit too much for him. Or even just a place where he could go if he wanted some alone time. They had come up with the system they still followed to this day. A door left open meant that they were free to come in, even if Izuku himself wasn't in the room. If the door was closed, then only Izuku was allowed inside. Though, entrance might be allowed if Izuku was already inside and gave them permission to come in after they knocked at his door. As he dusted the shelf, his eye caught sight of the framed photograph that had once sat on the cabinet by their door. He paused to pick it up, a fond smile curling up on his lips as he took it in. Things really did feel much more simpler back then, back when all they knew was that Izuku, was just an extraordinarily intelligent owl with a fondness for the two of them and a penchant for nibbling through the tassels of the throw pillows that Hisashi liked buying so many of. They didn't have to worry about things like school or socialization, only the next night Mimizuku would show up at their balcony, where he would inevitably bless their evening with his low uhus and the occasional sound of his talons clacking against the wooden floor when he chased Hisashi down the hallway for being too loud. But though he held a soft spot for that time, he loved what they had now with Izuku. Placing the picture frame back onto the shelf, he continued his dusting, chuckling when he saw that real Mick was turned. So that he wasn't facing outwards. It didn't take long for him to finish. Before he turned to leave, he fixed up Izuku's bed, unearthing the Nezu plush that was located under a blanket. Nezu-san, as Izuku called it, had a permanent spot in Izuku's bed nowadays, the soft plush being his companion for whatever he got up to in his room or in the living room. Izuku had even taken to asking Hisashi for goodnight kisses, and then asking for one for his plush as well after he had received his own. Of course, Nezu-san the plush had gotten his own forehead kiss. As expected of Hisashi. Placing the plush next to the pillow, he gave it a small pat on its head before leaving. It really was very soft. He couldn't help it. Shouta did his in Hisashi's room next, finally digging out the box of knives that he had kept under their bed. Since he had the time now, he went through the small collection that Izuku had put together as an owl, separating the ones that were rusted or dented apart from the ones that seemed well enough to be used if given the proper care. He wasn't a supporter of arming children, but he knew that it was better that Izuku learn responsible knife use and care from him rather than have him attempt it on his own. And he knew that Izuku would take that chance if ever given, the look in his eyes giving him away every single time. Knives like these wouldn't be a good start though. A kitchen knife would be better, and it had the dual purpose of allowing Izuku to participate in whatever he was doing in the kitchen. Honestly, Shouta wasn't even sure that children were supposed to handle knives, but most of the parenting blogs that he had skimmed through had recommended allowing kids to help out in the kitchen to build up knife handling skills and general interest in cooking. By the time he finished, he felt a familiar tiredness take hold of him, unable to hold back his yawn. He needed his nap. Kicking the box back under their bed, he gathered up the ones that were pretty much hunks of scrap metal, placing them in a smaller box which he would have to take with him later to dispose of safely. All of that was for later though. His nap was calling his name. Izuku was having a fun time at school today. He had been a bit sleepy on the way there, but by the time he and his papa had arrived, he was wide awake and ready to see what Nezu-san wanted to teach him next. This morning, Ectoplasm, or one of his clones, had been waiting for him at the gate, ready to escort him to Nezu-san's office. Nezu-san said that once he was on UA grounds, responsibility of his safety and welfare fell onto his shoulders, so it was only right that he take appropriate measures in response to this. Izuku just thought Nezu-san was incredibly lucky that Ectoplasm worked at UA and was nice enough to do something like this almost every day. It really helped that he had a quirk that would allow him to bring him into the school even when he was teaching math to his students at the same time. After his papa had left, giving him a big hug and then handing him his backpack, he directed his attention to Ectoplasm. "Ecto-san," Izuku hummed as he quickly put on his backpack, hopping up once, twice, to make sure that it was on properly. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead, Izuku-kun," Ectoplasm responded as he started walking up the path leading to UA's front doors. "You may always ask me questions." "Do you know how to do taxes?" "Yes." Ectoplasm's reply was swift. It seemed as if all adults knew how to do them, at least all of the adults that he knew, at least. Actually, he wasn't too sure that the Hatman knew how to do them, but that was still a pretty large number of adults that he knew definitely could. "Did you go to taxes school to learn how to?" "I did not." "Oh. He didn't?" It made so much more sense that he did though. Just where did adults learn how to do taxes then? "Izuku-kun, we've arrived." He looked up, surprised that they had already walked all the way to Nezu-san's office. "Thanks for taking me, Ecto-san," he called out as Ectoplasm turned. "I'll see you later." "It is always a pleasure." Ectoplasm paused, teeth bared in a smile, before finally retreating into the teacher's lounge. "I look forward to it." The door closed, Nezu-san's door opening not even a second later. "Izuku-kun," Nezu-san's chirped, a cup of tea already steaming next to him placed atop a saucer. "Good morning." He beckoned him in and Izuku eagerly entered. "I trust you had no issue on the way here?" Ecto-san would have kicked the issue if there was one. That's what he thought would happen if something ever did happen, at least. "Did you have a fun weekend, Nezu-sensei?" "It was delightful, yes." Ears perked up at his question, tail swaying slowly behind him. It made for an image of a very pleased Nezu-san. "Thank you for asking." Izuku was a bit curious what Nezu-san did over the weekend, but also knew that if he didn't volunteer the information, it was likely classified. The last thing he wanted to do was get Nezu-san in any sort of trouble, so he would just have to use his imagination. Perhaps Nezu-san discovered an entire new kind of tea and spent the next few days drinking it and experimenting with what snacks went best with that type of tea. That sounded like something Nezu-san would really enjoy. "I see you did not bring your usual bento today," Nezu-san mused as he pressed his paw against the sensor pad next to one of his bookshelves, revealing the secret small room that they used for lessons. "Are you planning on going to the cafeteria later to try out Lunch Rush's cooking then?" "Oh right. My dad told me to tell you that he's gonna bring in lunch later today, and hopefully his dad found something that he could share with his friend. He didn't want to ruin the potential surprise though, so he decided not to mention it until he knew for sure what was in his bento, so please tell the robots not to beep at him and try to kick him out, okay?" That was what happened to trespassers, according to Nezu-san, if they got past the security gate, at least. And if they didn't leave peacefully, Nezu-san would get an alert about it and send out whoever was free at the time to check it out. Izuku thought the chances were pretty high that it was either Ectoplasm and Snipe that would get sent out. Snipe could shoot anyone or anything he wanted. And Ectoplasm could make so many of himself. Because of that, they both didn't even need to be too close, which meant that they weren't in as much potential danger either. Logically, he knew that both Ectoplasm and Snipe knew who his dad was and wouldn't attack him on sight, but it didn't stop him from feeling sick to his stomach just thinking about Dad possibly getting hurt. He didn't want to see his dad at the end of another gun. Izuku wasn't sure he could help him this time. Not yet, at least. "I'll let the robots know to expect him later then," Nezu-san assured him as he took his seat, taking out his notebook and writing utensils out from his backpack. "Come now, let's start today's lessons." And start them, they did. Izuku had learned early on that Nezu-san's teaching style was nothing like what he had experienced back in daycare, though his memories of those times were only getting fuzzier as more time passed. Nezu-san really liked to lecture, asking questions, and then discussing the answers given, no matter if they were correct or not. There is always something to learn, even with an incorrect response. And he got so many things wrong at the beginning too. But after a few days of this, he finally realized what Nezu-san had meant with his words. Due to him now understanding why he had gotten a specific question wrong and knowing what to not do next time, he rarely made the same mistake twice. And he was able to use the base concepts in that for different types of questions as well. That was pretty cool. Nezu-san was so smart. And yes, he knew that was the whole point of Nezu-san's high spec, but it didn't change that he was so proud that his friend was super smart and definitely knew how to do taxes. Today's lessons was about quirks, something he had always loved learning about. After a very thorough lecture and lots of messy scribbled notes, he was given a worksheet where he had to draw and describe at least one quirk from emitter, transformation, and mutation categories, and then also explain why it belonged to that specific category. You may not choose me or either of your parents, Izuku-kun. Nezu-san gave him a grin. That would be too simple and you already know more than most about those specific quirks, being so close in proximity to all three. Izuku pouted, his initial ideas already rejected at the very first opportunity. However, you are free to use your own quirk in this. He perked up hearing this. Show me how much more understanding you've gained over the past month about Owl. Izuku was glad he could use Owl for the worksheet. He didn't really know of many other transformation quirks except for Tatsuma-san's dragon, and he didn't even know too much about dragon either. After a bit of thought, he realized he had the perfect quirks to put on this worksheet. Tenya's engine was a mutation quirk and Hitoshi's brainwashing was an emitter quirk. With the addition of his own Owl, a transformation quirk, the worksheet was pretty much completed just like that. All he had to do now was actually do it. So he got to work, pencil immediately sketching out what he looked like as an owl, jumping from that to the engines located in Tenya's calves, and then to Hitoshi, mouth open in the middle of using his quirk. Drawing didn't take long. He thought he was pretty good at drawing actually. His dad and papa always seemed to like his drawings, and he already knew that Nezu-san did as well. The picture he drew of him a couple of months ago had been both laminated and framed, put right next to all the important certificates on the walls in the main office. The photo that his dad had taken of them sat framed on his desk in this smaller classroom office. It was a bit embarrassing, but this was kinda like putting it up on the refrigerator, right? Or at least the same idea as that, just a bit more fancy. A small buzz sounded off by Nezu-san's side, the little device vibrating in place before falling silent. It appears that there is someone wanting to speak with me. Nezu-san hopped off his chair, heading back to where the door was back to his main office. Do continue your work, Izuku-kun. I shall be back momentarily. Izuku nodded, even as Nezu-san disappeared back behind the bookshelf, always careful to not catch his tail between the gap. This happened often enough, so he was not worried about who might be on the other side. He continued to mark down the observations that he had made about the quirks he had decided to focus on for this assignment, choosing to ignore whoever it was speaking to Nezu-san on the other side of the door. It was usually easy enough to do, but this voice sounded just familiar enough for him to continually wonder about who it could be even as he wrote down what he remembered about the Ida family's engine quirks. Ida-san had said they were all the same quirk, just in different places of the body. So whatever he knew about Ida-san's would work the same for Tenya's, probably. The exception was the type of juice they used for refueling. Cars were weird. He found himself leaning in closer, balancing his elbows on his desk, in an attempt to hear what was being spoken about just next door. It didn't help at all. He held in his huff of frustration, sliding out of his chair instead, moving in closer to where he knew the door to be located. Trying not to lean on it too much, he squinted, trying to see if there was any gap for him to peek through. Alas, there was not. Instead, he strained his ears, placing them right against where the door was. To his surprise, that worked much better, the murmurs clearing up into distinct words. With the help of that, he knew now why he had recognized that voice. It was Kayama-san. Or someone that sounded very much like her. Izuku didn't think he was an expert at recognizing voices, but when he had been an owl, he had a lot of time to practice not just recognizing people by their voices and footsteps, but by the way they spoke as well. His hearing was nowhere as good when he was only a human, but that habit had stuck with him all the same. This maybe Kayama-san spoke a lot more confidently than how the usual Kayama-san did, voice projecting louder like how his papa did when he was trying to get someone's attention. There was also something he didn't know the word for, but it was something he had heard plenty of back when he explored the streets at night, most commonly by women or men that chatted people up at street corners, getting paid money for things like kisses or touches. Things would happen after the people were brought back into the alleyways too, though Izuku never followed them back there. The sounds were weird enough, he didn't want to see it. Izuku didn't know if he knocked against something, or maybe he leaned in too far somewhere, but the Mabikayama-san lowered her voice, the slight hushing quality to it marking it as a whisper and not just something said in a normal voice. You seem to have a little spy hiding in your walls, principal. She took a step forward, the sound of a heel hitting the tile of Nedzu-san's floor obvious to him. Playing a game of hide and seek, are we? Izuku saw red. Do you want to play a game with Mama? His mama's words rang in his ears, sending him reeling back into old memories. I love you. Go hide. Izuku felt his breath hitch, unable to breathe in properly, gasping in his next breath. He hadn't he? Hiding had been all he did for over a year. And it was over. That game was over now. His dad had found him, ending it for once and for all. Izuku didn't want to play hide and seek again. He didn't want to hide again. Anger burned bright within him, and for a split second Izuku felt that if he had Hisashi's dragon's breath, he'd be spitting out fire with how mad he was. Now, Izuku had never been too outwardly an angry child. He had always been more of a spontaneous crier, just like his mama had been, and how his papa was now. That didn't mean he never got the other kind of angry though. At that moment, Izuku couldn't be sure why hearing those words affected him in such a way, but it didn't matter to him. All he wanted right now was for those words to be taken back. He was not playing hide and seek. Not now. Not again. In an instant, he had pushed his hand against the same door Nedzu-san had just exited from, it opening for him as well. This door was keyed to only him and Nedzu-san. Not even his parents could get in this specific way if they wanted to. It was instantaneous. Izuku only felt an inkling of a swooping sensation in his belly and suddenly, he was no longer touching the ground, quickly approaching the possibly but not definitely Kayama-san. He had his talons outstretched before he even knew it, moving them forward in one swift movement aiming for the top of her head. Then all he heard was screaming. Who was screaming? He didn't like the screaming. Narrowly dodging out of the way of a flailing arm, the blur of its motion obvious even to his still sharpening vision, Izuku banked against the wall of the room he was currently in before diving down again. There was something suspiciously meal-shaped in the room as well, and he was so hungry, but even the mere thought of going for this made something inside him scream. It was not a good idea, he just knew it. This time, he knew he had struck true, his talons raking right across the arm that had attempted to hit him down just before, blood immediately welling up from the scratches he had caused. It would be so easy to just hold on and squeeze instead, but this was good enough for him. He just wanted her out of here, that was it. What he hadn't expected was the air to go all funny around them. There was nothing he could smell, but he could see the slight distortion of something being added into the air. What was happening? He could see the not-a-snack creature immediately press a paw over their nose. Was there something that smelled bad? Something he didn't want to smell? Izuku didn't know. Owls couldn't smell. It was overwhelming, the sense of urgency that suddenly crashed onto him. This wasn't good. He landed with his wings outstretched, talons gripping the back of the chair that was behind the desk. Ugh. How dare she? He puffed himself up, ear tufts as irked as he could make them, flapping his wings for emphasis. She pulled out some sort of whip from her belt, holding it out front of her even as blood dripped down from her arms and onto the ground. Did she want to fight? Do not harm him, Midnight, the creature sounded alarmed, tail whipping out behind him once before it stilled. He looked tired all of a sudden even as he continued to speak, words struggling to leave his mouth. You must not harm him. A memory within him whispered Nedzu-san, giving him a name to the animal that he felt such a need to stand by. Nedzu-san then collapsed, paws barely stopping him from hitting the floor face first. Izuku immediately hopped down from his perch to check on him, quickly turning his head to look at the person that Nedzu-san had called Midnight first, making sure she wasn't making a move while Nedzu-san was down. He was still a fair bit of distance away from Nedzu-san, but he could already tell that he was only fast asleep on the carpet and not hurt like he originally suspected. It was better to make sure though. Once he had gotten close to Nedzu-san though, about to nuzzle him to check if he was hiding any sort of injury, a sudden cracking sound made him jump. Sorry, Feather Duster, but you're not allowed to touch my future boss. Midnight cracked the whip again, the sound harsh to his ears. Why don't you be a good bird and go for something more suitable to your own size? Ugh. He took up a defensive crouch in front of Nedzu-san and clacked his beak, flaring his wings up behind him. She was the one that was encroaching here. Midnight was the one that came into their space and accused him of something he never wanted to hear about or to do again. And now she was being mean to Nedzu-san. If she came any closer, he would do his best to bite her. She deserved it. However, Izuku was wary of her weapon. It was long and she had good aim with it. How it moved reminded him of how a snake would, all quick movements, lashing out with a likely painful bite. Izuku was not afraid of snakes. He had eaten one before, crushing its head with his foot and then swallowing it down. It sure was wiggly though, trying to escape his grip when there was no possibility of that ever happening. That bit had been a bit less fun, but it had been easy food, and he had been hungry. That was just how an owl lived and survived until the next day. He wondered how heavy Nezu-san was and if he'd be able to carry him away to safety, not wanting him to accidentally get hit. Izuku wasn't sure he was big enough to be able to protect Nezu-san from Midnight well enough, but he did have wings and he could fly. Izuku stepped back slowly, barking out loudly when Midnight took a step forward at the same time. She stopped, though he could see her body tense up, fingers still tight on the handle of her whip. Just what was she planning? It turned out that he didn't need to think too hard about it, her whip suddenly swinging out with a flick of her wrist, wrapping itself tightly around one of his legs. Izuku tried to grab at the back of Nezu-san's suit, desperate to at least keep him close to him, but he was wrenched forward harshly, Nezu-san now much further away from where he was now. His wing beats kept him in the air, but he was unable to free himself like he wanted to, his captured leg starting to hurt with how it was getting pulled. He was furious. This was not going how he had planned. With yet another smooth movement, Midnight shoved a window open. Izuku could feel the warm breeze flow in, the feathers of ear tufts swaying softly at the temptation now in front of him. The sky was out there. And he was an owl. He swiveled his head, turning to see Nezu-san's ear twitch in his sleep. Izuku would stay. Nezu-san couldn't protect himself right now, so he would stay to do that for him. Izuku would be Nezu-san's hero this time. After making that decision, he immediately let himself drop out of the air, talons bared only just barely missing the meat of her shoulder. He let himself catch the breeze still in the room, swerving up so he didn't crash into the floor. His leg was still caught though, so he was unable to get far enough to get himself in a good position to dive down once more. How frustrating. It didn't matter. He just had to land one good hit and make her drop that whip. Before he could properly reorient himself, he was yanked forward once again. Izuku attempted to stop her, flapping his wings and hoping that his strength would be enough to stall the inevitable. It wasn't though. The window was shoved open and with another precise flick of the wrist, Midnight flung him straight out. The breeze was stronger out there, his wings immediately catching an updraft, allowing him to glide smoothly even though he had been knocked heavily off balance due to the sudden change in location. Izuku could hear a window getting slammed shut, his sharp eyes catching one last glimpse of a sleeping Nezu-san before all he could see of the office was gone. What sort of odd windows were these? He made his way back to where he knew where the office was. Izuku still couldn't see anything, but his hearing was as good as it ever had been. And from what he could get from listening to the one-sided conversation happening inside from Midnight, she didn't seem like she was planning on harming Nezu-san. That was a good thing. It was one less thing he had to worry about. However, he was still not happy. Midnight still had to take those words back. The problem was that he couldn't get to her anymore. And that he was hungry. Izuku didn't like flying around during the day, but it was cloudy enough for some decent cover if he needed it. After doing another half-lap around the school building, he finally swerved away, heading into the forest that UA was surrounded by. There was definitely lots of food living in here. He could hear them. A quick snack for now and then back into the sky it was. Izuku could feel what remnants of anger and frustration melt away from his body, his ears picking up on the acute sounds of critters in the undergrowth, his eyes tracking down every tiny movement in the leaves. Landing onto a sturdy branch, he winced, a small uhu leaving his beak. His leg twinged. Izuku quickly lifted it, balancing himself fully on his other leg before lowering it again gingerly, not wanting to step too hard on it. Had he gotten hurt from that whip after all? It had to be. All that yanking around by his leg must have made him pull something. That wasn't good, was it? Would it influence his hunting? The only logical way to find out was to try. Not too long later, he had found his answer, his beak already tearing into warm squirrel meat in his grip. Once he started, he couldn't stop himself, gorging down on his freshly caught meal until there was nothing left except for the fluffy tail. There was nothing that satisfied him more than a good meal that he had caught himself. With his stomach now full though, he was feeling the urge to sleep it off. It was still early in the day too, but this was better, wasn't it? He would still be an owl when he woke up and then he could do what he had been dreaming of doing for the last couple of months. Izuku would finally be able to fly again freely in the night sky. His mind already made up with what he wanted to do, he grabbed the leftover squirrel tail with a foot, lifting off back into the air, determined to find a good temporary roost. As he glided between trees, he found himself marveling at all he could see and hear again. Every single small rustle of bushes made him tempted to stop and watch to see what could be causing it, but he knew he needed to find a safe place to rest, so everything he wanted to do would have to wait for later. Even so, he felt like he was forgetting something. Lunch? But he just had lunch. It was fine. He was sure that if it was important, he would remember later. Sleep first. Think later. Today was a nice day. Shouta looked up at the sky before burying his chin back into his capture weapon. It was decently cloudy with just the barest hints of the sun peeking out. And with the temperatures finally lowering due to the shift in seasons, it was pretty much his favorite type of weather. In his hand, he carried Izuku's bento and a smaller separate one that held the cheesy corn fritters that he had decided to make for the two of them to share. Having cook privileges, he had tried one himself and they were pretty great, if he had to be honest, for something he had probably made once before in his life. The corn kernels were sweet and popped when he bit down on them, and the cheese he had added to it gave it a nice mouthfeel. Coming up to Yue's front gate quickly, he walked in without stopping, eyes sweeping across the grounds to see if any of the school's security bots would come down swooping on him. He didn't doubt that Izuku would have told Nezu about his request, but Izuku's memory when he was still tired tended not to be the best at times, so paid to be cautious still. It seemed that Izuku had remembered this time though, so he only nodded a greeting at the patrolling security bot that he came across while entering the main building, getting a beep in return. The path to Nezu's office was one he was now more than familiar with. He didn't even need to give any thought to it, his feet just taking him to where the door to his office was located. Oddly enough, the door didn't open automatically for him. And when he raised his hand to give it a small knock, as was polite, it didn't open before he could rap his knuckles against the door. What were those two doing in there? He was sure Izuku would be hungry by now, wanting to have lunch. Shouta had done his best to help Izuku keep to a schedule for meals. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner would all happen at around the same time every day, give or take a few minutes. It gave Izuku confidence about when meals would be, so he didn't end up trying to make an entire meal out of crunchy potato sticks. He knocked once, twice. Nothing. He was starting to get irritated now. Nezu knew full well that Izuku had lunch at this time every day, so what was keeping him? The principal isn't available at the moment. A familiar voice, though it was laced with badly hidden panic, came from behind the door of Nezu's office. Please come back again later. It took him only a second to identify who was speaking. What was she even doing here at UA anyway? Midnight, he grunted, displeased. Are you Nezu-sensei's secretary now? Not that it mattered exactly. Well, tell them that it's lunchtime and they can continue after eating. What? Namiri sounded surprised to hear him. Eraser? The door opened after that, an extremely ruffled Namiri meeting his gaze. She looked like a mess. There were deep scratches littering her arms, blood still oozing out from them, and her hair looked like it had been through a whirlwind with how messy it was. Had she been in a fight? This was UA though, top-notch security and all. And Nezu's office was the most secure of places on the campus as well. He needed to know what was happening right now. Nezu was easily located, his white fur a stark contrast to the dark rug he was apparently sleeping on. What was making his heart nearly stop in worry was the blatant absence of Izuku. He was sure if Izuku was in this room or the next, that he would have revealed himself to him already. Where was he? It was all he could do to not tap his foot with all the jittery energy overflowing within him. He had to stay calm. What were the facts in this situation? Nezu was sleeping. Namiri was injured. And Izuku was missing. Shouta was sure that if whatever threat had been in this room hadn't been neutralized already, there would have been much more of a fuss as he walked down the hallways of the school. However, nothing had seemed out of the ordinary. There were a few things he was sure about though. Firstly, Nezu took his responsibility as Izuku's guardian while at school very seriously, and it wasn't like the rat to be sleeping on the job. Secondly, Izuku had been looking forward to today's lunch due to his request in the morning, so for him to not be here meant that something had happened to him. And lastly, Namiri's quirk was the likely culprit for Nezu's unexpected nap. And for her to use it here meant that there was something or somebody she regarded as a threat big enough that she had allowed Nezu to be a liability to her somnambulist. Shouta had to force the lump in his throat down, knowing it would not leave him until Izuku was safe in either his or Hisashi's arms once again. What happened? Midnight? He stepped further into the room, the feeling worsening in his stomach at the sight of stray downy feathers on the carpet. Do not leave anything out. Placing the pair of bentos down onto Nezu's desk, he picked up one of the small feathers and turned to study the pattern of colors there, it only solidifying his theory about some sort of threat that had access to Nezu's office. If Izuku had been forced to use his quirk to go full owl, he must have been under a high amount of stress. It was something out of a storybook, I swear. Eraser, Namiri started, a wince crossing her face as the material of her hero uniform touched the open wounds on her arms. There was this huge owl and it wanted to eat the principal. What? Namiri must have taken the look on his face as one of disbelief because she elaborated. The owl kept trying to nibble him and I even saw it attempt to pick the principal up, she continued, and my quirk didn't even work either. If Shouta was correct, and he was sure he was, then it was indeed Izuku that had fought with Midnight. For what reason, he couldn't be too clear of that, but he would reserve his thoughts on that for later once he had his son back with him. And where's the owl now? Where was Izuku? I threw him out. She what now? She what? Out where? He gritted out, determined to keep his voice as level as he could. Where is the owl, Midnight? Namiri blinked at him as she picked up her cracked mask that he was sure had been a victim to Izuku's crushing grip. She was lucky that Izuku hadn't gotten that same grip around her arm or something. Out the window, she huffed. Where else would I throw a bird? She. Out the window. The words came out before he could stop himself, spilling out and over with outrage. You threw my son out the window? Hisashi's phone vibrated. He flicked his gaze over at it, Shouta's name appearing on the screen before the call was cancelled. It started vibrating again. Snatching up his phone, he quickly excused himself from the studio, boots clicking as he race-walked down the short hallway to an unoccupied room. He locked the door behind him after he entered, swiping to accept the call. Shouta? He kept his voice calm, knowing that whatever had happened for Shouta to use their phone code had to have been important or bad. The last time Shouta had contacted him this way, he had been struck across the temple so hard that he had gotten a concussion and then slipped off a roof and into a dumpster. It was early in the afternoon right now though. He didn't think Shouta would be anywhere near a dumpster or in the position to get hit in the head again. As a matter of fact, wasn't he supposed to be at UA dropping lunch off for Izuku? Man, he wondered what Shouta made for Izuku, and presumably Nezu as well. There was no reply. He could hear breathing, Shouta's brand of slow and measured breaths, but no reply. Sho? He asked again, starting to feel a bit more nervous. Is everything all right? This time, he heard Shouta take in a deep breath, voice shaken with an undercurrent of panic. Izuku's missing. Hisashi's world stopped. How was this possible? How? UA was supposed to be one of the safest places in the country. Nezu had all but promised them that Izuku would be safe under his care. Furthermore, Hisashi thought of him as a man of his word. Did that mean Nezu had been neutralized? That was the only reasonable option he could think of. Just what had happened at UA today. Shouta's voice was still going, but to Hisashi, it sounded like his world had been dunked underwater. Did they need to muster up a task force? Could he be on it? Izuku was still so young, so small. How had this even happened with the amount of pro-heroes that had to be in the vicinity of which this happened? He was thrown out a window dash. Had he unknowingly been muttering out his questions? A window? Hisashi interrupted, only just barely keeping his quirk under his already fraying control, glad that the room he was in was decently soundproofed. His imagination was going into overdrive at the thought of Izuku's small body smashing through a pane of glass and flying right out a FING window. Wait. Where had he fallen? Nezu had cameras in most conceivable locations, so why would Izuku be missing and not sitting safe in Recovery Girl's infirmary after something like that? Shouta. Hisashi was taken aback by the apparent tremble in his voice, quickly coughing in an attempt to mask it. How did this even happen? Shouta stayed quiet for a second, no doubt trying to make some executive decisions on how much to spill. And while it was very sweet of him to want to spare his feelings, Hisashi honestly didn't think it could get any worse than this. He needed to know everything that had happened. Every single detail here was important. The most innocuous bit of information might even help them figure out where Izuku could be. Sit down for this, Shouta finally sighed, apparently having made up his mind. It's not exactly pretty. He wasn't sure what he expected after hearing that, but that it had been Namiri of all people, well, he was glad that he had followed Shouta's suggestion of sitting down first before letting him continue. Because what the F dash? Izuku really did do a number to Namiri too, Shouta said, almost musingly. Guess we should be glad that he never had a mind to turn those talons against people before. Talons? He made an inquiring sound, and Shouta obligingly elaborated. He managed to use his quirk earlier, though I can't tell if it was due to fear or anger. Shouta lowered his voice, Hisashi having to strain his hearing to even catch the next word said. She asked him if he was playing hide and seek. Ah. That was quite possibly one of the worst things that she could have said really. Not that Namiri knew that she had pretty much been stomping and kicking right into the big red button labeled Izuku's trauma. It had been early on that they had found out about his distaste for that game. Whenever he had some free time at home, he would ask Izuku what he wanted to do. A majority of the time, Izuku would ask him to read to him. It was rare that Izuku requested anything else from him, but there were times where he would ask for him to play with him instead. And every time he had asked Izuku what sort of game he wanted to play, the answer was always the same. Not hide and seek. He had shared this information with Shouta and they had worried about that reply quite a bit, but because Izuku had shown no other reaction other than never wanting to play hide and seek ever again, they had dismissed it, keeping it in mind for future playtimes instead. It seemed that decision came back to bite their buttes big time. Obviously, there was a lot more going on than they could discern in Izuku. Not that they could really ask him anything about it because he was missing. And while he did feel bad that Namiri had gotten hurt due to their own negligence in sharing information, he felt like she did go overboard. Izuku had clearly been a distressed animal at the time, all fluffing up and defensive posturing, according to what Shouta had told him. She shouldn't have retaliated. Retreating had been the best option there. I saw that he still had his tracker on him, the tracker. That was a good thing. And I've been keeping an eye on my phone, but nothing so far. Alright, so less good. Izuku never did like afternoons as an owl, he pointed out, as light as he could in this situation. He's probably found a place to take a nap in until the sun comes down a bit more. Or at least he hoped so. It had been what Izuku had done the last time he had been an owl after a short stint of being human, so there was a track record there. I know, Hisashi wished he could be by Shouta's side right now. He sounded like he was on the verge of running out to search for Izuku in the forest that surrounded UA. Izuku's out there somewhere, hurting. His voice went small. I just want to help him. I wanted to, and he did, badly. There's just no way we're going to find a sleeping owl in the woods though. Especially one that's as good at hiding himself as Izuku tends to be. We could try. Shouta replied snippily. We could, Hisashi could give him this, we could, and with a bit of luck, we might even find him. But it wasn't just Izuku who had been affected this, and no matter how much he wanted to scorn Namiri for her actions, and believe him, he was incensed at what she had done. But you need to go talk to Namiri. Straighten things out and explain why she won't be allowed near Izuku for a while. And maybe he was jumping to conclusions here, but from what he had heard, Nezu had even told Namiri, warned her that she was not to hurt the owl. And while Namiri had been of the thought that Izuku was going to hurt Nezu, and didn't that sound ridiculous when thought about, Shouta had assured him that Izuku had been very protective of Nezu instead in face of the threat of Namiri, intent on standing between her and Nezu himself when he could. He wasn't sure if Namiri knew if that owl she had flung out the window had been Izuku, but he didn't doubt that if she didn't know now, she would know real soon. Hisashi could only imagine how Nezu must be feeling about this whole situation. Izuku and Nezu were good friends too. And while they knew Izuku did like Tenya and his park friend, whose name they still didn't know yet, very much, there was something different about the quality of friendship between Izuku and Nezu. Something inside Hisashi ached when he thought too much about it, of what conditions Nezu must have had to survive back then before he had managed to get out from where he had been to where he was today. And what his life must have been like for Izuku, their little Izuku, to be counted among who Nezu would openly call a friend. Shouta didn't argue with his words, thankfully. Hisashi didn't know if he could take any sort of bickering right now, especially not from Shouta. He understood that Shouta was itching for some sort of action to be taken, being so close to the situation already, but it would just be a waste of manpower as of now. Izuku wasn't even a moving target, and with him being likely asleep, there was no chance of there being a red dot for them to follow. And frankly, if Nezu didn't even know where he was as of now with all his cameras, then looking for him aimlessly in the forest wouldn't help their own situation at all. It was better to do what could be done and wait for the sun to fall. By then, Izuku would be awake and able to inform them of his location. He believed Izuku would do this. After all that had happened with their little family, he could only place his trust in Izuku once again and believe in him. Shouta, we'll find him again, Hisashi reassured, only knowing that Shouta hadn't hung up on him due to the sound of low breathing in his ear. Izuku knows how to survive out there, you know. Much to his consternation too, kids shouldn't have to know this sort of stuff. Go talk to Namiri and comfort Nezu or something. And what will you do? He took in a deep breath as he stood once more. I'll go home. Home was where the heart was. And if there was anything Izuku was for him and Shouta, it was this. I'll go home, he repeated, and wait for him to come home. It was night. Izuku was delighted to see the shine of the stars in the night sky greet him when he woke. He knew that the stars were also there during the day, but they were nearly impossible to see due to how bright the sun was. It was a real shame because they were so pretty and more people should get to see them. The weather was nice as well, and he barely took the moment to snag up the squirrel tail next to him before pushing himself out of the hollow of a tree he had taken up residence in earlier. Immediately taking to the air, Izuku felt a deep sense of satisfaction inside him bloom as caught a breeze and glided up higher into the sky. What did he want to do? Izuku wasn't sure, but for now, just flying was fine. He was happy like this. It didn't take long before he had left the forest behind, the bright lights of the city under him now instead. Izuku had missed this view. How long had it been since he had been able to enjoy himself outside like this? Months? Whatever length it had been too long. As he flew past a familiar building, he wondered if the view had changed any since he had been there last. There was no better time to check than now, right? Banking leisurely, he landed carefully on the guardrails, still keeping most of his weight off of the leg that kept twinging when he stood on it too much. Making sure that he didn't drop his squirrel tail down into the street, he looked down, eyes taking in everything in his line of sight. It was still beautiful. There were differences, sure, but they weren't bad ones. Giddiness bubbled in him and he found himself wanting to share this view with someone, anyone. He turned his head, expecting there to be someone there, but all that met him was silence. It unnerved him. Where were his dads? Oh no. Izuku spun, his talons scrabbling to keep him balanced on the metal of the railing, forcing him to hop onto the building proper, a small squawk leaving him when his hurt leg was jarred. He had forgotten about his dads. He had forgotten about lunch. It was night now, so definitely not lunchtime anymore. What should he do? Where should he go? Would they be mad with him? Was Nezu-san really alright? So many questions and Izuku had no idea how to answer any of them. All he wanted right now was to see his dads. Surely it had to be dinner time and someone was always home for dinner time. It was usually his dad, but when Papa could get back home for dinner, he would do his best to do so as well. So his objective should be heading home as soon as possible. His dad had his patrol only an hour or two after dinner, so he had to make it back before then. Izuku was very thankful that flying didn't really involve his legs, because if he had to walk home, he was sure it would be much more annoying with how much it could hurt if he stepped funny on it. Once he was sure his squirrel tail was back in his possession, he took off once more, this time making directly for where he knew they lived. He must have underestimated the distance though, because even after what felt like a long time, he still hadn't arrived. Izuku knew he was going in the correct direction, but there was still a bit to go. That didn't stop him though. It only made him more determined to get back home. After what felt another length of forever, he could see the tree that stood across the street of their apartment building. He landed in its branches, making sure he was hidden in the motley of oranges and yellows of the leaves. The balcony was an option for him to enter by, but with how his leg had hurt when he had landed on the hard cement of the building earlier, he didn't exactly want to do that again, even if it would bring him home. Izuku would just have to enter through the front door. He didn't have the keys to either the main apartment building or to their apartment, but Izuku knew that many people lived in their apartment, so all he had to do was wait until one of them came home and unlocked the door. And then he could go in with them. It was a perfect plan if you asked him. And just as he expected, someone came up to the apartment, digging out the keys from the pocket, unlocking the door. Izuku called out for him to wait. The man only turned to look over in his direction, a look of fear crossing his face before quickly slamming the door closed behind him. Well, that was rude of him. Izuku hooted again, disgruntled. He would just need to wait for the next person. 3 more people later and Izuku had to admit his plan wasn't not working like he had hoped. No one seemed to want to open and hold the door open for owls. If no one would do it for an owl, then he would need to be a human for this probably. And he needed to be human as quickly as he could manage. If he took too long, then there would be no more people coming home after work or school and no one would be there to open the door for him. But he didn't even know how to turn into an owl usually, so asking him to do the complete opposite was even harder. What was it that Tatsuma-san had told him? Fingers and toes? The problem was that he already had toes, even though they were his owl toes. Why was this so hard? All he wanted was to see his dad and Papa soon and hug them and say sorry that he had forgotten about lunch and school. Nezu-san must be so mad with him, missing school like that. A clicking sound brought him out of his thoughts. Another person. He jumped out of the branches, wings spread out to soften his landing. Wait! He yelled, wait! The man turned, Izuku could see the surprise in his eyes. The world was still extremely clear to him even though it was only getting darker every minute that passed. Izuku ran though, ignoring the heavy weight on his back, leaning forward so that it didn't make him fall backwards. Wait for me! He called out again as he ran across the street after quickly making sure there were no cars coming. I need to go home. The man now had a look of concern in his eyes, and while Izuku could see that, he didn't really care. What mattered was that he still had the door open. It was tiring running that distance with how heavy everything seemed to be compared to the usual, but he got there. He got there. And the door was still open. I also live here, he blurted out as soon as he reached the open door and the man there. Thank you. He squeezed his way in, and immediately headed for the stairs. Izuku didn't like the stairs, but they were the quickest way up for him. Especially since it seemed that the elevator was on the top floor right now too and he didn't want to wait to see his dad or Papa. Up and up he went. He nearly stumbled a few times, leg not hurting as bad as it had been when he was an owl just before, but enough to make him not want to stomp too hard on it. By the time he had reached their floor, he was completely out of breath. He was so close though. Making his way to their door, he knocked on it. "Sho?" That was his papa. "That you?" Izuku wanted to reply, but he was so out of breath still, so he only knocked at the door again harder. "Coming." He could hear the lock's mechanisms undo and the door open, green eyes looking directly above him, confused. Izuku lunged forward, arms going around his papa's waist. "Izuku?" He could hear his papa exclaim, arms immediately going around him as well, his voice going all fuzzy. "I'm home, papa," he croaked out, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." His papa was shaking, he could feel it from where he was sandwiched between his papa's arms around him. He must be so upset. That he had been gone for so long? That he had probably made his dad sad for skipping lunch? That he had missed half of school today? It could be any of those really. The squirrel tail was still in his hand, so he offered it up to his papa in an attempt to stop the tears he knew he had caused. "I brought you back a present." His papa cried harder. "Do you like it?" "I love it, Zuku," his papa whispered into his hair, "I'm so glad you're back." Izuku relaxed in his papa's arms, glad to be back. "Welcome home." His papa was warm. The arms around him were still shaking slightly, but they held him tight regardless of that, and that made him feel warmer still. Plus, his papa couldn't be that mad at him if he still held him like this. But most of all, Izuku was happy to hear his papa's heartbeat again, barely needing to focus to hear the still familiar thump-thump that could so easily lull him into sleep. "Oh, Izuku," he could hear his papa murmur, voice still fuzzy with tears, "how did you even get in?" "I waited for someone to open the door." His papa plucked him up into his arms as he replied, carefully balancing his entire weight with one arm while closing and locking the door with the other. "It took a long time, 'cause people didn't want to let me come in when I was an owl." "So that's what happened, huh?" Izuku nodded to the question, nearly tipping over backwards, the weight on his back making it difficult to stay straight. He quickly hooked an arm over and around his papa's shoulders, turning to finally see why he was suddenly feeling so off-balanced. Logically, he knew that this had only started a few minutes ago, but he had been so concerned with getting back home and seeing his dad's that he had pushed those thoughts aside for later. A familiar array of tawny browns and tans met his eyes. He gasped, his grip on his papa loosening enough so that he nearly tipped backwards again. Thankfully his papa caught him in time, his hand bracing him on his back between the wings that were there. "No more falling for today, all right, Izuku?" His papa sounded so tired as he said that. Izuku made sure to tighten his grip as much as he dared to so that he wouldn't topple over again, not wanting to potentially make his papa even more exhausted. "Your papa doesn't know how much more his poor heart can take today." "Sorry, papa," Izuku apologized, guilt blossoming from deep within him, "no more falling today." His papa only lightly bumped his chin against the top of his head to show that he had heard him and carried him further into their apartment, his long legs bringing them into the living room quickly. His sandals lay discarded by the door, having been kicked off when he realized that he wasn't getting put back down on the ground anytime soon. He took a split second to marvel at the sharp talons that tipped each toe. How pointy. It was quiet, apart from his papa's heartbeat and occasional sniffle at least. These were happy tears though. His papa was happy that he came home, even though he had been bad and missed both school and lunch today. The quietness of the apartment unnerved him. Izuku couldn't hear his dad anywhere. "Papa?" he asked as his papa settled down onto the couch with him on his lap, placing the fluffy squirrel tail on the coffee table, then making sure he was comfortable where he was before acknowledging him with a questioning hum, "Where's Dad?" "He'll be coming straight home no matter where he is now." With a wry chuckle, his papa picked up his phone laying on the coffee table, tapping to speed dial his dad. "Say hi to him when I tell you to, all right?" Izuku nodded, agreeing to the easy task. Anything to keep more tears from coming out of his papa's eyes. The phone rang and rang. After a few seconds, the call was picked up. Aizawa speaking. It was his dad. "Go on, say hi." His papa nudged him lightly, handing him the phone, "Then give the phone back to me." "Hi, Dad." He dutifully repeated, then placed the phone back into his papa's waiting hand. "Yo dash. Izuku?" His dad cut his papa off, voice incredulous, "Where are you?" "I'm home." He raised his voice, hoping that his dad could hear him even when he wasn't. Speaking directly into the phone, "Papa's home with me." "Yeah, Sho, we're home." There was a mischievous look on his papa's face, "And I'm gonna hog all the Izuku cuddles until you get back." Izuku could hear the disgruntled sound his dad made before the call was abruptly ended by his papa, the phone getting placed face down back onto the table. That was mean, Papa. Izuku couldn't stop the words from leaving his mouth. Dad's gonna be mad. Well, you wanted to see him sooner, yeah? His papa hummed, fingers reaching up to tousle his hair. This will do the trick. He did want to see his dad sooner rather than later, but still. Wouldn't this just make his dad more upset? Oh. Wait a second. That was it. Papa did a logical ruse. He gasped, patting his hand against his papa's upper arm to get his attention. His papa paled in response, dragging a hand against the side of his face. It's contagious, Zuku. An exaggerated pout decorated his face, though there was a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. You gotta cuddle away all of this from me. Izuku knew what contagious meant, but wasn't that word usually only used for when someone got sick and could give it to you? He was pretty sure that logical ruses weren't some sort of disease or sickness too, so he didn't really understand what his papa was talking about. However, he was a big fan of cuddles, so he went ahead and slipped an arm under his papa's so that he could hug him properly. They spent a moment like that in silence, just him leaning his weight against his papa and his papa allowing him to do so. It was a nice position to be in, feeling the warmth his papa had to offer and to not worry about his leg that finally stopped twinging once he had managed to switch from being a whole owl to only some owl. This had to be part of his quirk, right? He could even feel the couch with the wing that was splayed out on it, his other wing being held close to his side so he didn't knock over the jar of pencils that was on the coffee table. These were definitely his wings. The colors and pattern on them was unmistakable, and he had seen loads of photos that his papa had taken of him back when he had only just been an owl, so he knew he wasn't wrong about this. Your hair is so fluffy now, Zuku, his papa murmured, fingers lightly brushing at the hair that was starting to cover his eyes. Not that it wasn't before, but this is another level, you know? It's not feathers, is it? Izuku wondered, slightly worried. Do I have feathers on my head? His head was patted, a small chuckle rumbling in his papa's throat. It's just hair up here, yeah? A light kiss was pressed to the top of his head. Your hair, it's here, okay? Izuku groaned. English was something he was fairly familiar with by now, both his papa and Netsu-san slipping into it at times when they knew that the words they were going to use were ones that he understood or easy enough to pick up on with enough context. He didn't need any context for this. This was just his papa's brand of humor. You do have some small feathers down here though, a finger ghosted under his eyes, right by where he knew his freckles were located, but those are the only ones I can see right now. Izuku made to get off of his papa's lap, wanting to locate a mirror to see for himself, but long arms reached out to keep him there. He blinked, surprised. Not right now, Zuku, soft words from his papa, but there was an undercurrent of something hurt there as well, just, not right now. His papa must really still be upset about the whole situation, huh? He felt awful about it, knowing that this was partially his fault. Getting thrown out the window wasn't something he could have changed, but he probably could have tried to find a way back into UA, or maybe even find his dad who had been heading to UA with lunch. Instead, he had taken a long nap, making his parents worry about him for hours probably. They were probably still mad as well. His dad had worked so hard to make him and Netsu-san lunch and he hadn't even managed to be there for it. Are you mad at me? He mumbled the question, not exactly wanting to know the answer, but also unwilling to spend the rest of the night wondering about it. The arms around him tightened, but not the kind of tight that would squeeze him until there was nothing left of him. It was the kind that was both warm and comforting, smelling something like lemons as well. And wasn't that a surprise? He could still smell despite being partly owl. They stayed like that for a moment longer until his papa started speaking again, voice low. I'm not mad, no. And what about Dad? He continued, is he mad at me? Shouta isn't mad either. His papa gave him a weak grin, mad with worry probably, but not mad in the way you're thinking. That was good. Something deep inside of him settled at hearing that. I'm sorry I took so long to come home, Papa. Izuku still felt the need to apologize though. The sun was really high in the sky, so I took a nap and then I went flying afterwards. And he had forgotten about them too for a bit, but he didn't exactly want to make his papa cry again, so he skipped that, and then no one would let me in cause I was an owl and I don't have the keys and owls don't even have pockets dash. He knew he was rambling, but he couldn't stop, tears coming to his eyes as he just kept apologizing and apologizing, wanting his papa to know that he hadn't meant to even make them worry so much about him. Because he had been fine. Izuku had lived out there for a long time by himself and though he hadn't for a while now after his parents had taken him in, it wasn't something he could forget. He had been fine, yeah, but all the same, he had missed both his dad and papa badly once he had realized they hadn't been there with him to gaze down on the city from where he had been perched. School was hard enough, and he loved going to UA too, having to be separated from them, but at least he had Netsu-san there with him. Learning was fun enough that he could momentarily forget that his parents weren't just right there for him to go hug. "Oh, Izuku," his papa gave him another small squeeze to his side, "I'm just glad you got home safely." Hearing that made him feel warm inside. "I couldn't do anything, you know," he murmured, voice so quiet that Izuku wondered if he was actually talking to him or just letting his thoughts out, rambling like he tended to do. "Shouta was out and about looking for you even when he knew the chances of finding you as an owl during the day was astronomically low, and I just couldn't do anything like that." That was logical. Izuku knew he had stayed hidden for a long time on his own, no one ever even suspecting he might be near until he had started revealing himself to his dad. It was very hard to find an owl when they didn't want to be found. "When Shouta told me that you went missing from school, everything froze for me." His papa looked upset, so he went ahead and laid his head against his chest, grabbing the nearest hand to place on his hair, waiting. As expected, his papa started petting his hair, fingers carding through the strands, and body losing some of the tension it had gained. "You're only a kid, Izuku. Too much has already happened to you. You were home though," and he was very glad that his papa had been because he really didn't know what would have happened if no one had been home when he had gotten back. "You waited home for me. I knew you would come home, so yeah." Oh. His papa really was the best papa. Izuku was home. He had to get home. Streetlights blurred from the speed he was going at. It took him no time before he was sprinting to their apartment, his eyes noting that the lights of their living room were on, signifying that yes, Hisashi and Izuku were both home. He had to see them though, see that Izuku was really home with his own eyes. Shouda's hand was shaking as he missed the keyhole to the entrance of their building once, twice, and nearly a third time before he just jammed in it blindly, huffing out his relief when he was able to turn it, unlocking the door. Stairs were nothing in the face of the length of his legs, and before he knew it, he had arrived at their door. He jiggled the doorknob before knocking and then unlocking the door himself when nobody opened it for him. And there he was. Izuku was already halfway down the corridor to the entryway, a clicking sound that he hadn't heard for months coming from his feet. There were wings as well, though at the moment, they were held up and tucked behind his back. There was something off about his gait though. "I'm home," he announced, eyes still tracking how Izuku ran as he got closer to him, even as he quickly lowered himself into a crouch so his knees didn't take the brunt of a child running into them at full speed. Izuku ran into his open arms. "Welcome home, Dad." Temporarily putting aside whatever was potentially wrong with Izuku's leg, he grunted as Izuku hugged his middle tightly, dipping down his chin to give him a proper hug, noticing that while Izuku's hair was the same shade of green as it always was, the softness of it reminded him of the owl feathers that he still kept in his and Hisashi's bedroom. His mind raced. Izuku had managed to both use his quirk to go from human to owl and from owl into some sort of hybrid form today. Namiri's words had been a catalyst to the first instance, but what had happened to Izuku to have likely caused the second? "Dad," Izuku peered up at him, eyes big. "Dad, I'm home now, so you don't have to worry, okay?" Shouta only hugged him tighter, not moving even when Izuku gave him an indignant whine. "You're squishing me." At least Izuku was there in his arms so that he could be squished, he found himself thinking. Despite the small complaint, Izuku didn't struggle in his hold, leaning his head against his chest over his heart instead, a small satisfied hum leaving his mouth. He could feel Hisashi's gaze on them from the other end of the corridor. There were still the smoldering remains of irritation from that phone call, but he could feel them waste away to ash as he finally felt himself relax, knowing that all was well again. Izuku was home. And he was home. Minutes passed between them, their slow breathing the only sounds he could hear. Eventually, he decided to pick Izuku up, not wanting to spend the rest of the night by the open door, making sure to support both his legs and back properly as he did so, knowing that he had to be unused to the new weight on his back. Plus there was also the matter of a possible injured leg, so he had to keep an eye for that as well. "You got home in time for dinner," Izuku chirped into his ear as he kicked off his boots, nudging both them and Izuku's sandals to the side so no one would trip on them. "Papa got dinner tonight." "Hisashi did?" He sniffed the air, the scent of fried rice and sesame chicken becoming apparent as he neared the kitchen. Papa ordered on the phone." Shouta nodded absent-mindedly as he took in the spread on the table, the wide array of still piping hot Chinese takeout greeting him. "He said that you worked way too hard today to also make dinner." He could hear Hisashi's groan coming from the living room. Oh, how he loved Izuku's non-filter when it wasn't him being put on the spot. "That's nice of him to say," he snorted, "though he wasn't very nice to me earlier on the phone, telling me he'd hog all of your cuddles." "I told Papa he was being mean," Izuku informed him with a straight face. He had a hard time keeping a straight one himself hearing this, but he was actually just doing a logical ruse to get you to come home faster. Simply amazing. Izuku still had no concept of a social filter, though in this specific case, it worked in his favor and only resulted in Hisashi's apparent embarrassment, which was funny enough to witness because he usually had nothing that would embarrass him. "Why don't you fetch Hisashi for dinner and let me freshen up?" Putting Izuku back down carefully, he noted the sharp talons on his toes and the smaller ones acting as fingernails. Thankfully, it seemed Izuku knew to be careful with them already, likely something that had carried over from his time as an owl. This time, he watched carefully as Izuku made his way to the living room, clearly favoring one leg over the other, though he hid it well enough to be unnoticeable to someone who didn't go looking for these sorts of things. So he had been right. Izuku was hurt. From what he could recall, it was even the same leg that Namuri had targeted when she had used her whip. He quickly washed his hands and then his face, toweling them off, and returned to the kitchen where Hisashi and Izuku were both already seated. This was something he had to get to the bottom of. "Izuku, you're hurt." Taking his own seat, Shouta made sure to keep his voice neutral as he spoke. "When did this happen?" He's hurt?" Hisashi exclaimed, quickly turning to Izuku. "You're hurt?" "Only a little bit." Izuku wouldn't meet either of their gazes. "It hurts less now. So it hurt more before?" "When I was an owl, kinda, yeah," Izuku admitted, "but really, it's better now." Shouta could feel himself run cold at Izuku's admission. If this had happened when he had been an owl, then it had to be Namuri that had caused it. He could feel the anger running hot in him again. Not only had she thrown their son out the window, but she had injured him in the process as well? This wasn't the time to get angry though. He had Izuku to think about, and Izuku had said nothing about what had even caused this injury. "How did you get hurt?" Hisashi fussed over him. "Do we need to take you to a doctor?" Izuku looked reluctant to talk, but all of Hisashi's worries must have worn him down, because despite looking like he wanted to leave the dinner table and have his meal in the living room alone, he didn't. "At UA, there was someone called Midnight and she used a whip." Izuku mimed the snapping action of said whip, "and she used it and got me by my leg, and I guess when she was swinging me around, it hurt me?" He had seen the camera footage of this with Nezu by his side. Nezu had looked more concerned than he had ever seen him, his eyes tracking Izuku's and Namuri's every movement. Eventually he had stepped out though, after watching Izuku draw himself up defensively, stepping in between his sleeping body and Namuri. Shouta would keep the knowledge of Nezu being able to produce tears close to his heart, locked up in figurative chains. It was the least he could do. "I'll take a look at it after dinner, and then we can go see Recovery Girl tomorrow if needed." He wasn't leaving anything up to chance, even knowing that his knowledge of splinting and bandaging up injuries was likely more than enough for this. And it would give everybody else in UA a chance to see that Izuku was found and was alright. His sudden disappearance had caused quite an amount of worry, especially from both Ectoplasm and Snipe. "I can go to school tomorrow too?" Izuku sounded relieved. "Nezu-san's not mad?" "He's not," Shouta promised. "He'll be happy to see you." "And Midnight won't be there?" And therein was the issue. It was one he had already dealt with, but Izuku deserved to know who she was and what had been going on. "She won't be," he confirmed, "but we do have to have a talk about her and what happened at school." Izuku made a face, but nodded. "Let's eat first though, yeah?" Hisashi cut in. "No use having heavy conversations on empty stomachs." "Alright," Shouta conceded. "Food first. Talk later." Dinner passed quickly. Izuku was thankful he had been able to use his chopsticks even with the talons tipping his fingers. It would have been embarrassing if he hadn't been able to, and he didn't exactly want to ask his dad to erase his quirk right now. He had his wings. And this time he even had his fingers. He liked having both at the same time. But even though both his dad and Papa were there, something rare for dinner time, and the food was good, he couldn't stop the sickly sensation in his belly from growing bigger. He was not looking forward to the talk that his dad wanted to have. And the thing was, though his dads were usually very willing to listen to him out on things he didn't want to do, there was no way he was getting out of this particular one. Plus, Izuku knew he owed them some answers. It was the least he could do after causing them so much worry. When his dad started to gather together their used plates and chopsticks, carrying them over to the sink to be washed, he knew it was about time. With his Papa also home and there to help with the drying, the dishes were done in practically no time. The leftovers were then put away for the next day. And after the table was given a quick once-over for anything missed, his Papa offered out his arms to him. "Don't want to put any unneeded pressure on that leg of yours, yeah?" Izuku really didn't think it was that big of a deal, but if his Papa was offering, then it would be rude to refuse. Once he had made himself comfortable in his Papa's arms, he was carried into the living room and placed onto the couch. His wings were super cool and he loved knowing they were there, but they sure did make things inconvenient at times. He couldn't just sit like he usually did, since doing that took up so much room on the couch with how big his wings were when he wasn't actively keeping them tucked to his sides or behind him. And he really didn't want to take up all the room on the couch. How else would his papa sit next to him? Or his dad? The problem was that he didn't know how to undo this transformation without his dad's erasure, not that he wanted to even get rid of his wings in any capacity. However, if he did know how to get back to how he was right now, that meant he could make them go away for the moments where they got in the way, and then get them back later when he wanted them around again. He supposed that was what his dad wanted for him when he insisted on him not forcing his quirk to work under stressful situations. It was very logical, Izuku had to admit. "Alright, let's get comfortable before we get started," his dad said as he joined them, giving him a small pat on the head before taking a seat on the stool he brought out with him. It was his stool. Izuku had to resist asking to switch seats with his dad. He had missed his stool. It lived under the kitchen table nowadays when it wasn't being used for extra seating purposes. His papa sat on the couch with him, though he was only sitting on the edge of it, obviously being careful not to brush into any of his feathers. Izuku felt bad. His wings were hogging the entire couch. "Izuku?" His papa shifted himself closer to him, eyes bright with worry. "Is something wrong?" He shook his head, determined to keep this to himself. All he had to do was figure out how to get his quirk to work how he wanted it to, and not whatever it wanted, whenever it wanted. Izuku had to admit, he was feeling a bit more confident about his control over his quirk now, since he did manage to go from owl to part owl without having to go through being hungry again, more fiery explosions, or even getting thrown out of another window. "You're sure?" His papa sure was insistent. Izuku held back a pout, his nerves actually calming down slightly at the familiarity of this interaction. "You know you can come to us with anything, yeah?" "I know, papa." He leaned over to pat his papa on the knee, hoping to lessen his worry, "but nothing's wrong right now." However, his papa did not seem encouraged at all by his words, the wrinkle between his brows deepening further. Izuku felt even worse seeing that. There wasn't much he could do about it though, so he just took his papa's hand in his, intertwining their fingers together, being very careful with his nails, and giving his hand a light squeeze. It would be a reminder for his papa, so he would know that he was right there, not hurt, and home. He could feel his papa squeeze his hand gently in return. "That was good. Izuku?" His dad spoke this time. "How are you feeling?" He thought about the question. How was he feeling? For the most part, he thought he was fine. He was home after having dinner together with his dads, so he had nothing to complain about. And he had even managed to use his quirk twice today, and it hadn't made him super tired at all yet. Though he did suspect that was only because he had taken such a big nap after using it the first time. It was inconvenient though, if he had to nap every time after he used his quirk. His dad would call it illogical, and he'd be right. Sure, it had been scary for him earlier in the day, but that was all over, wasn't it? Well, he still kind of wanted midnight to take those words back. Getting reminded of something like that, whether it be from other people or even his own dreams, always made him feel uneasy. It made him doubt that the game of hide and seek his mama had started with him had truly ended. Which he knew was a ridiculous thought to be having. Izuku treasured the day that his dad had found him. Picked him up and took him back home like it was just another day of the week to him. He had never mentioned to them the nightmares he'd have sometimes where his dad never did find him. Or the ones he had where his dad's heartbeat had stopped right outside his old roost and had continued down the street not too long after. Ones where it had been Hisashi to find him instead, licks of flame crawling up and around his body. They would wake him up in the middle of the night, and with his dad out on patrol at that time, he never could fall asleep again until he heard their front door unlock and open, meaning that his dad had come home safe after another night of fighting crime. He'd usually leave his own door open as well, which meant that his dad always stopped by his room before heading off to bed where his papa was. Izuku, his dad had always sighed, picking him up from where he was by the window. "You can't just stay up all night looking out at the moon and stars." But despite the slight admonishing tone his voice had, his touch was only ever kind and gentle while placing him back into bed. "How are you going to grow taller without enough rest?" He remembered that he had just shrugged off the question every time, not even wanting to admit to anyone that he did try, but had failed due to the nightmares that would strike at him once he did manage to nod off. Izuku thought he had been lucky enough that the nightmares didn't happen all that often, but whenever they did, it left him feeling horrible, his pulse echoing in his ears. And after his dad had told him about the arsonist group, Firebird, and how likely it was that Hisashi was a member of it, his nightmares had only gotten worse. He had tried his best to ignore them, and it helped that during the day, he had a lot to be looking forward to. His nightmares were all but forgotten when he was at school or at gymnastics, forward rolling along with the group he had classes with. He also had his weekly meetings with Hitoshi at the park, and if he was lucky, he got to visit Tenya in Hosu on Sundays as well. His papa liked to call him a busy bee, but wasn't his papa even busier than he was? What did that make him then? I'm okay, Izuku finally replied, everything's fine. It wasn't a lie. At the moment, everything was fine. Izuku couldn't imagine making his parents worry even more about him after what had happened today. He only hoped that his dad would ask him easy questions. The easiest ones. Please. Was it though? No, Hisashi had to admit, it decidedly wasn't. He wondered if Izuku knew that he sounded like he was trying to convince himself of that, rather than Shouta. Alright, Shouta took the answer in stride, though Hisashi knew the crinkle in his brow meant he had definitely picked up on Izuku's current mood. Then let's put together some ground rules for this conversation. Ground rules? Izuku repeated after him, eyes flicking down to the rug on the floor before up to Shouta again. What are those? Special rules or guidelines for a particular conversation or meeting, Shouta hummed, ticking off fingers as he listed off a few more examples, could apply to any sort of activity, event, or even inside classrooms. Like how Nedzu-san asks to be called Nedzu-sensei when he's teaching me inside ours. Precisely, a small nod followed the confirmation, though that is more of a courtesy than anything else. So what sort of ground rules? Izuku left his question unfinished, but it was enough for Shouta to pick up from to continue. We both know that this conversation will be hard for you, Izuku. Hisashi quickly nodded in agreement. Izuku's hand squeezed his again, though he was quite sure it wasn't for comfort this time, but a reflex due to nerves. While Hisashi and I would like it if you answered everything to your best ability, we understand if you can't. A familiar stubborn look crossed Izuku's face as he took in Shuta's words. Don't force yourself if it hurts you, Izuku. Hisashi shuffled himself closer, taking care to not brush into any of Izuku's feathers behind him. He knew that Izuku had been picky with his feathers as an owl, getting nippy if anyone dared to touch them without prior permission. And right now with Izuku being so on edge, it wasn't worth it to place him under any more unnecessary stress. Just do your best, yeah, Zuku? He grinned down at him, trying his best to exude reassurance. If you need a break, just let us know. Izuku nodded, brushing the side of his head against his arm. Hisashi resisted the urge to pick him back up, permission be dmed, and give him a good ol squish to his chest. But he knew that Izuku might not like the suddenness of that and could even choose to move away from him, and that was not something he wanted for this conversation or ever. Let's get started then, Shouta offered Izuku a kind look, even as he started with what had to be one of the harder questions in the list he must have put together in his head. Can you tell us what happened today at school to cause you to use your quirk? Hisashi could immediately feel the small hand in his own tense up. This was off to a horrible start, if he had to be honest. He kind of hated that they needed to remind Izuku of the events that had happened earlier today, but this was something they absolutely needed to know. Not only would it give them Izuku's perspective on all of this, it would give them an opportunity to learn what to avoid next time to prevent this from happening again. With how he had injured Namiri due to this wasn't something they could ignore and just hope that it would solve itself with enough time. They needed to take action. Izuku needed to see someone to address all this trauma that was obviously still affecting him to some degree. This would be a good opportunity to approach that with him. Oh, but he was not looking forward to trying to convince Izuku to go to therapy. He had enough trouble convincing Shouta to go, and that had been with a strong logical argument that he had spent weeks on creating. Well, I was doing my work and then Nedzu-san had to go to his office cause someone called midnight was asking for him. Izuku started slowly, clearly picking and choosing which words to use, and I got curious so I went over to try and listen to their conversation. He looked guilty. The same type of guilt painted his face when he would try to eavesdrop on his parents on what they had planned for their annual summer family vacation, only to get caught due to his mother's quirk alerting her of his presence. I probably shouldn't have done that. Well, you know for next time now, yeah? Kids eavesdropping on an adult's conversation was nothing new, but Izuku's little adventure definitely had much more harsh consequences than most others. And what happened after this? Midnight heard me somehow and then Izuku immediately puffed up, his feathers bristling out behind him, making him look like an angry ball of fluff. Midnight said that I was playing hide and seek. Hisashi winced at the sudden force of the grip Izuku had on his hand, the pinpricks of the talons on his skin making him intimately aware that Izuku was able to poke holes into people right now if he really wanted to, and I wasn't. And you aren't, Shouta concurred, I know this. Hisashi met his gaze when he shifted it over to him, we know this. It was over. Izuku bulldozed over Shuta's softly spoken words, when you found me, the game ended. Hisashi ran a finger over Izuku's shaking hand, trying his best to keep himself outwardly calm despite the pain he felt inside hearing all of this. If he lost it now, then he knew Izuku would soon follow, and then they'd get absolutely nowhere with this conversation. And considering all the shit that had happened for them to even get to this particular point, they needed to make the best of it. He just hadn't realized that this game of hide-and-seek that Midoriya Inko had started had affected Izuku that deeply. Somehow, he didn't think Shouta had either. I wasn't playing anymore, Izuku's finally wailed out an F-. Hisashi could feel himself crumbling as Izuku's voice did, I don't want to play hide-and-seek anymore. Despite seeing Shouta's motion to stand, Hisashi went on ahead and decided to give Izuku the hug he had been wanting to give him from the very beginning. He shouldn't have let him go at all in the first place, not when Izuku was still this emotionally vulnerable. And you don't need to, Zuku. Pulling Izuku into his lap in one easy motion, he made sure to have one arm support his back like he had seen Shouta do so earlier. Like you said before, it's over now and you don't have to if you don't want to, okay? While he knew Midoriya Inko had good intentions when she had asked Izuku to go hide, he had to admit that during these times when Izuku showed them how fed up it had all been to him, he hated her for what she had done to their son. She had done the right thing in saving Izuku's life, but Hisashi couldn't forgive the way she had gone about it all the same. Hisashi's right, the couch dipped as Shouta sat down next to him, running a hand through Izuku's hair. I'm sorry her words made you think that you had to again. It's not your fault though. Izuku's tone was petulant, sounding more childish than ever. She said it, not you. I know, Shouta sighed, averting his gaze, but Midnight would have known if we had told her and we could have avoided all of this happening. There was a look of surprise in Izuku's eyes, tears seemingly forgotten as he tried to parse through Shouta's words. What do you mean? He demanded, hair becoming more unruly, bits of it reminding Hisashi of those ear tufts that Mimizuku had. He hastily tried to pat it down before it got into his face. Do you know Midnight? Hisashi felt the awkwardness that Shouta had to be feeling in full force by now. He grunted, Midnight's civilian name is Kayama Namuri. Izuku froze, a stunned expression on his face. He could practically see all the gears in Izuku's brain calculating what this meant. Kayama-san threw me out a window. The whisper that left Izuku's mouth nearly made him laugh out loud, the sheer ridiculousness of it in this serious conversation punching him in the gut. I attacked Kayama-san, Izuku then said louder, alarm leaking into his voice. I attacked your friend. Oh man, maybe Shouta should have eased Izuku into Namuri's identity a bit more. This was just distressing Izuku out. And while it was true that they had Namuri's permission to tell Izuku about this, there had to have been a better way to go about this, right? Namuri wants you to know that she's sorry for throwing you out a window, Shouta continued, much to his horror. He was certain this was not how anyone should speak to children, and that she's also sorry for thinking you wanted to eat Nedzu. I would never. Izuku gave them an affronted look. Nedzu-san's my friend. We know, Hisashi soothed, not wanting tempers to rise any more than they already had. Very good friends. Is Nedzu-san okay? The fight left Izuku's eyes as worry overtook it again. I think he is, but I couldn't see into his office from the windows. So I don't know for sure. He's fine, Shouta snorted, a soft amusement punctuating his voice. He's more worried about you, I think. Relief flooded Izuku's expression, though the tenseness didn't leave his body. Holding Izuku right now kind of felt like holding a small statue. A very cute one, but a statue nonetheless. He wondered what was on Izuku's mind. To make him worry so much still. Did I hurt Kayama-san a lot? How typical of Izuku to worry about Namuri even after the events that had happened. Will she want to stop being your friend because of me? Izuku, Shouta cleared his throat. Izuku, she's fine. Hisashi tried not to think about the gashes that Izuku had left on Namuri. I sent her to see Recovery Girl. And we've gone through a lot together, you know, Zuku. Hisashi allowed himself a small chuckle. Something like this isn't going to affect our friendship much. It wouldn't affect their friendship, but it would affect the list of potential emergency babysitters for Izuku. It was only getting shorter from here on out. They really needed to tell Tensei about this as soon as they could too. Having this happen again but including Tenya as a witness could really mess up the friendship between the two kids. And Izuku needed all the friends he could get. I really messed up, didn't I? Izuku murmured, tone sad, I'm really sorry. Ah shit. You can't blame yourself for this, Shouta immediately denied, his own voice firm. We, the adults, can all take part in the blame for this, but you're the victim here, Izuku. I still feel like I did something wrong. The worry was apparent in Izuku's voice, breaking his heart. I just got so angry hearing her say that and I just couldn't stop myself. This was it, wasn't it? We do have a possible solution. Their only solution right now, as well. Oh boy. There are people called therapists out there you can talk to. It's their job to listen to you and do their best to help you through things that happened. There's one that works at UA right now actually, Shouta added after a small pause. Izuku looked surprised at hearing that, a contemplative look crossing his features. Was it possible that Izuku already knew who it was? The most prominent of UA's staff that Izuku talked about, if one didn't include Nedzu, was Ectoplasm and Snipe. There was offhand mentions of Power Loader and Lunch Rush, but they were never mentioned that much or often at all. His name is Hound Dog. Isn't that Inui-san? So Izuku did know of him. It was better than convincing Izuku to go meet a complete stranger, that's his hero name. Do you want to try? Hisashi resisted the urge to plead as he asked, we think this can really help you. Okay, despite not looking too certain about it, he agreed to the request, I'll try it. It was possible that Izuku had only agreed to go along with this to keep the two of them happy, but that he had agreed in the first place, it was enough for now. Hisashi could have cried in relief, but just allowed himself to hug Izuku again, snaking his free arm to drag Shouta into the hug as well. They would be fine. They would all be fine. Shouta woke up to a finger jabbing his cheek. Ignoring the insistent pokes, he only managed a few more seconds of peace before the target was changed to his nose. He squinted a bleary eye open, meeting the bright green ones that peered back at him. These were not the eyes of his husband, who was still snoring lightly next to him, but the eyes of his usually sensible son, Izuku. His son who had apparently decided to wake him up some early hour of the day where the sun hadn't even started rising yet. What had happened to his sleep-loving son who always grumbled in the morning when he went to wake him up to get ready for the day? Who napped in the car for the entire ride if Hisashi decided to drive him to school instead? Why are you awake, Izuku? He let out a low groan. He had taken the night off patrol too, not wanting to go out there when he had already been exhausted after searching for Izuku in the forest surrounding UA. It's too early to be awake. Big green eyes blinked back at him before Izuku cooed, leaning his front half forward onto their bed. He could feel the pinpricks of talons through the light blanket that covered his body. It seemed that Izuku's half-owl half-human transformation was stable enough for him to keep it active throughout the hours that he did sleep. Then again, he shouldn't be too surprised, seeing that Izuku had managed to stay an owl for over a year and a half just fine. Can we go to school yet? Izuku's voice was perky, of all the things it could be at this time of day. He had grown incredibly used to intelligible mumbles from Izuku in the mornings. If he thought about it hard enough, he supposed it made enough sense for it not to be a reach. Eurasian eagle owls were crepuscular, and with the sun barely peeking its way over the horizon, this was a time that Izuku's owl side naturally was more active. This did not mean he wanted Izuku to end up a dawn person though. He loved his son very much, but there was no way he was going to take responsibility for Izuku when he was being woken up that early. Thankfully, there was Hisashi to take in mind. His lovely and smart husband who coincidentally loved mornings and rose out of bed accordingly. Zashi, he reached out behind him and patted the sleeping lump that was the love of his life, mindful of Izuku's curious gaze, very much aware that nothing could be hidden from an owl's eyes even in relative darkness. Your son wants to go to school. Hisashi did not stir. Ah, the poor tired man. However, he was even more of a tired man. A perpetually exhausted man even. Go on, Izuku. Shouta closed his eyes again, only wanting to get back to sleep as soon as possible before the day could actually start. He was too tired to feel any guilt at setting their eager son on another target. Tell your papa how much you want to go to school. Alas, instead of heading around the bed to get to Hisashi like he had expected him to, Izuku hauled himself onto their bed, his wings flapping once or twice. Izuku was careful enough with his talons, but Shouta was getting lightly smacked every time those wings beat down. Crawling on all fours now, Izuku made his way over him, obviously trying not to step on him as he did. The thing was, even with all the care Izuku was taking, he was still a child made up of sharp angles and he could only groan, curling up a bit, when an errant knee jabbed him in the kidney. Papa, Izuku finally clambered over him, positioning himself to sit on top of Hisashi's sleeping body. Papa. Shouta shifted himself over so he could face them properly instead of having to crane his neck. Even in lieu of more sleep, he really wanted to have a front seat for Izuku's antics. Let's go to school together now. Amazingly enough, there was still no movement from Hisashi except for a short snuffling sound. And frankly, if Hisashi could sleep right through Izuku climbing onto their bed and then onto him, he deserved whatever was in store for him. Pa. Izuku bounced, another paw leaving his mouth every time his body made contact with Hisashi's. Papa. The sound that Hisashi made was akin to a deflating balloon, all sad and out of gas. Unfocused eyes met his and then darted up at Izuku who was mid-bounce. They collided. Hisashi's eyes bugged out and Izuku looked delighted that he had finally achieved his goal of getting Hisashi's attention. Zuku, baby, even with his bedhead and the pillow creases on one side of his face, Shouta couldn't help but feel a surge of fondness for his husband who was visibly trying to swallow a yawn. He did look exasperated though, especially once he glanced in the direction of the window, just the barest bits of deep purple decorating the horizon. Shouldn't you be sleeping? I want to go to school to see Nezu-san. Izuku looked positively innocent despite the chaos he had just caused. Please. It's too early for school, yeah? Hisashi lost the battle against his yawn, jaw stretching as he gave in. Papa needs his beauty sleep, okay, Zuku? He relaxed back into the bed even as Izuku stared down at him, a pout forming on his lips. Your papa doesn't want wrinkles yet. But papa, Izuku wiggled himself over so he was laying on his side facing Hisashi, wings splayed across their bodies like an additional blanket. An abnormally warm blanket, Shouta noted. Odd. You're already 23 years old. Shouta couldn't keep in his chuckle at that. Hisashi's affronted expression was priceless. However, it really was time to either get Izuku back to bed or get himself out of it, allowing Hisashi to get in a bit more rest. Leaving Izuku unsupervised while he was awake was only welcoming trouble. Two options, Izuku. Izuku switched to looking at him, eyes big. We go back to sleep now and wake up earlier than usual so you can see Sensei before we go visit Shuzenji-sensei, or we wake up now and you go to bed earlier tonight. Sleep now. Izuku's reply was instantaneous. He then curled up where he was, in the space between him and Hisashi, eyelids already sliding close, apparently deciding that he was fine not returning to his room to sleep. Shouta could tell he wasn't really asleep though. Maneuvering a hand out from under the blanket, he ruffled Izuku's hair gently, making sure to make rustling sounds so he didn't take Izuku by surprise. It was cute how Izuku melted into his touch, if not a bit sad with the knowledge of his upbringing in the forefront of his mind. Good night, Izuku, Hisashi murmured, voice already thick with sleep. Sweet dreams. Izuku seemed to relax further hearing that, breathing finally evening out in a manner resembling sleep. That was good enough for him. He closed his own eyes and allowed himself to drift off, the warmth of Izuku's wings lulling him back into his dreams. The sun's light was beating down on him. It was a reminder that he had promised Izuku that they would leave earlier just so they could go see Nezu before anything else. Honestly, seeing Recovery Girl probably wasn't necessary. Izuku only seemed to have pulled a muscle, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Doubly since Izuku's quirk was still enough of a mystery to him and Hisashi. The transformation from owl to human was clear-cut, but with the addition of this new stable half-owl form, things got a bit more fuzzy. The camera footage had shown that Owl Izuku still had his tracker on him, and that had implications. Just where did it go when Izuku wasn't an owl? Was that the reason why Izuku still had the same clothes he had worn that morning? There was a lot to think about. Especially since they had to take this new information into account in accordance with Izuku's injury. It was only logical to see a trained professional about this. And since they would be in UA, he was sure Nezu would have theories about this and ways to test those theories as well. Waking up a winged Izuku proved to be difficult. Those wings were hazardous and Izuku seemed determined to bat them in his face when he dug his talons into the blanket he had been sleeping on top of, eyes still closed. In the end, he had to remind Izuku that they had plans today and if he didn't wake up in time, they wouldn't have the time to see Nezu before having to rush to their appointment. That definitely rocketed Izuku out of their bed, talons clicking down the hallway to head back into his room, frantically mumbling about what to wear to school. After a quick breakfast, Hisashi shuffled them all into his car, the early hour meaning he had the time to drop them off before having to head into the station for work. It was a quick drive, Izuku humming the entire time, an excited but nervous air around him. He took Izuku up into his arms once he got out of the car, careful to arrange him in a way that would allow him to keep his wings free. It wasn't too far to the school and he didn't want to risk Izuku worsening his injury after he had already been on his feet today, saying that it only hurt a little bit. A little bit could change into a bigger bit, and he wanted to avoid that. Have a good day, Zuku. Hisashi came out of the car, heading over to them to press a kiss to Izuku's cheeks under the tiny feathers there. Be good, yeah? I promise, Papa. Izuku replied dutifully and Hisashi only cooed back at him. Sho, Hisashi murmured his name, his worry only barely visible in his eyes. Watch over him for me too, okay? He couldn't even begin to understand the sort of thoughts that must be running through Hisashi's head right now, having to leave Izuku again so quickly after that day they had yesterday. I will, he promised, I'll keep him safe. Hisashi offered him a smile, leaning forward to give him a peck on the lips. Shouta could feel his ears warm. You just get going, he hid his flustered state, breaking away. Hisashi was incredibly good at figuring him out and he didn't need to get even more flustered right now. I don't want you to be late. Oh, fine, Hisashi laughed. One more for the road? Izuku nodded eagerly, offering his other unkissed cheek, which was promptly remedied with a kiss. He was such a sucker for the people he loved. Shouta leaned forward this time, meeting Hisashi's lips with his own. Then he spun, leaving Hisashi's giggles and his car behind and headed for UA's security gate, glad that Hisashi had parked in an area where there were no curious spectators. He did not need the fact that he could feel real and actual affection towards people known to the public. Nezu had given him a new security card yesterday, allowing him access to UA and all its facilities, so getting through the gate was no issue, and he had no worries about any robots chasing him down. They were quickly approaching the school's main entrance when they saw him. "Nezu-san!" Izuku exclaimed, arm loosening around his shoulders as he leaned forward, waving a hand over at Nezu, who was standing by the entrance of the school and greeting the students that were entering. Ha! Shouta had to admit that it was a nice thing to do and a good way to ease students into his appearance and presence. The students didn't look surprised at all, so this had to have been happening for a while already. A majority of them also greeted the principal back, their good mornings interspaced between short bows as they walked past him. "Oh, you're early, Izuku-kun." Nezu's ears pricked up at their approach, tail swaying in what Shouta knew to be unexpected pleasure with some underlying worry. Tracking the nuances of Nezu's mood had taken him a while to get used to, but it had been good practice for his observation skills back in the classroom, and Nezu had always seemed suspiciously pleased when he altered his own behavior to match his at times. Shouta had only wanted to stay on his teacher's good side. He had heard enough rumors of how Nezu could ruin you if he was really motivated to. Izuku was determined to come early today, Shouta explained, silently greeting Nezu with a small nod at the same time. "We're supposed to be headed over to the infirmary to see Shuzenji-sensei first thing this morning, but someone wanted to make a pit stop before that." "It's me," Izuku chirped, wiggling a bit in his arms. "I wanted to say hi to you before going to see Shuzenji-san." Thankfully, Izuku was easy enough to carry, despite how wiggly he could become. There was a small part of him that still fretted over how light he still was. He had followed what the nutritionist had told them, carefully crafted each meal with precision and care, so he wasn't quite sure why Izuku was still so much smaller than most other kids his age. Tensei had insisted that Tenya grew a bit every time he looked away from him if he wasn't careful, but Izuku had done nothing of the sort so far. It was only even now that Shouta noticed that his hair was finally starting to get a bit longer, the fringe sometimes falling into his eyes. Oddly enough, it was like Izuku had been put on pause, even his hair not growing a bit since he first started to live as an owl. "Well, hello there then, Izuku-kun." Nezu raised a paw in their direction, the grin on his face jolly with a touch of relief in it. "Good morning to you." Shouta could feel his heart lighten at the relief reflected back in Izuku's delighted expression. Seeing Izuku happy made him happy. He had known that Izuku had been worried about whether Nezu had been mad at him still, even after he had assured him otherwise, but it was good to see those fears finally being set to rest. It was then he noticed that it had gotten noticeably more quiet. Students were watching them. He supposed it was quite a novelty, getting to see their principal interact with a child so familiarly. But he could also see Izuku freeze up, also noticing that they were in the center of attention. His shoulder could feel it as well, the prickle of Izuku's talons making him ever more aware that his son basically had his own set of knives at all times when his quirk was activated like this. It was best that they moved on and got to the reason why they had even brought Izuku to school so early in the first place. "Go ahead and say hi," he murmured under his breath, knowing that Izuku would pick up on his words even with them being barely audible to most everyone else there. Izuku's hearing was still as powerful as ever even though he wasn't entirely an owl as of now. "We've got an appointment to keep and we don't want to be late." Shouta could see uncertainty cross Izuku's face despite his earlier excitement at coming early enough to see his friend first thing in the morning. It seemed that Izuku was still not a fan of too many eyes on him. And it was logical, considering how he had lived when he had been on his own. Shouta didn't really see an issue with it. He also wasn't exactly a fan of extraneous attention, especially when more often than not, it would interfere with his work. However, he knew Hisashi would be cross with him if he encouraged this sort of behavior in Izuku, not when his husband thrived on attention, especially with all eyes on him, and wanted Izuku to become more social, like him. Even though Izuku attended UA, he still rarely interacted with the rest of the student body. He knew this from both Izuku himself and from Nezu's progress reports. Izuku had a fair amount of control over his own schedule, choosing to come in later than the other students, just so he could avoid coming in at the same time as everyone else. Same went for lunch, which he generally spent with Nezu in his hidden office space. Shouta also suspected that Izuku liked to get in that bit of extra sleep, which was admirable. A child after his own heart. And while Shouta could respect that, he knew that sooner or later, Izuku would need to face this issue head-on. If anything, getting Izuku acclimated towards or at least neutral towards this sort of general attention would only help him not freeze up in a similar situation later on. It was even more quiet now. He didn't even know teenagers could manage to stay quiet for so long. The teenagers that he would catch in the streets at night were always causing a ruckus, on the verge of or already knee-deep in something illegal. And the ones he would see on his excursions out during the day weren't much better, though at least these usually were more law-abiding, albeit just as vocal as their night counterparts. Shouta could feel Izuku rearrange his arm around his shoulder, dipping his face into the crook of his neck before breathing in and then out again. It took only a second before Izuku seemed to strengthen his resolve and turned, finally offering a shy wave to Nezu, the mumble coming out from his mouth only vaguely sounding like a "hi." Some of the students closest to them immediately cooed to each other, giggles erupting among them. The grip on his shoulders tightened minutely. "Don't. Let us keep you, sensei." He ran the palm of his hand down Izuku's back, hoping to distract him enough for him to get them away and on their way to Shuzenji-sensei's infirmary, offering a small bow, "We'll see you later." And with that, he quickly made his way through the front entrance, careful not to jostle Izuku too much. He could feel Izuku's body slowly loosen up as they got further and further away from the school's entrance, his grip also loosening in turn. Izuku bumped the side of his face against his, the low hooting sound he made showing his gratitude. Shouta slowed his stride as he started down the hallway that would take them to the infirmary. It was irrational, but he could never forget that one time Nezu had revealed himself to him upside down from a ceiling vent, warning him not to run down hallways. He would really rather not take the chance that would happen again, this time with Izuku there to witness it. There were still a few students in this area, but it was nowhere as stifling as the group of students by the school's entrance. Already seeming much more at ease, Izuku even started to lowly hum as he peered at the students as they walked past, his eyes shining. Izuku did love quirks, so it was only logical that he took interest in the quirks of the students that had managed to make it into a top hero school like UA. Shouta was just glad he was feeling better.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.